Hello my friends and welcome to this course. In this course, we're going to build out an advanced e-commerce website using the MERN stack. Before we get started, my name is Zino and I'm going to be your instructor throughout the course. Now let's quickly do a demo of what we are going to be able to build, all of the features we're going to be able to build into this project. So this is the home page and this project is called Shopito. I'm going to just scroll down. So by the way, you see here that we have this good looking header and we have the slider. So look at the design on the slider and the effect, the animation effect. The slider has an auto scroll effect, but also you can change the slide just by clicking on any of these buttons here. So you can see that's exactly what I'm doing right now. Now, it's interesting to note that we also build out this slider by ourselves from scratch. Okay, so now let's proceed by scrolling down. And as I'm scrolling down here, you see we have all of this. This is a product slider or a product carousel. So I'm going to scroll down here. You can add these products to the cart or you can click on it to see the product details. But since we're still on the home page, let's just keep going. All right, I'm going to keep scrolling. So this shows us some of the categories we have. And now look at this. It shows us another carousel, but this one now contains just the mobile phones. So you can slide it or it can even slide by itself. All right, so now we have that, and we also have this elegantly designed footer, as you can see, and then there's this very nice footer menu, and that's it for the home page. Now, before we proceed right in the demo, I would like us to just log in so that we are fully logged in. Now I'm going to click on the login and it brings us here, and I'm just going to log in with that account. Okay, so I'm logged in right here and it takes me to the home page. Good. Now that we are logged in, let's come to the shop page and explore. Like I said, you can add your products to the cart right from this home page here, because on all of this carousel we have the add to cart button. So let's just try it out by adding just this product, and as you can see here, it tells us that we've added it to the cart, but something went wrong because of my internet, but that's not a problem. Look at the product right here in the cart. Okay, I'm going to come here to my shop and let's just see a demo. So this is the demo, the shop page, and this is all of the products we have, and it's paginated. So if you scroll down, you see that we have page 1, page 2, and they all contain different products. Around the products we have some filters. So we have a live search. So supposing I wanted to see only techno products, if I just search for that, it's going to bring out all the products that has techno in their names. You can sort the products. So currently it's sort to the latest product, but you can sort by price. So that lowest price, you can sort by the highest price. You can sort alphabetically, that's A to Z and even Z to A. But for now, let's just stay on the latest products. You can also change the display of the product. So for example, it has a grid display right now, but if I click on this guy, it turns to a list display. That's what you see right here. All right, so let's go back to grid display. On the left here, we have this filter. So there's a category filter. Supposing I wanted to see only laptops or only electronics or only phones, all you just have to do is click on that. And then there's also a brand filter. So if I wanted to see only Apple products, I think I have just one and it's currently out of stock. Now, out of stock means that you cannot actually add it to your cart. So if I try to add this product to my cart, you see, sorry, product is out of stock, which is like an intelligent logic, by the way. So meanwhile, let's just keep it at all. Now the last filter here is the price filter, and there's the lowest price and the highest price. So supposing I wanted to see product between $50 and let's say $200, I just have to scroll down and you see the number of products have reduced, to 4. Last but not the least, you can clear your filter and it will just go back to the default state. Now we've been able to add some product to the cart. Let's see something about the product details. So I'm going to open up this product, and here you see we have this product slider. So the image of the product constantly changes after maybe like 3 seconds, but you can just click on it to change the image yourself. So that's one. Then also from this page, you can add the product to the cart. Now see here, we have this review. So this particular product has 2 reviews. That's why you see these stars, and you can also add it to the cart. So I'm going to just add that to the cart, and let's keep scrolling down and see the review for this product. Okay, so these are the 2 reviews we have for the product by different users, myself included. So the name of the user, the date of the review, and the review itself. You can see that we have this chart here that shows us the number of stars. So 5 star, for example, has just 1 review. while 4-star also have 1 review. That's why we have a total of 4.5 stars, because it looks at the average. Yeah, so let's keep going. Now you can also increase your cart by just clicking on this plus icon. So supposing now this product has 9 quantity in stock, so I can keep increasing, and when I get to 9 I would not be able to increase any further. It will tell me that the maximum number of product has been reached. So let's just try it out. So I'll just keep increasing. So we have 6, 7, 8. Okay, remember we have just 9 products in stock. So when I get to 9 and I try to add one more to the cart, you see here that I get this notification, max number of products reached. So you cannot add more than the product you have in your cart. Yeah, but actually what I want is just one of these products. Yeah, I don't want everything. So now let's go ahead and check our cart. So I'll click on cart and you see the products we have in the cart. Now let me tell you what one of the things that makes this project stand out. Most people you see that build out e-commerce website or even e-commerce tutorial will save your cart to the local storage, but not me. In this project, we're going to save the cart to the user's database, such that if I log out and I log in as another user on the same computer, I only get to see the cart of that specific user. So I'm just going to log out here and I'll log in as another user. So this is me logging out, and I'm going to log in as an admin user. So I think I have an admin account here. Okay, great. So I'll log in as an admin account. That's because I just want to show you that the cart is saved unique to the user. So this is the admin account, and as you can see, this is what the admin user had in their cart before they logged out wherever they were browsing. So this is one of the things that makes this project stand out. You have your cart synced to the user irrespective of the device. Anyway, let's just log out and let's log in back as that user that was browsing before. So I'm going to go back to that user account, which I think is, no, not that, I think is this one, and I'll just click on login. Okay, so you see it will take us back to the cart. So once you have an item in your cart and you log in, it will take you to the cart, because the idea is to make you pay as fast as you can. Great, so let's scroll down. There are so many things you can do in the cart. You can delete a product from the cart. You can increase or decrease the cart count or the number of products in the cart. Yeah, so let's come down here and see the payment options we have. Oh my god, we have Stripe. Stripe is a global payment platform. I'm sure you know Stripe. We have Flutterwave. Now for people in Africa, Nigeria, and Africa generally, Flutterwave is a more predominantly available payment gateway. So I'm going to show you how to implement that. But we also have payments, PayPal rather, and lastly we have a digital wallet. So if you don't have any experience with fintech, or any experience working in a fintech, this is going to give you like a brief introduction on how to build a digital wallet and how to use that wallet in this project. Okay, so but for now I also want to show you how you can add a coupon. So this says have a coupon. If I click on add coupon here, I think I have a coupon, my sale. Yeah, so the admin has created a coupon, and I click on verify. So you have to verify the coupon. Great. So you see, initially the price was $600, the price in our cart, but you see now it's $480 because this coupon gives us a discount of 20%. Yeah, great. So now let's go ahead and check out. Now, what payment gateway would you like me to check out with first? I'll just go with Stripe. Yeah, but I can assure you everything works, and I'll show you, but it's going to be a long demo. So you're required to put in your shipping address, your billing address. I already have that saved, so I can just click on proceed to checkout. Okay, so it brings me here to this page here where I can see that, okay, you have $480 because of the discount of 20%. So initially it was supposed to be $600, which is fine. Now let's give this widget a second to load, and then we can make our payments. And if you're familiar with working with Stripe, you know that we have this 424242 for testing. So I'll just do that, and then I'll just add something here, and then let's try and make the payment. So fingers crossed, is it going to work? I'll click on pay now, and let's see what happens. Voila. So you see here we have this notification, the cart was cleared, the payment was successful, an order was created for this user. So we have this nice looking page with this nice animation, the confetti animation. So what the next thing we need to do is actually to see our order. Remember, we paid, was it $380 or $480? $480. So you see here, we have that here, $480, and it tells us that our order was placed. So let's look at that order. So this is the orders page, and you see it ships to this person, and we have other details about the order, including the coupon that was used, the payment method, and the rest of it. Yeah, let's come down here to see the order. So I have the order right here, the $400 one quantity, $200 one quantity. Interestingly, you can review your product from here, but maybe I'll just show you. But first, let me show you what at the bottom here. You can download this order as a PDF. So I'll just click on download as PDF and just give it a couple of seconds, and it will just download to your computer and you can view it. As you can see here, we have the download here, and I'll just click on open because I expect it to open in Chrome right here. So you see it has opened in Chrome, and look at this, voila, we have the order in the PDF format right here. So you can send this to anybody if you like, but this is your order right here. So maybe I'll just come back here so that we can finish the review. Now from here you can review a product. So look at this product. Yeah, I'm going to click on review. So you have to purchase a product before you can review that product. Well, this product looks like a nice product. I'm assuming I've used it, so I'm going to give it a 5-star, and I'll give it some text review. I'll say this is a really nice product. Yeah, and that's it. Now I'll come down here and click on submit review, and let's see what happens. So submit review, and it says product review added. Now if I go to this product, I will be able to, so this is the DJAC product, I will be able to see that, or if another user sees that product, they will be able to see that you left a review on the product. So let me just come here, and as you can see here, we have just one review. This is a really nice product, and it just shows 1 star here. If other people start adding reviews to this product, you will see that this chart here will dynamically change to what you have, the reviews you have about that product. So that's how our order works. Meanwhile, the order status is order placed. So when the admin of this website has started processing the order, they can change the order status to either processing or shipped or delivered. So you see, currently we have just this one set to delivered, right? So that's about it for the things that the user can do in the front end and interact with the front end, but that's not all. All right, so one other thing that we want to be able to do is to test out other payment gateways just to make sure that they work satisfactorily. So what I'm going to do here is, let me add maybe an item to my cart and just try to make payment on that item. So I'm just going to add one of this one, and immediately I'm going to head over to my cart. Now the aim of this testing here is to test out the Flutterwave payment gateway, and I'll just make a payment of $200. So let's go ahead and check out very quickly and proceed to checkout like so, and then I'll click pay with Flutterwave. Now let's allow it to load up the Flutterwave payment panel, and then I'm just going to slot in the payment details for Flutterwave. Okay, so you see that. Now I'll paste in the test credit card number for Flutterwave, and then I think the expiry is 0932. Then this is this should be 564. Great. Now I'll click on pay 200 USD, and then I'm just going to click on proceed, where it's going to allow me to enter my OTP, and then the OTP is just 126 for Flutterwave testing. I'll click on submit, and then let's see what happens. So you see, thank you for your payment, or thanks for your payment. Now it will redirect us back to our website, and we're going to see what happens here. So first off, payment successful, order was created, and the cart was cleared. So just to confirm, you can actually head over to your orders page, and you will see that the last item we have is this one of $200, which we just bought. Now let's go ahead and test the other payment gateway, and this time I want to test my wallet. So I think I want to go with a product with a different price. Maybe I will just go with this one. Okay, so I would add this to my cart, and then I'm just going to head back to the cart immediately. Now of course we've tested the coupon before, but let's just give it another test here. So I'll just say my sale so that we can just have a discount on this product. Okay, so we have that, and I want to pay this time with my wallet. And don't worry, I will show you how we come about the wallet. So I'll click on checkout and then I'll just proceed to checkout. You see here I have $500 in my wallet. Supposing I didn't have enough money in my wallet, it will tell me to top up my wallet. So let me just actually show you that part. So I'm just going to add another product, something. Okay, so this one of $1,000, and then I'm just going to come back to the cart and then I'll check out with the wallet. So just want to show you that it's a very intelligent process. So you see here it says insufficient balance, top up wallet. But of course what we want is we just want to check out with this product since we have enough in our wallet. Okay, so let's go ahead and proceed to checkout, and I'll click on proceed to checkout, and you see here I'm able to pay. So I'll go ahead and pay for this particular product. So I'll click on pay now and let's see what happens. So you see payment successful, and then it brings us here, it clears our cart, and we can now check for that particular payment that we just made. So I'll click on view order status, and as you can see I'm in my order status page, and you see this is the money we just paid right here. If you open that, you see the product, this DJAK Bluetooth home theater. That's what we paid for. Great. So one other thing that I believe is very important in an e-commerce website is to be able to send transactional emails to your users. So I'll show you right there. So let me just log into my email just to show you that we also incorporate that feature in here. Just give me a second and I'll just drag my email here. Okay, great. So I'll just drag the email and then just put it here. Great. So you see here, this is Shopito order placed, and it was just placed. I'll open that, and you see here we have the Shopito app. Hi, Mazino. This is the product we just bought, the DJAK product, and it was sent to our Gmail. And it's not just a rough email, it's actually a very neatly designed email that we sent, so they can go to the dashboard to view stuff if they want to, and then you just do the formalities of thanking them. See, that's what we are able to do in this project. Yeah, all right, so now let's head over to back to the shop. Now supposing a user sees a product that they don't have the money to purchase at that moment, or they are not ready to purchase that product at that moment, well, they can simply just add that product to something called a wish list. So if I click on add to wish list, then this product will be added to my wish list, and you see here we have it. Now take note of the product, it's a HP Pavilion. If I come here to my profile by clicking on my name and I click on wish list, then you see here that it's going to fetch our wish list, and look at it, this is the product we just added, $1,000 to our wish list. If we wish to remove any product from the wish list, there is a button below that product, which I think I should have made red anyway, but if you click on remove from wish list, it will just remove that product from the wish list, and you see that product is gone. So that's one other functionality that we incorporated into the app. Now let's focus on our profile for a minute. So I'll click on the profile, and you see here that we have the profile image and some data about that user. Whenever you are building anything that involves payments and depositing money and stuff like that, just make sure you collect enough information, the biodata of that user, and generally what is known as KYC, know your customer details, about that user. So that's why we have all of this here. All right, so now let's head over to the wallet. Remember, we were able to make payments with our wallet. Now this is our wallet here, and it shows our name and then our account balance, and of course we have two options, either to deposit money or to transfer money from our wallet. Now let's look just below this guy here. You see that we have some transaction details, and look at this very last one here. So it has an ID and the amount and the type. So this was a debit transaction on Shopito store, and it was for payment for products, and it was successful. So that's the transaction we just did here, worth $320. Now let's see other functionalities in the wallet. So if you don't have any experience with fintech, this is a very good introduction for you. So I'm just going to try to deposit money into the wallet, and here, since I have let me cancel this, since I have $180, I want to make this $1,000. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to deposit $820 to make it 1,000. So I'll click on deposit and I'll just make this 820. And which one should we use, Stripe or Flutterwave? Well, I think we should use Stripe since it's easy for me to just type out the card details. So I'll click on proceed, and it will just take us to Stripe deposit page. And we were able to make this possible by setting up what is known as a webhook. So if you don't know what a webhook is, you're going to be able to learn about that and even set it up here to be able to monitor whether transactions are successful or whether transactions fails, and do something based on that. So let's just do 4242. Okay, and then I'll just do that here and like so, and then let's just add any name, and then I'll just click on pay. So fingers crossed, let's see if it works. I'll click on pay. Okay, so you see it paid and payment successful. Voila. So you see here we now have $1,000. So that's how we are able to fund our wallet, right? There are so many services online that have this feature where the user is able to have a wallet on the platform where they can just fund their wallet, and then the deductions will be made from their wallet if there is money there. The other thing we can do in our wallet is to make a transfer. So I can click on transfer here, and I can transfer some money to another user. So for example, let's say I wanted to transfer half of what I have here. So let's just say $500, and I want to send it to, so all you just need to do is to add the email of a user on this platform. In other words, I have an admin@gmail.com user, and then let's just say some random transfer. Okay, so I'll just leave it at that. And then before you can send the money, you need to verify the receiver's account. So I'll just click on verify here and just give it a couple of seconds. So you see account verification successful, and then I now have access to the button. So you see there's cancel and there's send. What do I want to do? I want to send the money to the admin. So let's try it out and see. I'll click send and let's see what happens. Voila. So you see we get a notification very briefly there that it was successfully sent. I should probably have something that closes this modal after the money has been sent, but I'll just cancel that. And you see here that the amount has reduced to $500. That's our account balance. Now for us to actually see that this thing actually worked, we have to see the admin account. So I already have that logged in an incognito tab. So permit me to just open that here. Okay, so this is an incognito tab of the admin. So you see hi admin. I'll just go to the admin page, then I'll click on the admin wallet. So I'm right here in the admin wallet, and this is the admin account balance, $5,060, probably because so many people have been sending money to the admin. But if you look at the transaction details here, you see the last transaction that occurred was $500, and it was a credit alert from this guy called Donald. And look at the description, exactly what we typed out when we wanted to send some random transfer, successful transaction. So that's about it for the admin, the wallet aspect, and being able to use your wallet to pay on the e-commerce website, to deposit money, to transfer money, and you have access to all of the transaction details. Now this is such a long demo, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the demo for the admin in the next video, where we're going to see all of the admin functionalities, how to add a product, and everything that has to happen from the admin back end. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Thank you. All right, welcome back, my friends. Now in this second part of the demo, we are going to explore the admin dashboard, and essentially the admin dashboard is the part of the project that powers all the functionalities you see in the front end. So for us to do that, first off, we need to log in as an admin, right? So I'm just going to come here and log in as an admin. Okay, so login successful, and we should be seeing the admin dashboard right now. Okay, so when you log in, you see here that there is now an additional menu that says admin, and it says hi admin because it's an admin account. So I'm just going to click on the admin right here, and the first thing you see is just a brief summary of what you have in your store. So like for example, we have the earnings. So our store has a total of $6,280, 12 products, and 35 orders. Okay, now this is the order status chart that shows the percentage of, or the number of orders that have been placed, the ones that have been that are currently being processed, and the ones that have been shipped, and then the ones that have been delivered. All of this can be controlled from the admin dashboard. But first, let's see the basics, which is how to add a product. So if you come to this menu here that says add product, you'll see here that we have this elegantly designed form where we can add a total of 5 products for one 5 images for one product, and then we can add all the details about that product. Now I can easily go ahead and start adding a product just to show you how it works, but there's one thing I want to draw to your attention, and that is the fact that we have this category. Now if you click on this category drop down, you'll see that we have some options here. So we have laptop, electronics, and phone, and what is shown on the brand is based on the category that has been selected. So for example, if I select laptop, for example, you'll see here that I now have the options for the laptop. So we have Lenovo, HP, and Apple. Okay, so that is because we have the ability to add categories and brands, so that it's not something that is just randomly typed out, because if you type it out randomly, you could make a mistake when you're typing out something. So what we did is that we created a categories panel. So if I come to the categories panel, I'm just going to add a new category for the product I want to save, and I'll just give that category the name of games, or maybe games plural, and then I'll click on save. So watch what happens when you do that. You see it has been added to our category here, games. All right, now the game I want to add, or the brand for that game that I want to add, is I want to add a PS5. So I'm going to come to the brand here, and now the brand I want to add is actually Sony, because PS5 is made by Sony. So I'll just give it a brand name of Sony, and here you have to select the category. So you see here we now have games, which we just added. So I'll click on games, and then I'll say save brand. Now when you do that, it will be added to your list of brands. So if you scroll down here, you see now we now have Sony, and it's under the category of games. Great. Of course you can delete the brand if you don't, if you made a typographical error or something like that. So now we have the two things we need to add a product. So I'll come back here to my add product, and then I'm just going to add the details for that product. So the first thing I want to do is to add the images, and you see here that we can add up to 5 images. Very interesting stuff. So I'll click on this guy to upload my images. Voila. So you see I already have some pictures for my PS5. I'll select the 4 of them, and I'll click on open. So that will just show us the 4 images. Look at this, very nicely designed. So if you don't want to, you say, oh, I made a mistake, I don't want to add this image, you can just click on one of the buttons to delete it, for example. So you can do that. For example, if I wanted to delete this last one, I can just click on this button and it will just remove it. Meanwhile, I have not uploaded the images yet. I have only just added the 3 images. Yeah, so I think I'll just add one more, because I want it to be 4 images. So I'll add this one I removed, and you can see that it has been added back. So it's like a lot of logic goes into this stuff. Now you can now go ahead and upload your images. Watch what happens. So I'll click on upload 4 images, and you see there's a counter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 4 of them has been uploaded. Now these images that are being displayed here are the images that you've actually uploaded to your database. Now you can go ahead and then add the remaining details about that product. For example, the name of the product is Sony and blah blah blah. You select a category, which is games. You select a brand, which is Sony, and then you add a color. So I'm just going to go with white. Yeah, or if I don't add any color, it will just say as seen. That's the default color. For example, if a product has multiple colors, you can just leave it blank and it will say as seen. So the regular price, well, maybe I'll just say that this is 1,500, and then the product price. So if you notice, there are some products you see on an e-commerce shop. There is a discounted price, a price that is cancelled out, and then there is now another price that is usually lower than the price that is cancelled out, and then sometimes they can specify the discount. That's what we are doing here. So this is the regular price, but the sale price, or the actual price we are selling the product, I'm going to say $1,300. Okay, product quantity, I'm going to say I have 10 units in my store. And then lastly, we need to add a description. So for the description, I'll just grab a piece of text about PS5 I have somewhere here on my computer, and then I'll just paste that in. So this is like the description for the product, and maybe I should just give some space. So that's fine. So this is like a rich text editor, so you can edit this text however you want. You can highlight it and make it bold or something like that, whatever you want really. You can change the color, the format. Essentially it's like Microsoft Word editor. Yeah, now next we're going to do is we're just going to click on save product and watch what happens. Voila, so it tells us that the product has been added successfully, and as you can see here, we now have Sony PlayStation as the 13th product. So there are now 13 products found here. So this is just a list of all the products we've added in our store, and you see that it's also paginated. You can search, so let me say Sony, and then it shows us only Sony products and stuff like that. Yeah, now, but what we want to do is we want to make sure it has actually been added to the front end. So I'm just going to go over to my shop to see if it's been displayed. Voila. So you see here, we now have this product, and look at it, $1,500 was cancelled out, and this is the sale price, and this also has that. But if you do not add this regular price, you're just going to see the sale price. Great. So now I'm going to open this product, and let's just see how it displays. Look at this. You see, so everything works perfectly. And you can see our slider is just going from one image to the next after every 3 seconds. Meanwhile, you can also click to change the image or to view the image you want. And of course, we don't have any review on this product yet. Look at this. So that's how the admin works. Let's see the other functionalities of the admin. So we've seen how we can add a product. We've seen that we can view all of our products in the from the admin backend. Let's see some other things. So next we have orders. So when a user has bought a product in the front end, you see that order here. So all of the orders that have been placed on our website is displayed here. So I'm just going to open this up, and I'm just going to show you what the admin can do. So what the admin can do basically is that the admin can update the order status. So for example, when a user places an order, the default status is order placed, right? But the admin, for example, can change it to processing to let the user know that they have started processing that order. So if I click on update status and I go back to my orders, you will see that that is now set to processing. So for example, if that product has been delivered, all you need to do here is to click on delivered and then click on update status. And let's come back to our order. You'll see here that it has been changed to deliver, and once it's delivered, it becomes green. Okay, now on the user's front end, they are going to see all of this. Everything we're doing here is going to be updated on the user's front end. So that's very interesting, really. All right, so the next on our dashboard here is coupons. So remember, in the front end, when we were making a purchase, we saw that we could create a coupon. So this is the 2 coupons I created. My sale, which is what we used, and you see that it's currently not expired, but this form down here gives us the ability to create a coupon. So let me just walk you through it. So I'm just going to say test coupon. I want to do something that is meaningful. Okay, let me just say July sale. I think that's fine. Then the discount will be, let's say, 25%, which is kind of huge, and I'll say that it expires on, just set a date in the future, and then I'll click on save coupon. Now watch what happens. Voila, so it says coupon created successfully. Now meanwhile, if you look here, you'll see that, oh, it has been updated. So we have this July sale coupon, 25% off, and this is when it was created, this is when it expires. Of course, you can go ahead and delete the coupon, but I don't advise you delete the coupon. If it has expired, just leave it there for record purposes. So that's about it for the coupon part of the project. Yeah, now of course we've gone through adding the categories and adding a brand and all of that. So from this back end here, the admin can control what goes on in the front end of the application. And of course, there are so many other things you can add to your admin backend. You don't have to stop where I stopped, but with the information I've given you here, you will have enough knowledge to modify your admin backend as much as you want. So that's about it for the admin part of this application. Let's get started creating it. See you there. Hello guys, and welcome to this course. My name is Zeno and I'm going to be your instructor throughout the course, and this is going to be an advanced MERN e-commerce course. Okay, we're going to be using the MERN stack, which is just MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. You can reach me on zenotrustacademy.com and my Twitter handle at zenotrust. Okay, so let's proceed. So first off, what are the course requirements? In other words, what needs to be in place before you can confidently take this course? So you need to have the basic knowledge of MERN stack. Okay, so what that means is that you need to have some knowledge about React, and if you don't have a solid knowledge about React, I am going to recommend my React course, which is right here on this website, and it's very affordable, so you should definitely check it out. Then you need to have knowledge of Node.js and Express. Now, Node.js is a JavaScript runtime that helps us, build the backend using JavaScript, and Express is a framework that is built on top of Node.js. Now, I have an introductory course for Node.js and Express, of course, with MongoDB, that I highly recommend if you either do not know the backend framework Express, or you are not very confident about your skills. So those are two courses that I recommend you actually take before you start this course. Yeah, so let's continue. Now, how do you get the best from this course? Well, you just need to practice. Yeah, so I try as much as possible to make it such that you can follow me throughout the course, and I try as much as possible to make sure that I don't copy paste too much, so that you can also see how things are done and stuff like that. So that's about it for this section. Yeah, and I just want us to get straight into the course. So I'll see you in the next video, where we're going to do a workflow of what we need to do, get started. But before then, what are the things you need to have on your system before you can take the course? Well, you need to have a browser. I assume you're watching this video in a browser. You need to have a code editor, and we use Visual Studio Code. You need to have Node.js installed on your computer. You need to have Git installed on your computer, and we're going to be using Insomnia. So you can, if you're using Postman for testing your APIs, that's fine, but we are going to be using Insomnia to test our APIs. Now, in my previous course where I did introduction to the MERN stack, I went over all of this setup, like how to set this up one after the other. But because this is an advanced e-commerce course, I'm not going to be doing all of those basic stuff. So I expect that you've already built at least one MERN stack project in the past before you take this course. Yeah. So I'm going to leave all the courses that I recommend for you to take at the bottom of this video, and all of those courses are discounted, so make sure you do check them out. All right, so in the next one, we are going to see how we can get started with the workflow for this project. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, my friends, so let's work on the Shopito project workflow, which is just going to guide us through how we make a plan for the project. So let me just show you. So first off, this is the project structure, and we're going to be using so we have a design. All right, so you don't need to worry about the design, we already have that, and our tech stack is the MERN stack. So what that means is that for the front end, we're going to use React. Now, there are different options to use React. There's Create React App, there's Vite, and there's Next.js. Now, ordinarily, I would have preferred to use Next.js, but at the time when I'm building this project, or when I'm doing this course, Next.js 13 is still in beta. Okay, what that means is that it's not stable. So I may build out the course, and when it becomes stable, they would have changed some things I don't know, or maybe they will still be the same, but I don't want to take that risk. Now, Vite was introduced because the Create React app had some delays in loading your design changes and stuff like that. So if you are familiar with Create React app, you can actually use Vite. In fact, you can actually use Vite on Next.js if that's what you prefer. But I'm going to use Create React app for the simple reason that when I started building the project, I started building it with Create React app. So that's the only reason. All right, so let's proceed. For my styling, I'm going to use SCSS and CSS modules. For our state management, we're going to use Redux Toolkit. So you're going to be using industry standard to manage your state in this application. For the back end, of course, we're using Node.js and Express. Database, we're using MongoDB and Mongoose to help us make things a little bit easier. Then for the tools, we're going to use Gmail SMTP to be able to send transactional emails. Now, in my previous video, I used I can't remember. I used Node. I'm trying to remember. I use I used Outlook email. So Outlook email was what I used, but I discovered that there were some issues with their SMTP and stuff like that. You could easily get blocked. So that's why I'll be using Gmail. And then to store some certain images, I'm going to use this website imgbb.com. For our payment, I'm going to be using Stripe, Flutterwave, PayPal, and we're going to create a digital wallet. For the hosting, we're going to host on Vercel. The front end is going to be hosted on Vercel. The back end is going to be hosted on Render. Now, I don't know if you can see this number 8, which is orders, but I'll just read it out to you. So we're also going to be learning how to use ChatGPT. You know what? Let me just make you see it. So if you've never really known how to use ChatGPT to, augment your coding, you're going to be learning a little bit about that in this project. So I'm going to show you how you can use ChatGPT to code faster and to just do things a little bit faster. So let's go on. And okay, so our project structure, right? So we're going to have a template, a project template that you're just going to download and then just run your npm install on. Of course, I'm going to show you how to do that, so it's not something that I expect you to just do on your own. So maybe in the next video or in the next 2 videos, we're going to have the project setup video and we'll just download the template and go over it together. All right, then for the project structure, inside of one single folder, we're going to call that folder Shopito app. We're going to have a backend folder and the front end folder. So what that means is that we are separating our front end and our back end. Then we'll now connect both of them together after we finish the whole project. All right, so that's basically what we're going to just do in this project. Let me see if there's another slide. Okay, so that's the last slide. All right, so in the next one, we're going to proceed with the video. All right, so to set up our project, what I'm going to do first is I'll just right click and create a folder on my desktop. So that folder, I'll call it Advanced MERN E-commerce. E-commerce. Oh, so I didn't spell that well. Like so. So Advanced MERN E-commerce. All right, so this is the folder. Let's open this folder up and we're going to keep everything we need inside of this folder. So the first thing is I'm going to make available to you a file that you can download. That file is a zipped file that contains the project setup. So let me just grab that file. I have it somewhere on my computer, so I'll just copy that and just paste it in here. Now, like I said, below this video, I'm going to leave a link for you to download the starter file. So this is the starter file. It's a zipped file. So what that means is that you need to right click and you need to unzip it. So I'll just extract it here. All right, so this is the file right here, and I think I can delete the zipped file because I'm not going to be needing it anymore. So I'll just get rid of it. Okay, good. So we have the starter file here. Permit me to rename this starter file. I'll just change the capital letter to all small letters. So Shopito app, and then I'll right click and open with Visual Studio Code. So make sure you do the same. Now, if I right click, I have this option to open with code. So whichever way you open your folder in the Visual Studio Code, that's fine. So this is it right here, and let's see what we have in the folder structure. So if you look here, you'll see that we have a backend folder, which is the first, and basically it just has a server.js file and a gitignore file and package.json file. You know what? I think I can actually delete the package.json file. So I just say, anyway, I think it's okay. You can leave it. There's no need to delete it. So I'll come here and I'll say, open the front end folder. And you see the front end folder is just the regular React setup. So we just have app.js and just the basic things we have. Additionally, we have the assets folder. This assets folder just contains some images that we use during the project. So now let's see how we get started. I'll start with the front end. I'll close this guy up and then I'll just open my terminal. You can just right click here. Sorry, you can click here and then you just open your terminal. I'm used to taking people through the basics, explaining every single thing that I do. Even though this is an advanced course, I'm still just used to doing that. Anyway, let's continue. I would say cd, or no, not, yeah, cd, which is to change directory, and I want to change directory to the front end, and I'll hit enter. What that will do is that we'll now be in the front end directory. Now we can do something here in the front end directory. I want us to run a command, and that command is npm install, and that's just going to install everything that we have inside of our package.json file. So all these libraries we have here are going to be installed, including React. All right, so I'll just click on npm install, and I'll hit enter. So of course this may take maybe like a minute or two, so just give it some time, and then we're just going to come back. Now if you're building your projects with Vite or Next.js or whichever React framework that comes out in the future, you can just copy the package.json file, just the package.json file, and replace your package.json file in whatever framework you're using, and then run npm install. It's just going to install everything we need for the project in your setup. All right, so but if you want to go with this one, which is create React app, that's fine. However, if you're using Vite or Next.js, you're just going to need to replace your package.json file so that you have all the dependencies that we need, right? And don't worry, whenever we want to use a dependency, I'll come and show you what dependency we're using per time. So let's just give this some time to finish installing, and then we're going to move to the back end. Okay, it took some time for that to finish installing, but I waited, and here I can go ahead and say npm start. Okay, and then I hit enter. So it's going to fire up the React application. I'm going to open another terminal by clicking on this plus icon, and in that terminal I will navigate to the backend folder. So what I got to do here is I'll say cd, which is change directory, backend. So hit enter on that, and now I'm in the backend, and I'm going to do the same thing. So I'll say npm install, and I'll hit enter. So it's going to install all the backend libraries that we need for the project. So at the same time, we're just going to have to wait for that to complete. Okay, so the dependencies for the backend has finished installing, and also the app has opened up. So this is what we have: hello world. So technically that's all you need to set up your application and get started with the project. So in the next one, we're now going to go directly into building. All right, see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's get started with building the website. So first off, we need to have a template, which is the finished project, which is what we have here. And we're going to start by building out the home page. Okay, that's what we're going to start with, because I feel like if we start out with building out this very good looking, interesting home page, then your interest is going to be really high while we build out the rest of the project. So that's why I want us to start off on a very good note. Yeah, so to build out the home page, we need to have React Router DOM set up. So let's come here and let's begin. So I'll come to my source folder, then I'm going to create two folders inside. The first I'll call components, that's the first, and the next one will be pages. So all right, so that's the first. Now the next one is going to be pages. All right, great. Now inside of these pages, I'll create my very first page, and that is going to be my home page. So I'll say home, and then inside of home, I'll create my home.js. So since I'm here, let me just create maybe another folder inside of home, so that we just have it stacked one on top of the other. So here I'll just say new folder, and I'll just say test. Let's just do a test there. Great, so you see we now have this home separated. Now inside of this home, I would create a new file. I'll call it home, let's just say home.js, and it's just going to be an empty file. Let's do rafce to create just templates, and I expect that you know some of these things, because like I said, this is not a beginner course, so you should know some shortcuts and stuff like that. But there's a Visual Studio Code extension that helps us create this. I think is React Redux snippet, and it has a very long name. Anyway, I'm just going to come down here like this, and I'll just have my h1 tag that will say home page. Very simple page like that, and then I'll just click save. Now at least I have a home page that I can reference in my app when I start creating my routing. So let's come to the app, and we're going to create a routing in the app. So for us to create our routing, there are some things we need to import from React Router DOM. So remember, we've installed all of the dependencies we need. So let's just go ahead and proceed. So we don't need, technically we don't need this import React from React until we need it. So but we don't need it now. What we need here is the browser router, the route, and the routes plural from React Router DOM. So that's what we need. And let's set up our routing. So here I'm going to get rid of the hello world. I'm sorry, I have to let you go. All right, I'll make this a React fragment, and inside here I would add my browser router. So you see, let me do it like this because it needs to have an opening and a closing tag. And inside of the browser router I would have my route plural. It's also going to have an opening and a closing tag, and last but not the least, I will now have my single route. So that's singular, and let's close that. Now this route is going to have two attributes. The first is going to be the path attribute, which simply specify where you want it to go. So I want it to be the home page, so that's /. And the second is going to be the element attribute, which simply specify the component or the page you want to display when this route is called. So for me, I want to display the home page. So let's do it like this and say home, and then I'm just going to close that up. So you see, that's why I created this home component before. So I'll just do like this and open that up, and let's just import it from pages, and then I'll just go ahead and save, and that's it. So you see, we've been able to create this route, or to set up our router. So to make sure that we're on the right track, let me come here and okay, so it just compiled, and as you can see here, we now have the home page, which is pointing to this very home page here. I was going to say component. It's actually a component, but we're just separating it into page because it's a main page that's going to have other components in it. So we've been able to set up our route. In the next one, we're now going to start building from the top to the bottom. So we're going to start from the header and then the slider and the rest of them. So I'll see you in the next one then. So now let's get started creating the header. Okay, so what I got to do is inside of my components, I'm going to create a folder. I'll call that folder header, and inside that folder, or maybe I should just create another folder here just so that I'll have it one on top of the other. So I'll create a footer folder as well. So now this header is where I'm interested in. I'll create a file and call it header.js. That's the name of the file. Now for the CSS file for my header, right, I already have all the CSS that I need for this project, and the focus is not on CSS. So what I did was that I created a GitHub repository that contains all of the CSS files we need for this project. Look at it, github.com/xenotrust/Shopito-styles. So you can just go to that URL and you're going to find all of the CSS files we need. Okay, so if you look at here now, we have header.module.scss. If you open that, you're going to see all of the CSS for the header section. Okay, all right, so this is it right here. Great. Now let me just come back so that we can continue the project. So what I'm going to do in my case is, first off, let me do array fce. So I'll just create a barebone template, and then I'm just going to grab the styles that I need and just drop it in here. So let me just grab that and copy that here. So you see, I now have my styles. So this is header.module.scss. Okay, so I'll close that, and the first thing I want to do is I want to import it. Now I expect that you know how to import your styles from your CSS file if you need to. So the way I'm going to do it, I'll say import styles from, and then I'll specify the location of that. So it's going to be header module SCSS file. Great. So now that we've done that and that's out of the way, we can now proceed to work on the JSX. By the way, for us to actually make sure that we're doing the right thing, I'm going to save this file and I'll come to my app.js. Now in my app.js, I'm going to add the header just above my route here. So I'll say header, and I need to close that up like a component, and then let's just import it. Okay, so I'll import it from components, and then I'll save. Now after that has compiled, you'll see here that we now have some small text that says header. So look at it, header. So we're in line. Great. So now we can head over to the header components and finish what we just started. So what I'll do is I'll make some changes here. I'll start with this div. I'll give it a header. I'll say header. Okay, so inside this div, I want to create another div with a class name of you know what, let me just create a div first. So div, and inside I'm going to give it a class name. So I have these shortcuts that I use. So it's going to be styles.header. Okay, great. Now inside of my styles.header, I want to create the logo. So let's start by creating the logo. Let me show you what we're trying to achieve here. This guy. So to create the logo, I'll just come here and I would create a div. So let's do div. So I'll just say div here, and it's going to have a class name of logo. So let's just make that logo. Now inside of this div, I want to actually wrap, oh sorry, so I didn't do that correctly. So this should be div. Now I want to actually wrap my logo with a link tag. So this link is from React Router DOM. So I'll make sure I import it. So you see, import link from React Router DOM, and look at it right here. And I'll specify where I want that link to go. So all these are things I expect that you know, okay, if you have learned React before. Now inside of my link is where I'll now add a h2 tag, and that h2 tag is just going to say Shopito. Yeah, the only thing is that this ito, I'm going to put it inside a span. So just allow me to say span, and then I'll tab that. Then I'll grab this text and just put it inside here. So that's it, and this is it. So if you go ahead and save, you should be able to see the outcome on the page right here. So let's watch. So voila. So you see we have Shopito. Now like I said, all of the styles are already made available to you. So it has this design because we already have the styles, right? So that's why. So now we've been able to create the logo. Now one thing I want us to do is I want us to make this logo such that we can use it in any other part of the project. So I'm going to come outside of this header component and create a logo component. So I'll say const logo, and that's going to be equal to, let's use an arrow function like so, and open that up. So I'm just going to grab this guy, this logo div right here. I think it ends here. I'll just Control X to cut it, and then I'm just going to slot it inside of this logo div, and that's it. Now I can now go ahead and come here and reference the logo component up, logo, and then I'll save. And you'll notice that there's not going to be any difference because it's still going to, oh, there's some difference here. Okay, so let me see what I did wrong. And that is because this is not actually a function, it's just a JSX wrapper. So forgive me, let me cut that out, and let me just grab that out so that I show you the JSX wrapper. So Control X. So a JSX wrapper is just going to be like a variable that is going to be wrapped around this curly parenthesis rather. So just paste that in. So this is just, you know, to cover the JSX. That's all we needed to do. So now if we come back and we save, you see that we have the logo displayed properly. So you see we have that Shopito. So now I can just go ahead and write export in front of this, and that way I'll be able to use this logo in any part of my application because I'm exporting it as just a, you know, JSX. All right, so that's about it for creating our logo. In the next one, we're going to start creating the nav. All right, so in this one, we are going to start building out the menu. So I'm going to come here, and at this point, I think I can maybe close this guy so that we have some space. Okay, so great. So after the logo, that's where we're going to have the menu. So I'll come here and I'll create a nav tag. And inside that nav tag, we're going to have, okay, let me show you what we're trying to build first. So this is the finished product. So we're going to have at least two, let's just say two nav items. So this menu here, and then at the other end, we're going to have this menu. So just watch how we're going to structure that. So here, I'll first of all create an unordered list. Okay, and let me just tap that. So unordered list like so. Then below that, I'm going to create a div. So let's do div. And this div is going to have a class name of styles dot header right. So it's going to be hyphened like this. So I'll say header hyphen right. So that's the name of the class. So you see, so everything on the left side of the menu, or sorry, on the right side, is going to be inside this guy, and you know, the one in the middle is going to be inside this unordered list. So that's basically the setup we have here, and you don't need a dot here. That's why you have that red mark, so you don't need a dot. So now let's start with the unordered list. So the unordered list is just going to have a list item li, and inside of that we're just going to have, this time I'm going to use what is known as a nav link instead of a regular link. So nav link, and let's just import that from React Router DOM, and then I'm just going to open that, oh sorry, not like so, but just add a / here, and let's specify where it will go to. So it's going to have a to property, which is we're going to say it's going to shop. So we can just use quotes like this and say / shop, and this nav link property has a class name. So here I'm going to say class name, and one of the things we want to do is that whenever a nav item is active, like shop for example, we want it to have an active class that's like an underline under it. So if I click on shop, then you see that there is this underline here under the shop menu link. So that's just what I want us to pay attention to as we build. So I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to say class name, and that's going to be set to, so let me just say class name, and that's going to be set to, I'll give it active. So I don't want it to be in quote, I want it to be a variable. So active class. Okay, so I have not created this active class yet, so put it around curly braces. So now let me go up and create this active class variable. So I'll copy that, and then I'm just going to scroll, oh not active class, active link. So let me change that to active link. So I'll copy that, and I'm just going to scroll to the top like so, and then I'll just create it just before this guy here. So I'll say const active link, and that's going to be equal to like so, and let's just do like this. So we're just going to do like an arrow function and open another curly braces. Now this is going to have an object, so let's destructure the object, and let's bring out the isActive property. IsActive, and this is just part of React Router DOM version 6 functionalities. Okay, now inside of this second curly braces, I'll say that if the menu is active, then I want it to have a class name. So let me use my backticks, and I'm just going to say styles dot active. That's the name of the class I want it to have. What about if the menu is not active? Well, let's use the other part of the ternary operator, and I'll just say I want it to be blank. So look at this, I created a variable called active link, and from that variable, using React Router DOM property, I destructured this isActive property, and I said that if it's active, in other words, if that menu is currently what you are viewing, then I want it to have a class name of active, else I don't want it to have any class. So that's basically what we just did here, and that's what is going to take effect here. The next thing I want to do here is I just want to create the second menu, which is going to be for the admin. So I'll just duplicate this guy very quickly, or I think I can leave that for now since I'm not working on the admin now. So let me just leave that for now. So I'll just leave only shop. Now in this header right, That's where I'm going to create the other menu. So if you come here, you'll see that we have login, register, cart. Although when the user logs in, they will not have the my order menu tab. So I just want you to know that we have at least 3 here. So now let's come back here and let's proceed. So I'll just do like so, and then I'm just going to come here. So for that, we're going to have a span. So let's put a span, and this span, let me just tab it first. It's going to have a class name of style.links. So links plural. Okay, great. So now inside of the span, I'm just going to have my link tab. So link, and it's going to say to. Now this one is going to go to login. So let's just say login like so, and of course the text inside of it will say login. So that's the first. So we're going to have login, and you know what, if we're on login, I think it should be nav link, not just link. So nav link. Okay, so that's correct. All right, so that's the first. Now remember, this is our class name, so let me just grab this class name, just grab it, and then I'm just going to slot it inside here as well. So paste that in. Great. So you see, that's the first. Now let me create another nav link, and this is going to say register. So let's do that. And of course it's also going to link to register, but small letter. Okay, so that's one. Then the last thing we have is the cart. So now we're going to systematically create the cart. I think we should just create my order since we're here. So let me just create the order. So I'll come here and duplicate this guy, and then I'm just going to say order by order, and this is going to go to order history. Okay, so that's about it for the menu. So the next thing we want to create is the cart. So if you come here and look at the finished product, you see that we have this cart text and then the icon just here like that. So that's what I want us to create. But first, I think we should even save and see what we are building. So let's save that and see. So you see, we have the login, register, my order, but the shop doesn't seem to be showing. So let me just take a second look at what we have there and see why the shop isn't showing. So we have the unordered list item. Oh, we did not add the text. So if you come here, you see we forgot to add the shop text. If you save that, then let me expand this guy. Okay, so you see here we now have shop, and it's very small. So let me look at it one more time, and nav link. Okay, so the nav link is supposed to have a closing tag. This is just the opening tag. So allow me to just grab the closing tag and paste that in. Okay, so nav link, and of course we need to remove this one here and then save, and that should just fix the error. I don't like making errors like this. So you see it's bigger now. Great. So the next thing we need to do is to build out the cart button. Let me see if we have enough time. So I think we're at 9 minutes. Okay, so I think in the next video we're going to build out the cart menu item. See you there. Okay, so now let's focus on building the cart icon. So if you come here, let me see if I can shrink it a bit more. Okay, so you see we have this cart, and then there's this icon. This icon actually comes from React icon. So let me show you by just replacing this one. I'll say React icons. Okay, that's fine. And you see here that we have a group of icons. So if you just search for cart, then you see we have all sorts of shopping carts. Now I know I use FA, that's Font Awesome, so you just have to search for Font Awesome shopping cart, but you can actually use any one you want. Okay, let me just be specific and say Control Find and FA shopping cart. So this is it. This is the one I use, Font Awesome shopping cart. Great. So now let's proceed with our work, and so that we can make progress. So what I'm going to do is, after in this from here, in this div with the class of header right, we have a span. If you click on that span, you see where it ends. So just come below that span and just add cart. Now we've not created this cart variable, but we're going to create it. So let's just go up, just like we did for this logo. That's the same thing we're doing for the cart. So I'm just gonna come within above this return statement, yeah, because I'll just come here and then I'll say const cart. That's going to be equal to, let's just open that up, and my cart is just going to be here. So how do you want to create the cart? Well, I want to create a span. So tap that, and let's give this span a class name of cart. So styles.cart. And then inside of that, we're just going to have a link, because the cart is still going to go to a specific page. So it's going to link to /cart. Yeah. Now, if you know what's happening here, right, you can actually remove these curly braces and it's just going to be fine. But because Visual Studio Code automatically adds the curly brace, that's why I just leave it, but you can remove it. All right, so it's going to link to this text called cart, and down here, sorry, we're now going to add the shopping cart icon. So if you come here, all you just need to do is click on this guy, and this is probably the first and last time I'll be coming here since I already have the icons, but I just want to show you. I'll click on this guy and then I'll just paste it in, but you know, you need to wrap it around your opening and closing tag. I'll define a size for it, and I'll say that I want the size to be 20. So 20. Now we need to import this. Let me see if I can auto import it. So I can't. So let me show you how to auto import it. You just come here and you say import, and then you put the name there and you say from React icons. So this is it here, and these first two letters here, you're going to say /FA. That's font awesome. So it needs to correspond to these first two letters. You know, this is camel casing. So that's how you import it. Now, after you do that, you come to the card. There's one more item you need to do, and that's just a paragraph. And in this paragraph, we're just going to have a fixed cart count of 0. So that's our cart. If you go ahead and save, fingers crossed, let's come here and see if everything works out fine. And voila. So you see here we have our cart and everything is in order. So for now, I think that's about it for, okay, in the next video, we're now going to work on the responsiveness of our menu, because currently this menu is not responsive. Meanwhile, if you come here and you shrink this guy up, you see that the menu becomes responsive. So we're just going to work on this in the next video. See you there. All right, my friends. So now let's work on making this menu responsive. So the first thing I want to do is I want to create a state, right? So let me just come here and I'll just, okay, I think I can collapse this, and I'll create a state. I'll call that show menu. So let me just use a use state snippet, and I'll say show menu, and let's make this capital letter, and then it's going to be a boolean, which will be false initially. So that's it. Now don't forget to import your use state from React. So you see it's imported, which is fine. Now I'll create two functions. One of them will be to toggle the menu, the other will be to hide the menu. So I'll just come here, I'll say const, okay, maybe I can just use my shortcut. I'll say arrow function. I think I have that shortcut. Good. Now this is toggle menu, and then the other one is, okay, maybe I should just say Control Z and create the toggle menu first. And what basically this will just set show menu to the opposite of what it is. So show menu, like so. Now I can duplicate this guy and I can just make this second one hide menu. So hide menu, and then this will always set it to false, like so. So we have the two functions that we need when it comes to either toggling the menu or hiding the menu. Okay, now let's go ahead into the code and let's have some logic in the code. So the first thing is, let me come to the finished project and let me just follow the finished project so that you can understand everything that is going on. So look at this. We first have this icon here, right? When it's in the mobile menu with, this is like a, you know, 3 lines. So let's just set that first. So let's head over to our code and let's just scroll down to, I think, the bottom of the nav itself. So where's the nav? This is the nav. Okay, so after the nav, I'm just going to come down here and create another div. So div, and this div is going to have a class name of menu icon. So I'll just say styles dot menu hyphen icon. So good. Now inside this menu icon, remember what we have. We have this cart, and then we have the hamburger menu icon. So first off, I'm just going to reference my cart. So you see why it was important that we put the cart into its own thing. Then for the menu icon, I'm just going to copy and just paste it in. So you can do the same, or you can just use any hamburger icon you want from Font Awesome Icon. So if you look here, basically what we have here is that we just have this menu, this icon rather. It has a size of 28, and we set the onClick to the function we created, which is toggle menu. So let me make sure we import this guy. So I'm just going to come up here, and I'll duplicate this guy to import the icon. This is going to be HI. So I'm just going to change the FA to HI. So that's how you import it. So if you go ahead and save, then we look at the project we are currently working on, we should be able to see that hamburger icon right now. Voila. So you see, so we have that here. So let's come back here and let's see what we have. So when you click on this hamburger icon, what happens? So you see, we have the menu displayed here like this, and then we have some kind of, almost transparent background here. So but if you click on this transparent background, it also hides the menu. If you click on the X icon, it also hides the menu. So it's calling the hide menu function. So maybe we should start by creating this transparent background, and then we'll now create the rest here. So I'll do that first. So let me come back to our code, and then I'm just going to start from my top here. So we have the logo. This is the nav. So let's start from the nav. I'll just give a space, and in the nav, I'm going to give this nav a class name, because now we want to factor in the what's it called, the mobile menu. So my class name for my nav, I'm going to make it variable. So here I'll say if show menu is equal to true, then I want it to have a particular class. Now let me use my backticks. So let's just do this, and then I'll just say styles dot. So because it has a hyphen, I'm not going to have any dots. So I'll just say I want it to have a class of show menu. So let's like this, and show hyphen menu. Okay, so I'm going to come out here and say else, and then I'll just have the backticks again. You know what? I can just copy it like this, and then I'll just slot that in here. Else, I want it to have a class of hide menu. So you see, it's just a ternary operator. We said that if show menu is equal to true, set the class name on the nav to show menu. Else, set the class name on the nav to hide menu. That's just basically what we did. So that's the first. Now, what we want to do next is let's create that transparent background. So you see this transparent background here, we're going to create it next. So to do that, I'll just come here after my nav, this opening tag of my nav. I'm just going to come to the next line like so, and then I'm just going to create a div. So div, it's an empty div, by the way, so let me not even put anything inside, but it's going to have a class name which is going to be also dynamic. All right, so you know what, let me just copy all of this statement and just modify. So I'll just copy this statement, and then we're just going to modify it here. So paste that in. Okay, now let's, okay, I think I did not copy something correctly. Control Z. Let's be sure we copied it correctly. I think it ends class name. Okay, it ends here if I'm correct. So let's just slot that in here. Good. Now for this div, this inner div, we're going to say that if show menu is equal to true, the first thing is we want the class to be styles dot, I'm going to change this to nav wrapper. So let's change this show menu to nav wrapper. So that's the first, nav hyphen wrapper. But I also want it to have another class, so not just nav wrapper. So what am I going to do? Well, I'm just going to create inside of this backticks, I'm just going to create another variable holder like this, yeah, using that string interpolation syntax. And I'm going to say that I want it to have styles, that's styles, and then this one is going to say show nav wrapper. So show hyphen nav hyphen wrapper. And remember, we've created all these styles before. Okay, so else, I'm just going to set the else part to nav wrapper. So basically what is unique in this div is that when show menu is active, it's going to have this additional show nav wrapper class. That's all. Else it will just have the regular nav wrapper. All right, so that's then also for this guy here, we're going to set an on click that will hide the menu. So I'll say on click, and I'll say when the shadow is clicked, I want to hide the menu, which should be hide menu, like so. Good. So that's it. Then what else do we do? So I'm going to come here. I think I'll show you. I'll come here, and if you notice something, you will notice that when this mobile menu is active, we have the logo and this X icon just above the menu. So there's a logo and then there's the X icon. So now let's actually do that. So I'm going to come inside of my unordered list. Where is my unordered list? Okay, yeah, so this is my unordered list right here. So I'll come inside of the unordered list and I'll create a list item. So li, and this list item is supposed to contain the logo and that X icon, this very one. Okay, so how do we go about that? So first off, I'm going to give this list item a class name of, so this is going to be styles dot mobile menu, sorry, logo hyphen mobile rather, because it's going to display the logo when we are on mobile. Okay, so that's one. So now the first thing is let's display the logo. So I'll come here, and remember we put the logo inside the variable. Let me remind you, just in case you forgot, this is the logo here. Shrink it up, and I'll come back here, and where are we? Yeah, so I'll just say logo. So that's the first. So the next thing we need to do is to add the X icon, which is going to be from React icons. So I'll just paste that in to save time, and it's a font awesome icon. Look at the property, it has a size of 22, the color is white, and on click it's going to hide the menu. So let's try and import this. Okay, now we can auto import this. So I've imported it from font awesome icon, and I don't think there's any other thing I need to do, but let me just save this file and let's see the finished product and see if we got everything correctly. So I would go ahead and click on this guy. Okay, I don't think it has finished loading. So I'll click on this guy. Oh, okay, and it's actually not responding, and it's compiled successfully. So let me see if, okay, so apparently there was just a typographical error with our class name. This should be show nav instead of show menu. So I should say show nav, nav, and here I'm just going to say hide nav, like so, and then let's just go ahead and save that, and that should solve the problem. So it was just a thing with the naming of the class. So if you click here, you should see that we now have all of these guys here, and then this closes it up, this also closes it up. So we're good to go. So in the next video, we're going to continue building the home page. All right, see you in the next one then. All right, so now I would like us to build out the footer, right? So we built the header, we'll build the footer, then we'll now build all the components of the home page. And that's because the header and the footer is going to be common to all pages. So for us to do that, let's come over here, and I'm just going to do, okay, we already have this footer folder. So inside of it, I'll create my footer.js like so. Then I will just drag in my, okay, let me just do RAFCE to create that barebone component. Then I'll just drag in my CSS file. You know where to find the CSS. Everything is in that repository that I showed you earlier. Okay, so this is it, footer. And the first thing is let's import SCSS file for the footer. So it's just going to say import styles. I think I have that. Okay, so import styles from / footer. Great. Now for the footer is really simple. Let me show you what the footer looks like. So this is what the footer looks like. This guy here is the footer we're talking about. This is the footer links, or the links associated with the footer, while this is the main footer. So basically what we want to do is we just want to come here, and let me get rid of this guy, and here I'll just give this guy a class name of footer. So styles.footer. Make sure you type that out well, and inside of that we are going to have this and this copyright symbol, and then this text. So that's it. I think I can even copy the text. Okay, so copy that, and then inside of here I'll just use my HTML entity, I think it's and copy. I'm not wrong. Copy, and then you just close that. Yeah, that's it. And then we're just going to have this year variable, which I've not created, and then we'll have some text that says that. So for us to put the year, let's just use JavaScript to get out the year. So I'll say const, let's have the date object, which is going to be equal to new date. Okay, then we can now see year, and that's going to be equal to date dot, remember the method to get the full year, so get full year. This is it right here. Okay, so that's it. So I'll just reference my year at this point, and I'll save. Go ahead and save, and let's come and see the finished product here. Oh, okay, so we've created the component, but we've not referenced it in our app. So what I'm going to do is I'll come to my app.js file, and just like we put the header at the top here, I'll go below the route and I'll reference the footer and close that. Now make sure you import it, so I'll auto import that, and then I'll go ahead and save, and now we should be able to see that here, somewhere here. Voila. So you see, so we have copyright 2023, all right, reserved. Oh, sorry, so I need to get rid of the text that says 2023, because I'm using JavaScript to get out the date or the year from the user's browser. So that's about it for the footer. Yeah, so in the next one we're now going to start building out the slider. So from top to bottom we'll start with the slider. All right, I'll see you there. All right, so now the next thing we have on our list is to build out the slider. Since we have the header, we have the footer, what we have next is this elegant looking slider, and that's what we're going to build. So first off, I'm going to create a component. It's going to be a component, and I'll create a folder and call that slider, and then inside of that I'm just going to create the slider.js file, and then we're just going to have the slider.css file as well. Now for the slider, we're going to have a file that I'm going to name slider data, but first let me just bring in the CSS for the slider. And remember, you have access to all the CSS in our styles repository. So now you may be wondering why what I'm bringing in here is slider.scss instead of slider.module.scss. So apparently I'm not perfect. I'm kind of lazy sometimes, so I just say let me just use SCSS, but you just know the principles for using CSS modules. Okay, so whether I'm using CSS modules or I'm just using a regular SCSS file, everything is fine, everything works. Okay, so next I'm going to bring in the slider data. Let me just drop that here. So let's start by analyzing the slider data. So if you look at this slider data, we have this array, slider data array, that has an image property. Sorry, that has this object that has an image property, a heading, and a description. So that's it. So you can add as many slides as you want. Each of these objects represents the slide. Now these images you see here, or these links you see here to the images are stored on this website imgbb.com. So if you want to store your images for and have those images hosted on this platform, they have a free plan, but you can also buy a pro plan with them, but I'm just using it for free. Okay, so I actually recommend you put your own images in your own account, and then just go on with the project. So let's continue. So I have, let me come back here. So I have this slider data array which we're going to work with. Now I'm going to come to the home page, and then I'm just going to reference the slider so that we can see what we're building, right? So here, instead of saying home page, the first thing we have is actually the slider. So I'll come here, I'll delete this, I'll make this a fragment, and then here I'm just going to say slider. Let's close that up and import it. So okay, why is it not auto importing? Let's see. Oh, I've not created the component. So RAFCE to create a slider component. I'll save that, and now I should be able to import it. So I'm pressing Ctrl and space bar to auto import that guy there. So if you go ahead and save, then we should be able to see, look at the small text here, slider. So let's actually start making progress. So in my slider.js, I think I can close this one and this one and even this one so that we don't have so much clutter. So in my slider.js file, this is where everything starts. So let's start by creating, okay, let me just delete this guy. Let's start with the JSX. I think the JSX, starting with the JSX is fine. So we're going to give this a class name of slider. And this is probably why I just use SCSS for this tutorial. If I wanted to use CSS modules, remember I would need to do styles.slider. Okay, now SCSS is better if you're building a production website, yeah, but this is just for purpose of learning, for purpose of tutorial. Hence I just felt like, okay, let me save myself some time and just use SCSS. So you're going to find some files that I use SCSS, okay, but it still works. So now if you look at the slider in the finished project, you will see that first off we have these two icons, these ones here, that's when you hover on them, they change color to white. Those are the first things we're going to put, those two icons. So because I already have the icons here, I'm just going to copy those icons and I will just slot them in there like that. Now of course it's going to show these red lines because I also need to import it from Font Awesome. So let me quickly do that. Let me just copy that, save time. So I'm just going to import it here, and you see, so now the only issues we're having here is this on click function that is supposed to go call this previous slide function and the next slide function. So you know what I can do? What I can do is I can just create two arrow functions. So arrow function, and this first one is going to say prev slide, and then I can just duplicate it, and then this one will say next slide. Okay, so just by creating these two functions, just naming them, I am able to get rid of the errors here, okay, which is fine. Now let me save that and even see what it looks like first. So we should just see some icons here. Voila, so you see we just have the two arrow icons here. So let's proceed. We're making progress. Now the next thing on our slider is the image, and then background image, and then this guy here in the middle, this text with this animation. So let's come and let's just do that. So but for us to do that, we're going to need to import this our slider data, this guy here. We're going to need to reference it in our slider.js. Okay, so the way we do that is I'm just going to come here and say let me go to the top, and I'll just say slider data. Okay, so All right, so you see, so I've imported slider data from where it's located. So now I can make reference to it inside of my project. So now let's proceed by coming in here, and then I'll just come below this guy. I'll create my curly braces, and I want to map through the slider data. So here I'll say slider. Okay, you know what, let me just put it on one line so that you can see exactly. So I'll say slider data dot map, and then let's just do like this. Now I'm going to represent each object inside the slider data as a slide. Then I also need the index. All right, now let's do like so. Use our arrow function to open it up, and the first thing I want to do is I want to destructure the properties, each of these properties from the slide. So image, heading, description, just so that it's easier. So I'll say const, and I need the image, the heading, and description. So those three properties, I'm destructuring it from the slide. So that's going to be equal to slide. Okay, now let's continue. I'm going to come down, take it a step down. So, and let's have our return statement. So here I'll say return. Let's open that up. I can just do like this and open that up. Now inside this return statement, I'm just going to return a div. So let's do that. Tab. Okay, and this div is going to have, first of all, it's going to have a key. So remember, whenever you're mapping or creating a list in React, you need to give it a key, and that key is just going to be easily our index, because the index is going to be unique. All right, so that's the first. Then it's going to have a class name. Now that class name is going to be a variable. It's not just going to be one name, it's going to be a variable name. So for me to continue this part of the project, I need to create a state. So I'm going to come inside my slider here, and I'll just say use state. Okay, so let me use a snippet, and I'll call this state current slide. And then of course let's capitalize the second one to set current slide, and current slide initially should be 0. Then let's import use state from React. Okay, so that's the variable that we're going to need to monitor which slide is currently being displayed on the screen. Okay, now I'm now going to come here. Okay, so here, so for my class name, so let's say class name. Good. Now this class name, like I said, it's going to be depending on something. So I'll say for this class name, I'll say if the index, which is this index we're getting from here, if it is equal to the, sorry, that should be triple equals, if it's equal to the current slide. The index is also a number. Index is 0, 1, 2, like that. The current slide starts from 0. So I'm saying that if the index is equal to the current slide, then I want this to have a class name of something else. I want it to have a class name of something else. Okay, so you see, this is ternary operator we're using here. So the first one is I want it to have a class name of slide and current. Then here I just say slide. So that's it. All right, now let's come in here and let's have the contents of this div. So it's also going to be a variable. So let's have our curly braces, and here I'll say that, look, if the index is equal to the current slide, then I want to display something. So just open that up, and here we're just going to now display the contents of this slide. So things like the background image and this animation here. Okay, this is where it's going to come in. So let me just open a fragment, and then inside this fragment I'm just going to now display what I want to display. All right, so let's have some space. So the first thing is we're going to have this background image, right? So here I'll come here and say img let's create that. What is going to be the source for our img? In other words, where is our image coming from? Well, it's just going to point to this image. You know, we mapped through the slider data and we said that we destructure the image heading and description. So here we're now referencing the image that we get inside of the slide object. So I'll say image. Okay, then for the alt, well, you can just say anything. Maybe I'll just say slide, something like that. So that's the first. Now after the image, what do we have? We have this box that has this text and then this animation by the side. Yeah, for you see these 4 lines. Exactly, that's what we're going to do next. So I'm going to come down here, and for this particular box I'll create a div with a class of content, because it's just going to be like the content of, you know, of the slide. So I'll say content, and then this content is going to represent this box. Around this content we have these 4 lines, that are moving. So let's create the lines. I'll create a span with a class name of span1. Okay, so you see that's 1 line. So now let's create the other line. So 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to change this to span 2, span 3, and span 4. So that's the 4 lines that will be around this box. So you see that we are just going systematically, step by step. So after you've created the 4 spans, what's next? We have this text here, this big text, hot gadgets. Okay, so let's come down below the span. I'll create a h2, sorry, and that h2 is going to point to the heading, this one here. So let's come down here and reference it, heading. Okay, so that's 1. What do we have next? So let's just follow it systematically. We have this text, this line, and then the button. I'll come here and so that we can create it. So for the text, we'll put it inside the paragraph, and then we'll just say, we'll reference the description, and then what do we have next? We have a line, so that's just going to be a horizontal rule. Then lastly we have a button, so button, and the button is going to have a class name of --btn, and this class name is coming from our index.css file. But let me just finish it first. It's also going to have a class name of --btn-primary. Then I think that's it. Okay, so the button will say shop now. Okay, now before I save this file, I want to show you where this styles is coming from. I think I missed showing you that in the beginning. So if you open the index.css file in the front end folder, you'll see that we already have some predefined styles. These predefined styles I just created and I use for my project. So if you see, you will see here that we have some styles like that, and like that. So let me just search for button --btn. So you see I already created some styles that I use for almost all my React projects, and this is part of the reasons why you don't see me very big on using CSS frameworks, because I already have something that works for me and makes my work faster. Okay, so let's continue. I'll close that up, and this is it. Okay, so now for this button, when you click on this button, I want to be able to go to the shop page. Yeah, so for that to work, or for that to happen, I need to import use navigate. So I'll say let me just import it first. So use navigate, I'll import it, so that's it. Then I'll put it inside a variable. So here I'll say const, I'll call that variable navigate, and that's going to be equal to use navigate. Okay, so now on this button I can now set an on click on the button. I'll say on click, and that's, I'll now, inside this guy here, I'll now say I want to call a function that will navigate to a specific page, and the name of that page is shop. So that's it. All right, so I think right now we can go ahead and save. Now of course you don't expect that everything will be very nice, because we've not added the functionality. So you see it's just, you know, scattered and stuff. but no problems. In the next video, we're going to add all of the functionality to change the slide and stuff like that, and you see that everything will take shape. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's build out the logic for the slider. And there's just one thing we needed to actually do to make this slider look a little bit presentable, and that is to add our CSS file. So if I import my CSS file and save, that will make our slider a little bit presentable. So you see, we just have it here and the animation is fine, but of course nothing works, so we can't change slides or anything like that. So now let's add the logic for slider. So the first thing we created was this guy here, which is the current slide state. We're not using it to do anything yet, so let's just continue. So now next I'm going to create a variable. I'll call that variable slide length. Is that correct? Okay, so that's correct, slide length. And that's just going to look at the number of objects inside of our slider data. So here I'm just going to say slider data dot length. All right, so that's simple as that. Next, I am going to create some other variables. So the first is, I'll call it auto scroll, and I'll set that to be equal to true. And basically what we're doing here is that we want the slide to have this functionality where after every maybe 3 or 5 seconds the slide will change. So that's auto scroll effect. That's what we created this variable to hold, right? Then I'll now name two other variables. So the first one is, I'll say let, and remember when we use let, when we want the value of the variable we are naming to be able to change later. So here I'll say let slide interval. So I'll just name it. That's all I'm going to do here. Then next I will create another variable. I'll call that variable let, anyway I can call this const anyway, so const, and then I'll say interval time, and that's going to be equal to 5000. So basically this interval time is just saying that after every 5000 milliseconds, which is equals to 5 seconds, we want the slide to change. That's all it says here. Okay, great. So now let's create the first function, which is the, I think I should create next slide first. So let's do next slide. So to make it such that when you click on this button it goes to the next slide, first of all we just say set current slide. Yeah, and what do we want to set the current slide to? Well, ideally we should just say current slide plus 1. So if I come here, set current slide, I should just say current slide plus 1, and that should be fine. And I think we can actually test it. So if you save that and you come to the the project we're currently working on, which is this one, and you click on this guy, it should just move to the next slide. So if I click here, it moves to the next slide. I click here, it moves to the next slide. Of course this one doesn't do anything yet. I click here, it moves to the next slide. But what happens when we get to the last slide? Then there's nothing to go to. So watch what happens. So I'll click here, and then, so you see we don't have anything. So there's a problem. We need to handle the logic for when we get to the last slide. All right, so instead of just saying current slide plus 1, which is not accurate, so let's modify this. So I'll say that if the current slide is equal to this slide length, so the length of the slide, and remember the length of the slide starts from 0 because an array starts from 0. Arrays are 0 base, so 0, 1, 2 like that. So what I need to do here is I need to say slide length minus 1, factoring in the fact that the array starts from 0. Okay, so I'll say if current slide is equal to slide length minus 1, right? Then I want to do something. So what this means is that if we've gotten to the last slide, then set the current slide to 0. If we've not gotten to the last slide, then add one number to the current slide. That's basically what we just did here. So now if you go ahead and save and come back here, I may need to refresh this page. Then you'll see that we're able to change it. So if you come here, if you get to the last slide, so you see it will go to the first. So this is the first. Yeah, so that works. Now we can apply the same logic for the previous slide functionality. So if you come here for the previous slide, just paste that in and then we'll just modify. So I'll say that if the current slide, instead of saying slide length plus 1, I'll say if the current slide is equal to 0. In other words, if we're in the very first slide, then what I want you to do is, okay, you know what, let me just make this thing clean and just remove everything and just type it out. So I'll say if we're in the very first slide and the user clicks on this previous icon, I want you to go to the last slide. Are you with me? So for us to do that, I'll say slide length, and I'll just remove 1, so minus 1. Else, I want you to say current slide minus 1, so just subtract 1. Current slide and minus 1. So you may need to just look at this thing closely for you to fully internalize the logic, right? So but if you come here now and you click on this guy, if I saved it or I have not, so if you save that and you come here, you click on this guy, you see, and when it gets to the very first slide, it will just switch. So you see it has switched to the last. So that's it. Now the next functionality we need to have is to create an auto scroll effect. So what I'll do is, before I create the auto scroll effect, I'll say that whenever you land on this page, I want to set the current slide to 0. So for us to do that, I'm going to have a use effect that will not fire up just once, so leave the dependency array empty, and I'll say that I want to set current slide to 0. So anytime this page loads, the current slide will be set to 0. So that's what we wanted to achieve there, and we've done that. Now let's go ahead and create the function that we auto scroll our auto scroll our slides. Okay, so I'll create another use effect. So maybe I should just duplicate this one like so. Good. And here, of course, I'm not working with this, so let me remove this. So I'll say that if auto scroll is equal to true, then I want to do something. Now where is this auto scroll coming from? It's coming from this variable that we set here. So you remember we created these 3 variables, we've not used them, now we want to use them. So I'll say if auto scroll is equal to true, then I want to now create a function that we auto scroll the slide. So here inside of this guy here, I'll say const auto, and that's just going to be an arrow function is equal to, let's use an arrow function and open that up. Now inside of this, now I will now create the function to auto slide. So here I'll say slide interval. Remember we created this slide interval variable here, but we didn't do anything with it, we just defined it. So now I'll now say slide interval should now be equal to, and then I'll just use the set interval method. Remember, the set interval method in JavaScript is a method that does something repetitively for every interval you set. So if you say every 5 seconds I want you to do something, that's it basically. So I'll say set interval, and for this set interval now I want it to call the function to go to the next slide and I wanted to call it every, so here I could have said 5,000 seconds, which is 5 seconds, but I set that inside a variable so that we can easily change it. Yeah, but you don't need to. Okay, so I just put it inside a variable, and then I'll just say interval time. Okay, so that's one, that's the function. Then I will now call this auto function I just created. So I'll say auto, and then I'll call it. Good. Then remember, for whenever we're using this set interval method, it's always good to have a cleanup inside of your use effect, right? So you don't have memory leaks and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is I'll just have a return statement, and then I'll just clean up. So let's add the cleanup. The return, what am I doing here? Okay, that's going to be equal to, and then I'll just clear the interval. So we're going to say clear interval, and then what do we want to clear? Well, we want to clear this slide interval. Copy that and then slot that in here. Okay, so now this use effect, I want it to have some dependency arrays, some items in the dependency array here. So the first thing is that I want it to watch for the current slide. I also want it to watch out for the interval time. Then I also want it to watch out for the auto scroll. Of course, let's just go ahead and save, and now we can easily come here and see. So let's count. So you see 2, 3, 4, 5. Next slide, like that too. So the idea is whenever you also click on this guy, right, it will also work and it will change the slide. And if you change the slide, no matter how many times you change the slide, it will now restart counting for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, to switch the slide again. So that's where this cleanup effect comes here. This clear interval cleanup that we added here. Now, of course, I know you may notice these yellow lines, right? I've read it, and we don't need to actually put all of this inside a state, like a use state variable and all of that. I don't want to do that, so I just created it in-house because I'm not using the slider any other place but in the home page. So you can ignore this if you wish, or you can just create a variable that you can just put this interval time inside the variable. So let's proceed to the next part of the project, which is this section here. All right, so I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so we're going to build this next section, which kind of, I will not call it a feature section per se, but it kind of gives us just a little bit of information about some things that apply to our store, like free shipping, secure payment, quality products, 24/7 support. So it's just like an information box kind of, and it's only used on the home page, right? So just see the way I actually structure this out. Let me close this guy, and I think I need to open my home page here. So let me show you how I structure it out. So inside of this home page folder, I'm just going to create the home info box. All right, let me show you. I'll just create a new file, and then I'll say home info box.js. Now, of course, this home is going to have a CSS file, and I'm just going to bring that in. So let me just bring that in. So yeah, so we have that here. Now, this is like my own style of doing things. Some people will say, oh, if it's not a page, then let it be in the components folder. But because I kind of want things to be together, and this home info box is actually specific to the home page, that's why I decided to put it here. So it's my style. I like it. It works for me. If you feel like, oh, you need to put it in the components folder because it's not a page, please feel free to go ahead and do what you prefer. There's no hard and fast route in programming. Yeah. All right, so now let me create array fce to create a barebone component, and then I'm just going to go ahead and save that. And in my home.js file, by the way, I'm going to import my css file. So import the css file like so. Yeah, so it's just a css file, and you know where to find it. Yeah. All right, so now what we're going to do inside of the home page, I'm going to just come below my slider and I'll create a section like so, and let's create a div with a class of container. Okay, now inside of this container is where I will now reference my home info box, then close that and save. So if you come to the finished project, you should see just a small text. So you see home info box. Great. So now we can go ahead and style the home info box. Now for this home info box, this guy here, there is an array we need. So you see this finished project, these guys here, we put the information inside an array, and I'll just call that array data. Let me show you where you can find it. So if you go to the styles, you will see that I've made available to you the home infobox.js file. So if you open that, you will see we also have the array right there. So maybe I'll just copy it from here so you can see what I am doing. So if you scroll down, you see we have this. Okay, we have this data array. So look at it. I'll just grab it like so and copy that. Okay, so you have access to it. Now let me come back here and so that I can continue, and I'm just going to put it outside here like that. So what do we have here? Basically we just have the icon, a heading, and some text, which is exactly what we have here. So icon, heading, text. Good. Now allow me to import this icon. So I'll do control and space bar to see if I can auto import it, and I can. So I'll do the first one. You see it has been imported here. I'll do the second one. Okay, so I can't auto import this second one, and I don't really know why some icons auto import and some don't, but I can just do it manually and just change this to BS. So BS, which is these first two letters. Then let's import the next one, BS, and this one should auto import, I think. Yeah, so then this last one is also BS. All right, so we've auto imported the 4 icons that we need for this particular project. Now let's go inside the JSX and let's do our work. So I'll remove this guy and I'll give this guy a class name. And believe me, the fact that it's easier to write regular class name for SCSS files is basically why sometimes I don't use CSS modules when I'm doing tutorials. I teach it like I always try to show people, but I mean it's just faster and easier for me to just write info boxes, you know. So info boxes, and then I'm just going to use my utility class of margin bottom of 2rem. So that's it. Now and my utility classes are coming from my index.css file. You can check it out. Now inside here, I'm now going to map through this data array. Okay, I'll come here and say data.map. Let's open that up. I'm going to represent every object as an item, and I'm also going to need the index because I'll use the index to create the key. So let's open that and let's just have a return statement like so. I'll just have a div, and that div will have a class name of info box, singular, info box. Okay, and what else do I need to do? Okay, so I need to have a key here. So key, and that's going to be set to the index, which is coming from this guy here. Okay, so we have 3 properties, which is the icon, heading, and text. So you can go ahead and actually destructure those 3 properties if you like. So let me just do that. So I'll say const, and I'll say icon, heading, and text. That's going to be equal to the item, this item we're getting from here. So now inside of this div, I can now reference all of those guys. So the first one I need is the icon. So I'll have a div with a class name of icon, and inside of this div is where I'll just point to my icon. So you see, very easy. Then next I will have another div, but this div now is going to have a class name of text. So let's make this text, and then let's just come down here. So the first thing we have is the heading, and that heading is supposed to be inside the h4. So heading, let me just create a h4 here, h4, tap that, and just bring this heading inside it. Ctrl X and slot that there. So we have the h4 heading, and then we just have a paragraph text. So P, and inside of that P, we're now going to have the text. So you see, now this paragraph, let's give it a class name, and I think my utility class can suffice. So I'll just say dash dash text sm, which is like small text. So just reduce it a little bit, and that's it. So now if you go ahead and save, and then you come to this guy, we should be able to see it render here. It's compiling, and just like that, we have all of that displayed here. So that's about it for creating the info boxes on the home page. Now in the next one, we're going to create the product carousel slider. And you may be asking, we don't have a product yet, but don't worry, we're just going to find a way around it for now. All right, I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's proceed in the course. I want to build this section next, but let me show you something. Let me draw something to your attention. So if you look at this guy here, you'll see that we have this like a header, latest products, and then there's this button that says shop now. If you scroll down after this category section, you'll see here we have mobile phones, and then the button says shop now. So already you are probably thinking that, okay, maybe this must be a component, this heading here must be a component, this page heading. So it's actually a component, and that's what we're going to build out right now. So this is the page heading component, and I'm just going to, so that we don't have so many files and stuff like that, I'm just going to put it inside of the home page. So watch what I'm going to do here. I'll come here and I'll say let me just create an arrow function, AF, the arrow function, and I'll call it page heading. So because if you want to create a component, you need to start with a capital letter, so page heading, like so. So that's it. And there are two things that will be what's it called, variable in this page heading component. So the first is the title, or sorry, the heading, and then what the button says. Or actually I just made the button shop now, but anyway, I made it a variable. So if you come here, we can say heading, that's one, and then I'll say btn text, so button text. All right, so let's open that up. Now what do we have here? Basically we have this text and a line under it, and then we have the button. So for that to happen, we need to come here and say, let's create a div. So returning the div, like so, open a fragment, and then just have a div inside. So that div is going to have a class name of flex between, and basically this is one of my utility classes. Whenever I want to do display flex, justify content space between, I just use this utility class of flex between. So I've created it in my index.css file. All right, now I will now first add the h2 tag, and that h2 tag will reference the heading. So that's one, and it needs to have a class name as well. So class name, and I'll use my utility class as well, and I'll just reduce the font width. So I'll say font width to make it thin. So that's what I did. Then lastly, I'm going to have a button. So let me come down here and say button, and it's going to have a class name of dash dash btn. See my utility classes helping me do stuff fast. Now inside here is where I'll now reference my btn text, like so. Then after that, under the button and the text, we now have our line, that's horizontal line. So basically I'll just use a div with a class name of dash dash hr. Now you may be wondering why I'm not using a hr tag. That's because sometimes the hr tag tends to misbehave. It may not span the whole length of your div. So I just created this guy to just make it easy for me. So now that I've created this guy, this page heading component, I can now reference it inside of, so I can even collapse it, funny enough, and reference it wherever I want. So after my home info box, I want to now reference my page heading component, like so. Now remember, it has a heading, and that heading here is going to say latest products. It's just a text. Is it latest product? I'm not sure, let me confirm. So latest product, and then we just have the button. So basically the button text will simply just say shop now. Yeah, so it will say shop now, but it can say whatever you want. So just go ahead and save that, and let's see if it works. So I'm going to come here, and as you can see, we have latest product shop now, and I don't think, what did we use? Okay, so we use this guy instead of that. So let's change that to shop now. Let's change it to the greater than symbol. So yeah, shop now, and then go ahead and save, and that should do it. Voila, so that's fine. So that's about it for the heading component. So in the next one, we're going to create the product carousel. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, my friends, so now I want us to proceed to build out the carousel, this very image, product image carousel slider. That's what I want us to build out now, and we're going to use a package to build it out. We've already installed all the package, don't forget. So the name of the package we need is React Multi Carousel. That's what we're going to use to build it out. And of course, you see that it has about 96,000 weekly downloads, right? So I usually don't use packages that does not have a strong community, either using it or building it out. But of course, you know, things can change. That's why I just want us to stay on, you know, the same version for our packages. All right, no problem. So you can go ahead and check out their, you know, documentation, but I already have it out, so I'll just proceed so that we can be fast. Now let's head over here like this. So in my work here, I'm going to create, okay, so I did that. In my work here, I'm going to create a folder inside of my components. So I'm going to call that folder carousel. So carousel, and it's going to have two files. So the first one is going to be carousel.js, not 2o but 1o. Okay, carousel, is that correctly spelled? I think so. Okay, then the second one is going to be carousel item.js. So let me create another one. So it's going to be carousel item.js. Then of course, don't forget, we're going to have our CSS file. So you know where to find the CSS file, but I'll just drag mine and drop it here. That's the CSS file. Then one more thing we're going to have, since we don't have any products in the database yet, remember these products are actually coming from our products database, but since we don't have any products in our database yet, I'm going to just use a local array of products. So, and that's going to be inside a file. So what I'm going to do is I'll just drag this data file and put it inside of my carousel folder. All right, So if I click on the data here, you see that first off we have this object that just has some properties to specify the responsiveness of our carousel. So you can feel free to check the documentation and see how you like to modify yours. Then we now have this array of product data that contains the some things about the product, and that's about it. So just go ahead and check the repository. You're going to find it, the styles repository, and you're going to find this there. And to be specific, I created a carousel folder in our styles. If you open that carousel folder, you're going to see the data.js file, which is what I just showed you here. So this is the data.js folder carousel. So I just wanted to point out that to you. So let's go ahead and create a carousel. So I'll say array fce, and then I'm just going to open that. Now to create the carousel, we first need to import two things. So if you come to the documentation, you see that you need to import these two guys for the carousel to work. So I'll come here and I'll just import them at the top there, and I'll change this to product carousel, because this carousel, you can't use the same name, right? So that's why I changed it to products carousel. So I'll just change this also to products carousel, and that's fine. Now I am also going to import my responsive. So if you come to the data, you'll see here that we created this guy called responsive. I'll come to carousel and I'll import it as well, responsive, and I think we should be able to auto import it. That's fine. So those are the things we need for the carousel to work. Now inside here, we are now going to reference our carousel component. So if you come to your documentation again, somewhere below you will see that, okay, so you see we have this carousel component with all of these plenty properties, but we don't need all the properties anyway. We just need some of them. So let's come here and let's just point to the reference the carousel, and then I'm just going to close that. Okay, so now I will now go ahead and add all of the let's say attributes that we need for this carousel to work. So I think to save time, yeah, I can just copy and paste them in, so that you just would then go through them. So this first one is called show dots. So if you come here, you see that at the bottom of the carousel, okay, I set it to false, so as is false, so you won't see anything. So but if you set it to true, at the bottom you're going to see some dots. Then responsive, we point to this responsive guy that we imported. What else? Autoplay, true. Infinite, true. That means the carousel will continue sliding till infinity. The autoplay speed is 3 seconds, so after every 3 seconds the carousel will slide. Custom transition, this is just CSS to make it smooth, 500 milliseconds and ease. Then the transition duration is 1000, which is 1 second. So that's just the properties we need, right? Now this carousel should actually have a opening and a closing tag. So let me add the closing tag like so. Okay, and I'll close that. And that is because I want this product carousel to have a child, and that is just going to be whatever products you want to display. So because we want to use this carousel in multiple places, so that's why we need to make the products a child. So product plural, so let's give it that prop, and we will now come here and reference the product. Okay, so you see, so that's basically how it works. Now we've been able to create this carousel, but the next thing we need to do is to now create the structure that this product, this carousel item would have. So this, everything you see here is the carousel, while this individual item is actually a carousel item. So in the next video we're going to create the carousel item. All right, I'll see you. All right, so now let's go ahead and create the carousel item component. So I think that's what we have here, carousel item, and let's just do RAFCE to. Okay, so first off, before I forget, let me import the carousel CSS file. All right, so that's it. And what else am I importing? I think I need the data file. No, I don't need the data file here. I just need to write the markup. So for the markup, I'm going to need to have access to some certain things. So let's create some props. And what are we going to need props? We're going to need props for like the image URL. So I'll say URL, the name of the product. We're going to need props for the price. And don't worry, we're going to modify this later, but I just want us to have a skeletal structure first. We're going to need the description of the product, and for now these are the things we are going to use. Later on we're going to add some other children props, okay, but for now let's just make do with these ones. Okay, great. Now let us create the markup. So first off, I'm going to give this div a class name of carousel item, and inside of this, first off, let's have a link. Now that link is going to go to, so I'll just say equals to, I'll just say product details for now, but later on we're going to modify it. But let's just say let's just say home page, and don't forget to import the link from React Router DOM. Okay, product -details. So later on we're going to modify it to the specific product. All right, so what's the first thing we have? We have the image. All right, so let's reference the image first. We're going to have an image tag, so image, and it's going to point to the URL. So that's going to be like the image URL. Then Auth will just say product. Then this image, we need to give it a class name so that it's properly styled. Now that class name is just going to be product image. So I'll just say product -2 image. And I think that's what I just used in the style. Maybe it was a typographical error that I forgot to change, but ideally I should have just said just one product image. You know what, let me just make sure that it's actually exists in my file here. Okay, so it does. All right, so you see I made a typographical mistake, but it's okay, it still works. All right, so let's move on. So after the image we have, let's see, the price, the name of the product, the description, and then the button. So let's just proceed in that order. So first off, I'll scroll down here after the image, and I'll just have a paragraph that is going to have a class name of price. Yeah, price. And inside here we're just going to have the price, and you know the price has to have a dollar, like a dollar sign. So what I'll do is I'll just have a backticks inside here. Then I will now use my string interpolation syntax. So see, this is the first dollar, and then this is the variable that will now point to price, like so. So that's it. Then after the price we have the name of the product, which is going to be h4, heading 4, and it's going to just say name. Then then lastly we have the description, which is going to be inside the paragraph. So I think I needed to put some margin at the bottom, so I said -- margin bottom. Then I just pointed to the description, DSC. Okay, description. Yeah. Now let me point out something to you. Okay, lastly we have the button, so let me not forget about the button. I'll come outside of this link and then I'm just gonna add a button. So button dot dash dash btn and then dash dash btn primary. So that will just give it that color of blue. So I think that's about it for the markup of this guy. And then the button is going to say add to cart, add to cart. All right. Now there's something I want to draw to your attention here. There are many products that has very long names as well as long description. Those are the two things I want to draw to your attention. Now what we did is that we created a function that can shorten the text to any number of characters we want. So for example, this heading here, the name rather, we set it to shorten to just 18 characters. So it will just append a dot 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 to indicate to the user that that text was shortened. All right, so we need to have that functionality in place so that we don't have wishy-washy markup. So what I'm going to do for that is let me see, what time do we have now? Okay, we have 6 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an index, a utils file inside of my source. So I'll just create a utils folder, and inside that I'll just have my index.js. So that's where I'll just create some functions that I would need in several places. Index.js, and this particular function that will shorten the text, I'm going to need it in a number of places, so that's why I'll put it there. Now I will not want to start creating the function from scratch. What I'll just do is I'll just slot it in here and tell you what it does. All right, I created this from scratch in my other React e-commerce and Firebase projects. So basically the name of the function is to shorten the text. We exported it and it takes two parameters. The text you want to shorten, sorry, two parameter, yeah, the text you want to shorten and how many characters you want to shorten it to. So here we're just checking for the text.length, and we said that if the text.length is greater than this parameter n, which represents the number of characters you want to shorten the text to, then shorten the text using the substring method. All right, so we're shortening the text to the number of characters we specify as an argument when we call this function, and then we are concatenating, so we are adding these three dots, or we are appending these three dots to the end of the shortened text. Lastly, we are returning the shortened text. So that's basically what we just did here. Okay, so just go ahead and have this function, or type out this function if you may. Then let me show you how we're going to apply it here. So for example, this name here, we are not just going to say name. So first off, let me import shorten text. Shorten text, and you see, so I'm importing it from utils, and here inside of this guy I will say shorten text. Then I will now bring in this name, so Ctrl X. Then I will now specify how many characters I want to shorten it to. So that's the whole idea. So for the name now, I want to shorten it to 18 characters, so 1 and 8. Then I'll do the same for the description. So let me just grab this name. I think I can grab it, Ctrl C, and then I'm just going to change that here. So I'll just change the name here to description, and I want to shorten the description to 26 characters. So you see, so that's the function. Now of course I can go ahead and save, and we can now use this in the home page. Yeah, because we've already spent like 9 minutes here or 10 minutes, I'm going to break this video into two, and we're going to now have the carousel displayed on the home page. All right, see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's work on displaying the carousel on the home page. So I'm going to come to my home page, which is, I think I can close some of these guys. Next.js can close. Okay, so let's just have it here. So I'll come to my home page, and first off I'll bring in my data, my product data, which is located in this file here. So remember, we have a carousel data and we have this product data here. So I'll bring it in. Let's come to the home page and then let's just see product data. So just import that because that's what we need. Then I will now come down inside of this component, this home component, and I'll just put it inside the variable name. I'll say product. Now I would have loved to say product like so, but I'm going to need this variable name later. So permit me to use 2s or 2s's, and I'll say that's going to be equal to product data dot map. So let's map through that, and I'll represent each as an item like so. Then maybe I should just have the index. So just all right, so now let's open that up like this and return some JSX. So okay, so I hope you also know that you don't need to always use this return statement. So another thing you can do is, instead of having this curly braces, you can just open up a bracket, and if you do it like this, the return statement will be implied. You don't need to now type return again. So I just want to point out that to you also. So for that, you can just have a D and tab that. Okay, so you see that works. Now this div needs a key, and the key, we're just going to specify the key to be the index, and you can also specify the key to be the item ID. So for example, I can say something like item.id because the ID is unique. All right, so in that case, you're not going to need this index anymore. You get? Now, so we have that surrounding div. Now inside that div, we're now going to have the carousel item component, carousel item. So let's also import that and close up. Now remember, this carousel item component has some props that we need to define. So URL, name, price, description, at least 4 of them. So let's come back here to the home page, and I'll start from the name, and I'll set the name to be the item.name. Then what else do we need? So let me just duplicate this a number of times. So we need the URL, which represents the image, and it's going to be item.image URL. Then we need the price. Come on, help me out. And that's also going to be item.price. Then lastly, we need the description. So I'll just do it together like so, and I'll say description. Good. So this is the product. Now let's reference it inside of this our home component. Remember, this is just like something we attach to this variable products. Now for us to point to it inside of our return statement, we just need to come inside here, and after the page heading, which ends here, I can just simply come down and reference the carousel. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to make reference to this product carousel component. Okay, so let's come here and I'll say product carousel, product carousel, and import that. Now remember, our product carousel has the product prop. So the product prop is what we've created here, right? This product with 2 S's. So I'll copy that, and then I'm just going to come here and reference my product prop, and that's going to be pointing to products, the one with 2 S, which is the one we created up there. Aha, so fingers crossed. Let's see if everything is in order. I'll go ahead and save this file, and Let it compile. So it's done compiling. I'll come to my original project, this one I'm working on, and scroll down, and as you can see, we have the images displayed here in this order. Oh, okay, something is wrong here because the button is supposed to like be the length of the container, which is like a block display. So let me just fix that. So I just need to come to my carousel item, and for the button I just need to add the btn hyphen block, and that should fix that, button size. Aha, so you see now we now have the button displayed in the block format. Of course, if you click here, you see that it moves to the next product and stuff like that. So that's about it for displaying our products carousel on the home page. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's work on the product category section. So you see these like different categories. We're just going to build that out very quickly. Now, like my other school of thought, these product categories is only used on home page. It's not used anywhere else throughout the project. So what I'm going to do is, so that the files are not too far from each other, I'm going to slot it inside of my home folder. So if I close this guy, okay, this is even component. So if I come here, you see home. Remember, we have the home info box. So I'm just going to, inside of home, I'll create a new file and I'll call it product category.js. Okay, and then I'm just going to do my array-fce to create that, and then I'll save. So now let me reference it in the home page so that at least what we are doing. So I'll come to my, close these guys that I'm not using. I'll come to my home page and I'll create another section because it's inside, it's in its own section. Look at it here. So I'll create another section just below this one. You know what, let me just duplicate this guy so that save time, and then I'll just make some changes. So I'm not going to need the heading and this carousel, so just get rid of them, and even the home info box, but essentially I need this. So we have that section, and we are going to give this a background. So this section now is going to have its own background. So let me give it a class name, and I'm going to use my utility classes of --bg hyphen gray. So that's the gray background. Then we're going to have a h4 tag that will say categories. Like so, and then after that we're now going to reference the product categories component. Product, yeah, so close that and then save, and let's see. So in this guy here we should see that we now have this. Yeah, so that's fine actually. And oh, okay, so h4 seems a bit small, so let's make it h3 and then save that, and then we should have it a little bit bigger. Fine. So next we need to now create this products categories component. So let's do that very quickly. I'll come here and I've created the barebone component. Now for the product categories, we're going to also have an array of like 3 items. So let me just copy that array and bring it in so that we can use, and don't forget, you know where to find files that will contain the array. So I'm just going to slot the array up here, and look at it, just categories, and then it has 3 items, which is great. All right, so let's proceed. I'm going to bring in the CSS file as well. So this product categories is going to have its own unique CSS file. So let me just drag that and slot that in here. Remember, you know where to find your own CSS file. So I'll come here and import that as well. Import // okay, so import the CSS file and we can proceed. So now before anything, I would like us to create the markup for this individual card that contains this product category. Yeah, So to do that, I'm going to create another component. I would just like to put it inside its own unique component. So just like we did before, I'll say const and I'll call it category, and that's going to be equal to, let's use an arrow function to open it up. Meanwhile, it's going to have a title and an image. Okay, so let's open that up like so, and we're just going to return something. So return the JSX. Good. Now to return the JSX, inside the JSX we're going to have a div with a class of category, because that's what it is. Then what do we have? So let's look at it. So we have the title, the image, and a button. So let's come here and say h3 for title, and we're just going to reference the title. Okay, then what else do we have? We have an image. So I made a mistake with the title spelling, title. So we have an image, so that's going to be img, and the source is going to be dynamic, and that's going to be image. Just say product, category, anything you like, so cat. Then lastly we're going to have a button, so button dot, it's just going to be dash dash btn, so 2 dashes, and then just tap that. Now the button is going to say shop now. So let me put it inside this guy and say shop now. Yeah, so that's the button. Now when you click on this button, I want to go to the shop page. So for me to do that, I need to bring in the use navigate. So I did it somewhere, I can't remember exactly where. Anyway, let me just do it here. It's not going to take so much time. So use navigate from React, Ctrl X, and then just reference it here as navigate. Navigate, that's going to be equal to use navigate. Aha, so on my button now, I can now add an on click on the button and say that anybody clicks on it, I want to navigate to somewhere. Where do I want to navigate to? The shop page. Okay. So that's it for the category. Now we're not going to map through this categories array and reference this category for each item in the categories array. For us to do that, we need to come to the products category proper, and let's give this a class name of categories plural. Categories. Yeah. So inside here we will just say categories dot map, and I'll represent every item as a cat. Then let's return, and what do I want to return? Well, I want to return a div, and that div is going to have a key, and the key is just going to be the cat.id. Remember, this array, we have an id, a title, and an image, so that's what I'm just referencing, the id. Now of course inside we'll now point to the category component we just created at the top, this one. And remember, the category component has two props, title prop and an image prop. So let's just reference that. So for that, I'll say title, and that's going to be equal to cat.title. Then I'll say image, and that's going to be equal to cat.image. So that's it basically. Now I can now go ahead and save, and then let's come to our finished project and see if we get what we want. Voila. So you see we have it displayed here looking very nice, and that's it for this one. Now there's one thing though, when we shrink this guy to the mobile width, you'll see that it stacks on top of each other, but we would like it to be centered. So for us to center this guy, all we just need to do is in this our return statement, this div here, we can just give it a class name of flex center. So that's part of my utility class center, and then save, and that should bring this guy to the middle. And yeah, so that's fine. All right, so that's about it for this one. In the next one, we're going to add the last carousel. So after the product categories component, we have another carousel that shows just the mobile phones. Now remember, we don't have products stored in our database yet. So what we're going to do is we're just going to display the carousel again and just change the heading to mobile phones. So let's just come to the home page and let's replicate this guy. So I'm just going to come and copy this section that contains the carousel, this very section here. I'll just copy it, and then I'm just going to slot it below this section. So paste that in, and I don't need InfoBox, so remove that. So this is gray, this is BG, not BT, BG gray. And okay, so here I'll change this to mobile phones, and then this is also okay. So that's it. So let's go ahead and save, and on the finished project we should just have an additional mobile phone. So that's it for this one. Now what we have next is the footer links, or maybe not footer links, but this section before the footer, and then we now have the footer links, and lastly we've created the footer before. So technically we just have these two sections, so we'll just build that in the next video. Alright, so now let's build the last section before we now start building the logic of our application. So what I kind of did was I just combined these two sections into one, and I just named it footer links because basically they just contain a lot of links. So links to your social media to make an inquiry, and then links on for various pages on your website. So what I got to do is I already have a footer component which is here. Now to just keep things a little bit arranged, I'll just slot in my footer link component here. So footer links like so .js, and then I'm just going to bring in, oh, did I created a folder? No, that's not what I want. I want to create a file. So delete. Okay, so I'm just going to say create a file rather and call it footerlinks.js. Now it's going to have a CSS file, and you know where to find that, but for me I'm just going to drag and drop my CSS file inside of the footer folder. So you see we now have the footer links and the CSS file. So for the I think it is, so let's just do rafce and create that. Don't forget to import your CSS file. So import, and it just help me footer links. Yeah, great. Then lastly, in the home.js file, you need to import the footer links. So here I'll just come after this section and I'll just say footer links, import that. Okay, then I'll close it up. Control Z, close it up like so. So go ahead and save, and somewhere here you should be able to see footer. So this is it. Okay, so now let's proceed to build out this stuff. So first off, what do we have? I'm going to come here, and I think I can close this up so we have space. So footer links, and Open that up. This is going to be a fragment, so let's make it a fragment. And the first section is just this top here, so let me kind of call it the contact links. So because we have all our social media, we have the link to make an inquiry, so I'll just call it contact. So here I'm just going to have a section and I'll give it the class name of contact hyphen section. Tap that, and inside that, what do we have? Well, first off, let's have a container and contacts. So inside that, first the first set of elements we have is the icons. Okay, so let's reference that. So I'll say dot contact icons. I think that should be icon. Then there are like 4 of them. So what I will do is I'll just make it easy by just copying and pasting them. So these are the 4 of them. Let me try to auto import them. So Facebook icon, I'll import that from React icon. Twitter, import that as well. Then we have Instagram. Then lastly we have YouTube. Okay, great. So those are the icons that we have. Then after this div containing the icons, we now have a heading. So h2, that's it here, heading that says let's talk. So let me help myself and just copy it and then slot it in here like so. Let's talk. Then lastly we now have this button, if you allow me, but I just made it a link, so let me just do an a tag. Now because most of these links are not going anywhere, that's why I used an a tag. If I was actually linking to a specific page, I'm going to use the link tag from React router DOM, but because I'm not going anywhere, I'm using an a tag. So I just want you to know that it's not as if, oh, I'm just using an a tag because that's the right thing to do. It's because I'm not linking to anywhere. And then the text says make an inquiry. So let's just grab that piece of text and then let's just say make an inquiry. Of course you don't want to leave this blank, so maybe I'll just say hash home, just so that it's not showing the yellow lines. And let's give this a class. So I'll say class name btn and btn hyphen dark. This is not my utility class, this is the class that is found in the footer links SCSS file. All right, so now I think for this first one we can go ahead and save, and we should be able to see the changes in. Aha, amazing. So now look at it, we've been able to create this first one here. Now the second one is for page links. So this page link here, let's just do that since we are still here. So let's create the last section, which is this guy at the bottom. So I'll come here, and below this first section I'll come and say another section, and it's also going to have the same class of footer section. So footer hyphen section. Now it's going to have a container div, and that div is also going to have a class name of footer. Okay, so what do we have first? So first we have this logo, and this logo is coming from the assets folder. So let me do well to first import that logo from the assets. So here I'll come here and say import logo img, so logo image logo, and I'm importing it from, so where is it located? I need to first go 2 steps up, another 2 steps up, then assets, then logo. I think that's Shopito logo .png. So that's it. Now we can now scroll down and reference it here. So that's the first item inside the. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say dot footer hyphen logo, and inside that I now have the image. The image is going to have a source that will point to the logo img that we just created. So here I can just say logo, and that's it. So what's the second item we have? That is this links. So let's start. So for the links, I would come and say I want to create a div with a class name of footer links, footer menu actually. So footer menu, and look at it, it first has a paragraph or this heading, then it now has the links. So let me just use a paragraph to do the heading. And you know what, the paragraph should have link heading like so. Then so what's the first one? So the first one says features. Yeah, that's the first. Then next we now have the links. So I'll put the links inside an unordered list that I'll give a class of nav unordered list ul. All right, so each of, and of course it's also going to have the footer links, so footer hyphen links. All right, so now let's now create the list items that will be inside it. So li, I'll tab that, and inside the li I'll just have an a tag. Remember I said I'm using an a tag because I'm not linking it to anywhere yet. So I'll just say #home, and this is just gonna say, okay, let me just duplicate this. I think I had like 4, 1 2 3 4. So I'll just duplicate it 4 times, links 1 2 3. So this first one will say link shortening. So you see, it's just basically copy and pasting from here. The second one will say branded links. That's here. Third one will say analytics. Oh, sorry, analytics. And that should come in here. The next one would say blog, and that should come in here. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll just go ahead and save just to see that at least I'm on the right track. So you see, we have the Shopito logo as well as the links. Now, basically what we have next is just this same pattern of links in just 3 more places. So for me, I don't see any point in typing all of this out again. So what we can just do is we can just duplicate it and then change the text inside of it. So this div with a class of footer menu, I can just duplicate it and we can proceed. There's something I want to show. It has the logo has footer logo. That's correct. I think that's it. So now let me duplicate the links. Footer menu, this is it right here. And where does it end? This one, anotherly. So it ends here. So I can just duplicate this a number of times. So say 1 2 3. So that's it, 3 times. And then I can just change, so resources, company, partners. I'll just change only the heading. So features, and then we have resources, then what else? I can't remember. Company and partners. So this will say company, and the last one will say partners. Let me go ahead and save that, and let's see if we have something. Okay, great. So you see, we now have resources, company, partners. Now of course you can go ahead and change the name of the links inside of those options, but for me I'm just going to leave mine as same. The most important thing is that we've gotten the design pattern and everything looks really great at this point. So at this point I can say that we've come to the end of building the initial backbone structure for our home page. Now in the next video we're now going to start working on the logic which will take us to the back end. Alright, I'll see you in the next one then. Alright, so now we're done with the footer link section. What I want to do is I want to implement a sticky header here such that, like, this is the finished project, such that when you scroll down after you scroll for maybe a while, the header it sticks to the top of the page. So that's what I want us to implement, and we're going to do that very quickly. So first off, I'm going to come to my header.js file, and I'm going to add so just after this show menu guy, I'm going to add another piece of state, which I'm going to call scroll page. And basically, I just want to add a function that will fire whenever we scroll the page and keep this header at the top. So that's what I want to do. Now, I'm going to add that function on the Windows object. So I still have access to the Windows object here. All right, so let me come down here. I'll say, first of all, I'll create an arrow function, and I'll call that function fix navbar, because that's exactly what I want to do. I want to fix the navbar. So fix navbar, like so. And I'm not going to do anything inside this function yet, but this function, I want it to fire whenever we scroll the page. So I'll add a Windows event listener. So I'll add an event listener on the window object. And this is probably the only time you see me adding an event listener in a React application. So I'll say windows.add event listener, and we want to listen for a scroll event. So that's when the user scrolls the page, and then when that event occurs, we want to fire this function to fix the navbar, like so. Okay, so that's it. Now, what do we want this function to do though? Well, I'm going to come inside this function, and I'll have an if statement. Open that up. Okay, so first off, the condition is, I'll say that if the windows is scrolled vertically, that's on the y-axis. So I'll say if window dot, and the property for that is scroll y. So you see, Visual Studio Code is already telling me. So I'll say if it is scrolled more than 50 pixels, so you just say 50, then what I want to do is I want to set this scroll page to true. In other words, I want to save the information by setting this to true. So whenever scroll page is true, that means we've started scrolling more than 50 pixels. So here I'll say true. Now we're going to have an else block. Okay, else we're going to set that to false. Now you may be wondering that, do I need to add this else statement? Can I not just put this at the bottom? You can do it. Like, there's no right and wrong way to do stuff in programming. I like to do my if and write out my else statement so that my code is readable. Readability is more important to me. So I actually do know that I can even do like this and it will still work. In fact, I can even make it shorter, but I just like to have my code very much readable, because people of different experience levels take the course. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay, so now that's what I want to do here, and I'm just going to go ahead and save this file. Now, one last thing, I'm going to come to the header JSX. So you see this header, I'll give it a class name that's dynamic. So class name, and here I'm going to say that if scroll page, which is that state we created, if scroll page is equal to true, so you can just say scroll page, then I want to give it a class. So give some space and then give it a class. That class, I'm going to put it inside backticks so that I can have my variable like this. Okay, so the name of that class will be styles dot fixed. So there needs to be S here. I think my keyboard battery is low. I need to change it. Then else, I'll just say null, so nothing, or you can just say whatever, an empty string. So look at this. I'm saying that if scroll page is equal to true, in other words, if we've started scrolling the page, then append or attach this style.fix, else don't attach any style, so null. That's exactly what we did. Now fingers crossed, let's come and test and see whether we got it. So this is it, and I'm going to scroll, and as you can see, when we scroll up to like 50, it sticks to the top. So that means it actually works. All right, okay, so that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, my friends, so we're going to start working on the authentication part of this application. Now, The reason why we are doing that is because there are so many things that before you can do them, you need to be signed in, right? For example, before a user can upload products to the platform, they need to be signed in. All right, only a signed in registered user can do that. That's why we're working on the authentication. However, authentication and authorization using the MERN stack is a very wide topic. So, and what I did was I created a course that is dedicated to teaching you authentication that even goes into the advanced areas in authentication, right? And that course is over 20 hours. So imagine that I have to spend over 20 hours just building authentication into this project. It doesn't make sense. So what I'm going to do is I'll just cover the basics of what we need. So login, logout, getting the user profiles and stuff like that. However, I encourage you to get the course on authentication, which I'm going to show you now, and I'm also going to leave a link in the description to that course. So right here is my course on advanced MERN stack authentication. Believe me, this is like the best course that exists on the internet when it comes to authentication and some part of authorization. But as far as authentication is concerned, if you take this course, then you are going to know most of what is obtainable out there in the industry, in the real world, as far as authentication is concerned. So having said that, let's get into building the back end part of the application. That's the authentication aspect. All right, see you there. All right, so now let's get started working on the back end for our authentication. So we need to close all of these guys we have here. Maybe I'll just leave only the app open, and I'll just come to my backend folder, and you see here we just have this server.js file. Okay, so now I would click on the server.js and let's set up our our server. But before then, remember that we installed all of the packages that we need for the project, and the template comes with some commands. So this script now start, and this script backend. We're using node-mon to power the servers. Don't worry, we'll look at some of these things later, and then look at the packages we need for the project. Not so much in my opinion. Yeah, I've seen a lot more I've seen some people's project that have a lot more dependencies, but I try to limit the number of dependencies I use. Anyway, let's get started by setting up the server. So I'll come to the server, and there are some things we need to import. The first one is, let's import the .env, because we're going to be using .env to, I'm just going to bring in all of the imports we need, then I'll just explain them so that we don't waste too much time typing something you already know. So we need .env because we are going to create a .env file. So let me just do that now. I'll say .env. Needs to have a dot. Okay. And just so that you can have an idea of what I'm putting in my .env, I'm also going to create a file called .env.example, like so. So this is where I'll just put variables I'm saving so that you can at least see them. All right, so that's what we need .env for, to access our environment variables. Then we need to have Express, which is the framework. We need to have Mongoose, which helps us connect to MongoDB. We need to have Course, which helps us resolve connection issues between the front end and the back end. And the last one is Cookie Parser, because we are going to authenticate our user using cookies. All right, HTTP only cookies. So that's basically the things that we need to get started. Now that we've done that, let's initialize our app. So I'll just come here and say const. I think I need to close this stuff because it's not closing. So I'll say const app, and that's going to be equal to, so we're going to call express, and just initialize it like that. Okay, so now that's the next thing we need to do, is to create a route. So let's just create a route, and I'm just going to create a simple route for the home page. So let me add a comment here and say route, and this is going to say app.get. all right, so we're going to create a home route and just add an arrow function that will have a request and a response. Now I expect that you already know this stuff, like how to create a basic route. And inside of this route, well, we don't want to do much. We just want to do a, first of all, let me just do response.send. I just want to send something, and I'll just say homepage, like so. Okay, so that's our route. And I'm just trying to think why we're having these red lines. What's the problem? Oh, sorry, there needs to be a comma here. Sorry about that. All right, so that's it. So that's our basic route. Now the next thing we also need to do is to connect to MongoDB. So for us to connect to MongoDB, we need to have something called a MongoDB URI. So I'll just create a an environment variable here. I'll call it Mongo underscore URI. Okay, and that's going to be equal to, so let me just say 123 like so. So that's our Mongo URI. Meanwhile, this is not the Mongo URI I'm going to use. We're going to get this information from MongoDB. So I just wanted you to just see that we're creating it here. So I'll just go ahead and save this file, and then I would also add it here just so that now I'm going to replace my own with the actual MongoDB URI. Okay, but for now I'll just save it. All right, good. So now let's come here and let's write the part of the code that is going to connect to the MongoDB. So the first thing we need to do here is I need to create a port. So here I'll say const, and then I'll say port, and that's going to be equal to, now I want to connect to the port in my that will be on my server. So here I'll say process .env .port. Now what if we are not on the server yet, when we are working locally? So I'll now say or 5000. So I'll just say when we are working locally, I want us to connect to port 5000. However, when we are on our server, where the server is going to have a port automatically, so you're just going to connect to the port for the server. So having created your port, you can now go ahead and connect to MongoDB using Mongoose. So I'll come here and I'll say Mongoose, and just come down to the next line because it's going to be, so I'll say mongoose.connect. That's the first thing we want to do. And now I'm going to now point to my Mongo URI. So basically I'll just gonna, let me just grab this guy. I'll just grab this guy and slot that in here, but then I'll replace the port with the Mongo URI. Sorry, Mongo underscore URI. All right, so that's the first. Then when that happens, what do we want to do next? Okay, there's something I'm missing here, sorry. So I'll come to the next line and I'll say dot then. So after you've connected, what do you want to do? So let's open up this guy like so, and I'm just going to open it up like with an arrow function, and here I want to do a console.log. So I would say that app.listen. So I'll listen for a particular port, so that's going to be our port. Then let's have a callback function that will now do a console.log. So let me just log something to the console, and basically I'll just say server is running on, and then I'll specify the port. So here I'll say server running on port, and then let's just use our string interpolation syntax to reference our port. Okay, so that's it. So what if there is an error, something went wrong when we're trying to connect and stuff like that? Well, we want to be able to catch the error. So I'll come down here and I'll now say dot catch. Okay, and basically it's going to have an error. Then we can just log that error to the console. So that's going to be just straightforward, and we'll just say log the error. So this is how we connect to MongoDB. Now I'm going to say ahead of time that you can do this and then it works, and then for some reason maybe something, it throws an error, all you just have to do is look at the error and then just make some changes so that you can proceed with your work. Yeah, but I'm going to go to MongoDB and I'll get our Mongo URI so that we can proceed, right? So I'm currently logged into MongoDB with my test account, and what you need to do is, if you click on this connect, you're going to find the options to connect to MongoDB. Now what I want to use is, I just want to, okay, I think some things have changed here. Let me just take a second to look at it. Okay, so I think I just need to click on drivers because I'm seeing Node.js here, and that's what we want to connect from. So if you click on drivers, okay, wow, so you see we have all the options for Node.js right here. So I assume if you want to connect to another using another language or framework, you can just select, but Node.js is fine. Now if you scroll down, you will see that we have this connection string. Now this is what is called Mongo URI. Okay, so all you just need to do is to copy your connection string and then add it to your application. So if I come here, I can simply add that to my .env.example. So instead of this thing I did before, I'll just paste that in here. Then you need to have a password, so just add your password and you should be good to go. Yeah, so let me leave that like this so that this is what you have now. Then there's one more thing I want to point to your attention, and that is, let me close this guy up first, and that is in your network access. So if you click on network access, you're going to see the IP addresses that can access your MongoDB account. So you know what, I'm just going to show you. Let me just click on it to show you. So when you click on that, you should see a list of IP addresses. Now I clicked on the edit button just in front of this IP address so that it can just show you what I want you to do. So if you see an IP address, or if you add an IP address by clicking on this button, I want you to just add 0.0.0.0/0. What that will do is that while you are in development mode, it will allow your IP addresses, any IP address, to connect to your MongoDB and make it easy for you to learn, because sometimes this might cause some connection issues. So that's why I recommend you just keep it like this so that all IP addresses that you use can connect. All right, so that's about it for setting up MongoDB. All right, so now let's continue working on the project from the code. So I'll come back here and I can expand this, and now that we've added our Mongo URI, I think we can now test. So what we can do now is, I'm going to create a new terminal. Okay, so you see, make sure that you are in the backend directory, cd into the backend directory in a new terminal, and then just run this command. So let me show you the command we're about to run, and the name of the command is npm run backend, the script. All right, so I'm going to come here, and it's located in the package.json file. I just created it for you. So I'll say npm run backend, like so. You know what, let me just Control C so that it's clear in the next line. Okay, great. So here you can see it very clearly. So I'll say npm, oh, it's still not clear, run backend. Anyway, just hit enter and you will be able to know now if you actually connected to MongoDB and your server is running. So just give it a couple of seconds and we'll see whether this server starts running. So for me, you can see here that I have server running on port 5000. Now there's one thing I think I missed telling you, and let me just go back and quickly do it so that we can make progress. In this our database, when we click on connect and when we select these drivers, and then it gave us this code that we can, this MongoDB URI that we can use to connect. Let me copy that and let me show you something. So you can specify the name that you want your database to have. So if I paste that in, to specify the name of the database, what you need to do is, after this mongodb.net / right, you just need to come here and say / and then just add a name. So for example, now let's say I want mine to be Shopito Shopito-app. That's just what I need to do. So after the mongodb.net, this forward slash, after this forward slash, I'll just specify a name that I want my app to have, my database to have. So in our case, it's Shopito-app, and then query, rewrite, blah, 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 and all of that. So that's just what I missed out. So make sure you give your app a name before you connect, all right, so that it doesn't have a blank name. Okay, so that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. All right, so now I want us to create the folder structure in the back end, and I also want us to set up Insomnia. Insomnia is the app that we're going to use to test our API endpoints. So I'm going to come to the back end. I'll just create the model, the routes, and the controller folder. So just quickly do that and say models, and we're going to have the routes plural, and then lastly we're going to have the controllers plural. Okay, great. Now for us to test our routes, or our API rather, we're going to use Insomnia. Insomnia is an alternative to Postman. I like Insomnia because the UI is easy to use. It's like developer friendly, right? But if you prefer Postman, you can use Postman. As long as you know what you're doing, you're fine. To download Insomnia, all you just need to do is to Google search download Insomnia. You just follow the links and all of that. But I already have it downloaded, so let me show you what I'm trying to do. So if you come to an empty browser tab and you type localhost 5000, okay, that should be 5000, and hit enter, you see we have this homepage text, and that essentially is coming from this route we created here, this very one that sends the home page ... Okay, so but we should be able to test that from Insomnia. So if you come to Insomnia, if you open it well and click on the home tab, you see something like this. Depends on what you've done before, but you can simply just click on this plus icon after you've clicked on the home tab, and you'll be able to create a new project. So I'll call this project Shopito app, and then I'm just going to click on create. All right, so now inside of the Shopito app, I'll create, I'll click on the Shopito app, and I'll click on this new collection. The new collection, my collection, that's fine, and then it's just open up here. Now let's create the first HTTP request, and for that HTTP request, I'm just going to paste in localhost port 5000 /. That's it, and it's going to be a GET request. Now if I send, okay, I think I can minimize this guy so that I have space. Yeah, so that's fine. So if I click send, we should be able to get the same response as on the browser. So you see 200, which means the response was good, and then we get the home page text. So that is it about, how we're going to test all our API endpoints in the project. We're just going to use that method. All right, so in the next one, we're going to start building out the models for the user and all of that. All right, see you in the next one then. All right, so before we proceed to create the model, we need to create some middlewares that will help us interact fully with the back end. So what I'll do is just below this app here, I'm going to add a comment and say middleware, like so. Now because this middleware, they are pretty standard middleware, I think I can actually just copy and paste them in. Now you probably should already know about this middleware. So the first is to add the express.json. Then we're going to add the cookie parser, which is going to help us send and receive cookie from the back end. Then we are going to pass the URL encoded. So let me do that here. So express URL encoded. Then lastly, we're going to initialize cores. So for the cores, what I'm going to do is I will just come there and type it out because I need to explain some things. So I'll say app.use, and then I'm just going to open my parentheses. Now this is going to receive an object that will have this origin property, like so, and the origin is going to be an array. Now in this origin, we're going to define the front end URL that we want to have permission to make requests to the back end. So we already have one, and that is localhost 3000. So we need to slot that in there as well. So I'll just slot it in here and say localhost 3000. Then the next one will be the URL we deploy to Vercel. So what I'm going to do now is I would also grab that, open my quote, and then slot that in. Now this URL shopito-app.vercel.app is the URL that I currently have deployed. So what I'm going to do is I'll remove the hyphen and just make it Shopito app. Hopefully this URL is not taken, hopefully it's available, but even if it's taken, we can always change it later. Next, I'm going to add a comma here, and I would add the next property, and that's going to be the credentials property, which I'm going to set to true. So let me slot that in there. So credentials, we set that to true, and that is because we want to be able to send token from the back end to the front end when the user makes a request. So that's why we're adding this here. So this is the pieces of middleware that we're going to need to use. Oh, sorry, something is wrong here. Instead of saying app.use and then just having this object, what we needed to do was to actually put cores around it. Okay, so let me actually just remove this guy and just, since I've explained it, I think I can just drag it in. So let me just show you. Yeah, so this is the correct one. So app.use, so we have to surround everything with this cores guy here. I remember we imported all of this stuff. So look at cores, we imported it, we imported cookie parser, and that's why we can make reference to them here in our middleware. So that's about it for setting up our middleware. And like I said, I needed to remove the hyphen here. So shopito app.vercel.app. Okay, so in the next video, we're now going to start by creating, or continue by creating, the model for our user. See you in the next one then. Okay, so now let's create the user model. So that is going to go inside of our models folder, this one here, and I'm going to create a file. I'll call that file user model.js. Hit enter on that, and we have the file. Oh, we have the file right here. Now for our user model, there are some things we need to import. So the first thing is we need to import mongoose, and we import mongoose. We say mongoose require mongoose, and we also need to have access to the object ID. And this object ID, well, I don't think we can use it now, so we're just going to have it imported here first. So we're destructuring the object ID, and it's inside this mongoose.schema. All right, great. So next, let's come down here and create the user schema. So I'll say const, and I'll just say user schema, and that's going to be equal to mongoose.schema. Now the schema has to start with a capital letter. All right, that's just the convention, the naming convention. So mongoose.schema, and then I'm just going to open up parentheses. Inside of this parentheses, we're now going to slot in all of the properties that we want the schema to have. So, and that's going to be inside an object. So we'll open up an object and we'll slot in the property. So we have a user. What are the properties a user should have? Well, we already have that information. So the user is going to have a name, and that's what I'm slotting in here. That name is going to be a type of string. That's the data type, and it's going to be required. So we set the required to true, and we say that if that for some reason we get a request that doesn't have this name property, we want to send a message that please add a name. So that's basically what we just did here. Now the user is also going to have an email. What I did was that I made this user model available to you in our styles repository. So because there are some things that you just need to just grab, and so that we can move fast. So the user is going to have an email also. So let's actually just grab that email and slot it in as well. So I'll come here after the name, and then I'll just slot in the email. Now let's take step by step. So this is the email property. It's going to be a string. It's going to be required, and if it's not, if it's missing from the request, we'll say please add an email, and the email is going to be unique to every user. So two users are not going to have the same email. Then also we set the trim to true. What that means is that if there is space either at the front or at the end of the email, that space will be automatically removed before the request is processed. Then also we have this rejects function here to check that it's an email. So basically, if you just go to Google and say confirm email with regex, you will just see this stuff on the internet. All right, I don't know, I don't think it's necessary for me to search that on Google now, but like I said, I've made available to you this user model, so it's not like I memorize this stuff. So we just did a match here, and this is just a regex function that will check that it's actually an email, and if it's not, then we're going to throw an error that says please enter a valid email. So that's about it for the email. Now for the password, the user is going to have an email and the password. Yeah, so let's slot in the password. So this is what the password object is going to look like. It's going to be a type of a string. It's going to be required. If it's missing, then we'll say please add a password. Now we set the minimum length of the password to 6, and this is the error message the user will get if they don't enter up to 6 characters. Now I wanted to set the max length to 23, but I remember for some reason I just removed it. And okay, I do remember that's because when we create the password, we are going to hash that password, and when I did the hashing of the password, it was more than 23 characters. I think that's why I commented this out. So just permit me to just remove this for now, or to just make it a little bit longer. When we get to that stage, I'll just come back here and all right. Now that user is also going to have a role. So user role, I'll come here and I'll just paste this in. Now that role is going to be a type of string, is going to be required, and the default is customer. So we don't need to specify a role when we are sending a request, because we already have a default, and that's set to customer. However, we have this enum here which specifies the possible roles a user can have. So customer and admin, that's the two we have for now. Now if you are building a very robust e-commerce store, you can have other roles, like maybe author, or sales rep, or something, different roles for different users, and based on that you can give them different access levels to the application. Now the next thing we need to have for a user is the user's photograph. Remember, in our finished project the user had a photograph. So let me actually show you just to remind you. So this is the profile of this user, and as you can see, the user has a photo, and these are the other details of the user. So we're still going to add a phone number and an address for that user. So I just wanted to show you this just to remind you. So let's come back here. So this is the photo we just added. It's a type of string and it's required. Then we have a default image that we added. It's just an avatar. So that's just what I here, so that the initial part where the user creates an account, he's going to have this avatar, and then subsequently he can change it. So let's look at the next property, which is the phone number. Now we gave the phone number a type of string, and we said that the default should be +234, because we don't want to force the user to have it to enter a phone number when they start out registering. Okay, so that's why I just did that. Then next we're going to have the address. Now that address is going to be an object, and that object is going to just have things like address line 1, the state, and the country. So just a very simple address here. So that's why I just left that there. Then what else do we need? Okay, I think for now we can just pause, continue the project. There are other things that we're going to add to this data, but for now I think we can just continue. So things like the user's wish list is going to be associated with the user's account, then the account balance, the cart item, and stuff like that. But for now we can just work with this to set up the user's login, logging out, and other profile. All right, now after we've created this object, this schema, user schema, we need to export it so that we can use it in other files or from other files. So to export it, the first thing I will do is I'll put this user inside a variable, this schema inside a variable. So that variable is what I'm going to name user, and it's just going to be mongoose.model. This is the name of the variable, and this is where it's pointing to. So it's pointing to this user schema, which is what we named this schema here, right? Next, I'll just export this user. So I'll just say module.export, and that's going to be equal to this user variable that we just created. So that's how you export it. Now, I am aware that you can do this in a single line, but because I will go for the logic first before trying to shorten things. That's why I did it this way. So maybe sometime in another model I'll just export it in one line, but I prefer it this way because this is more readable as far as I'm concerned. All right, so that's about it for the user model. In the next one, we're going to create the route and the controller. See you there. So now let's go ahead and create the user route and the user controller. So since I'm seeing the controller right here, I'll just create a file. I'll call that file user controller.js. And then I'm also going to need to create a user route. So just hit enter on that. And then on the route, I'll say user route.js. Okay. Now I think we should just start by creating the route. So I assume you know what a route is. There are a lot of things I'm going to assume, and rightly so, because this is an advanced project. It's not a beginner project. I have a MERN stack beginner course which you can take, and it has been listed in the introductory section. Okay, so now the first thing when we want to create a route is we create the express and we require it, and then we use the router. So and that's express.router. That's the router we need for this particular project. Next, let's create a route. So what I'm going to do is I'll just create a simple route, and it's going to be a post HTTP request. So you see router.post and / it's supposed to call this function which we've not created yet. Then the last thing we need to do rather is that we need to export the router. So the way we do that is we just say module.export, and that's going to be equal to router. So by exporting this router, we can access it from any part of our application. Now, before we move on to point or to reference this router in our server.js, we need to create this function. At least just create the structure of the function, then we'll now be able to reference it properly here. If not, you're going to have an error. And remember, all our functions are supposed to be created inside of our user controller. So I'm going to head over to my user controller, and in my user controller, first off, we need to import something called async handler, and it's a package that helps us to create our controller function. Okay, in terms of handling errors, it helps us better handle errors and stuff like that. So I'm going to import it, and of course any package I import, you can always check it up on npm.js.io. So you can always Google this text here, express async handler. But most of what I use here is something that I've used before in my introductory course to MERN stack. Okay, so that's it. So now I'm going to have to create the function to register. So let me say register user, and then I'm just going to use I created a shortcut to help me create this stuff. So look at it, and I'll just say register user. So this is it, and we're wrapping it with this async handler, and this is it. So inside this function here, I'm just going to do a response.send, and then I'll just send some text. I'll say register user. That's all. All right, so next we need to export this function. So for me to do that, I just gotta say module.export, which is right here. I think I have that here. So sorry. Okay, so I'll just say module.export, and this time I'm exporting it as an object because I'm going to export multiple functions from this guy. So module.export, and then the first one is register user. So later when I create other function like login user and stuff, I'll just add it to this module.export. So now I can go ahead and save this file, this controller file, and then I will now come to my user route. And in my user route now, I can import the register user. I've created it in the controller. Look at it. So it exists in the controller. Now I can import it. So I usually like it to be the last thing so that I can see all my imports. So look at it, I've imported it. Now if I save this file, I'm not going to have any sort of error. Of course, I don't know, I've not saved my user model, so let me save it. All right, so now that we've created the route and the controller, what we need to do is that we need to reference this route in the server.js. So for us to do that, I'm going to have to come here and we're going to create like a middleware kind of. So if you come here, you see this place where we created our route, I'll just come down and I'll point to the what's it called? I'll point to the user route. So the way you do that is you say app.use and then you just open your parentheses. Now in the parentheses, the first thing is you specify what the route will look like, what the API endpoint for this route will look like. So for example, I can say something like /API/user, right? I can say something like that, and that's going to work. But many times, or I think maybe I should make it plural, users. Okay, so but many times when you are building a public API, you usually see something like /API v1 then / whatever. So when there is like another version of that route, they can easily come and just change this to v2. That's when you are building a publicly available API, but this API is just for us. So I can just go ahead and keep it simple and say users. Now the next thing is you add a comma and then you point to this route that we just created. How are we going to point to the route? So first we have to import it. So I'll come here and I'll just import it. So what I'm going to do, I'll give it a name. I'll say const and I'll call it user route, and that's going to be equal to, now we want to require, and you just point to where that route is located. So where is the route located? So it's in ./route. So I want this thing to just automatically show for me, but for some reason it's not. Okay, I'll just type it out myself to save time. Route plural, then / the name of the folder. So the name of the folder is user route.js. Now you don't need to add the .js, it's just going to point to it automatically. So now this user route that I created here, this variable, is what I'm now going to point to in this my middleware, my route middleware. So I'll come here and say user route. All right, so that's how you do it. Now the next thing we want to do quickly is we want to test out this route to make sure that we set it up correctly. So for that, we're going to bring up Insomnia. So I'll bring up my Insomnia, and instead of just dumping it here like this, I'm going to create a new folder, and inside that folder I'll just say auth. So let me see, new folder, and here I'll say auth. So anything that has to do with authentication is going to be in here. Now the first thing I want to put inside the auth is let me rename it, rename, and I'll say register user. So register, which should be like so, and then I'll just rename it. Now for the URL, the URL, I'll just copy this localhost 5000 first, and then I'll come here and slot that in. So it's localhost 5000 / API / users, and then / where is the route, register. So this is going to be the last word here. So let me come here, / API / users, and then / register. Oh, okay, I didn't put my / and then / register. And that's it. And remember, it's a post request, so we're going to set it to post. Fingers crossed, let's test to see if we set it up correctly. I'll hit send, and voila. So you see register user, which is the exact thing we added in our user controller, register user. So what this means is that we've set up our route correctly. So in the next video we can now proceed and do other things. All right, so I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now before we start creating the function to register the user, I want us to create an error middleware or an error handler, because normally if I want to create like a request, now I'll use something that is called a try catch block. So to try the request, if there's an error, it will put that error in the catch block. But if you want to put try catch block everywhere, you're going to have a lot of code. So why not just create a special function that will handle the error and tell us where that error is coming from very elegantly. So that's what we want to do. Now, for that to happen, inside of my backend folder, I'm going to create a new folder inside of it. I'll call that folder middleware, like so. And then inside of the middleware folder, I'll create my error middleware. Error middleware, like so, .js. Okay, now in the error middleware, we're going to create a function. I'll call that function error handler. And is that correctly spelled? Okay, yeah, it's going to be, we'll create it with an arrow function syntax, and then let's export it. So to export that, regularly we export stuff, module.export and error handler. So that's it. Now, when we sent this request, you remember that it gave us this code 200, which means that the request was okay. So that's the first thing we want to make sure we have. Do we have this status code? So here I'm going to come and say const status code. So it's a variable status, and that's going to be equal to, now we're going to use a ternary operator, because when you send a request, you can actually send a status code if there's an error. But there are sometimes when maybe you forget to send a status code, you want to define a variable that will cover that. So that's why I'm creating this status code variable. So here I'll say that, okay, if I do that, I need to have my error, then I'll have my request, response, and then lastly I'll have a next. Okay, so here I'll say that if there's response.status code, in other words, if the response comes with a status code, then I want to use that. So let's just grab this guy and then let's slot that here. Else, so what if that response doesn't come with any status code? Well, I want to set it to a 500 error. So 500 just means server error, and these are things that we covered in the introduction to MERN stack course. Now, after you've gotten the status code, you just want to send it. So the way you send it is you say response.status, or you set it. The way you set it is you say response.status and then you reference the status code, like so. Great, so that's it. So now we've sent it. Next, we're going to send some information to the developer, that's us, so that we can know where that error is coming from. And that information is going to be in the form of a JSON. So response.json, and then let's open the object. So the first thing is we want it to have a message property that will contain the error message. So like this, message error.message. Then we want to specify the exact line where that error is coming from in our code. So maybe user controller line 151, something like that. The way we do that is I'm going to create a stack property. So stack, and this is also going to be a ternary operator, because there's something we need to do. We want to do it such that when we are in development, we can see this stack error. In other words, where is the error coming from when we're in development? But when we're in production, we don't want that information, is a sensitive information. You don't want to put that, to the user, or and stuff like that. So that's why we are going to have to intelligently do this. So what I'm going to do is I'll open my .env file, which is where is it? I think I have it somewhere here. .env, okay, .env.example, and then I'll create a variable. I'll call that variable node environment. So node underscore env, and that is because even on the server there is a variable name like this, node env, and on the server it's production. But when we're in development, we can create the same and we can set it to development, like so. So you see, I have that here. Now remember, whenever you change your .env, any variable in your .env, you need to restart your server so that it will load and pick up that variable. So remember that. So what that means is that I'm just going to close my server and open it again. All right, but before I close my server, let's just finish this our function here. So for this our function here, I'll say that if there is process.env dot node underscore env, okay, so I'll say that if that is equal to development, then I want to show where the error is, so like so. And to know where your error is, you just say error dot stack, else I don't want to show anything, so null. So that's it. Then of course we've already exported it, so as far as I'm concerned, this is our error handler. We just need to start using this error handler in other parts of our application. Oh, okay, I didn't spell it correctly, so that should be error handler, and that's it. Now we can go ahead, restart our application, and save this guy. All right, so now that we've created the error middleware, we need to reference it in our server.js so that all the other part of our application can be able to access that middleware. So come to the server.js, and the first thing is let's import that error middleware. So I think I can just duplicate this guy and say error handler, like so. So that's it, and then it's inside the middleware folder, so /. Okay, so I have middleware, and then it's just error middleware. So that's it. Now that we've referenced it or we've imported it, the next thing is we need to initialize it from the server.js. So, and where you initialize it is very important. So here I'll come down to the end of the application just before this mongoose and all of that. Okay, just before the port. Let's just keep it above the port. And here I'm just going to say error middleware, like so, and then I'll say app.use, and then we're just going to reference the error handler, which is what we imported. So that's it. Now all the parts of our application will be able to use this our error middleware function to elegantly display errors. All right, so that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's create the function to register the user, and for that we need to be in the user controller. Remember, we already created this register user function, right? So we're just going to expand it. Now there are two pieces of packages that we're going to need to do this. The first one is JSON web token, and the second one is bcrypt.js. So I already installed everything, remember, at the beginning. So I'll just import them to show you. So JSON web token is going to help us create a token that we can send to the front end, and the bcrypt.js is going to help us encrypt our password or hash our password before we create a user and save that user in the database. So now let's go ahead and proceed with the project. Now for us to create a user, there are some pieces of information we need to have about that user before we can create that user. And so I need to log out here and show you. So we're going to need the username, the name of the user, the email of the user, and the password of that user. So those are the three pieces of information we need. So now what that means is that I'm going to have to destructure it from the body of the request. So the way you do that is you just paste it like this, and then it's just going to be this object that we destructure the name, the email, and the password from the request body. So that's the first thing. So the next steps we need to do is to validate that request. So let me say validation, and to validate the request we just need to verify that the name, email, and password was actually sent with that request. So permit me to say if let me just open this up like this. So first off, I want to check if there is no name in the request, or that's or there is no email, or there is no password. Now if any of this information is missing in our request, then first off I will say response.status. So I'll send a 400, that's bad requests, a 400 status request response rather, and then I'm going to throw an error. So here I'll say throw new error, and then I'm just going to specify something which is going to be the error message. So here I'll say please fill in all required field, and that's it. So when you throw an error like this is where our error handler is going to kick in. Our error middleware handler is going to kick in, and we're going to be able to catch that error and then display it to either the developer or to the user. So this is the first thing we want to check for. The next thing we want to check for is the length of the password. So you can do any kind of validation you want, both in the front end and in the back end. This is just the back end validation. So for the validation for the length of the password, I'll just slot that in and then explain. So this is password.length, and we're saying that if it's less than 6, we want to say password must be up to 6 characters. So that's it. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to check, like when a user tries to register, you want to check if that email has already been used by another person, right? Because the email is supposed to be unique to one user. So the way I'm going to do that is, let me have a comment here that says check if user exists. Now I'll put it inside a variable which I'll call user exists, and that's going to be equal to, now we are going to say await, and this is the first place where we are going to use this user model. So if you remember, this user model has this capital letter that we use to export it. So here I'll come here and say, first off, let me import it just to make sure. So I'll say user. I want to see if I can auto import it, but apparently it's not responding as fast as I want. So let me just come down here. I'll import it eventually. So here I'll say await user and dot find one, and then let's just open it up. Now we want to find the user with the email property. So this is actually email and email. Yeah, okay, this is what it actually is an object. But you remember in JavaScript, when you have the property name and the property value as the same name, you can actually just say one of them, email. JavaScript ES6 already knows. So this is how you check if the user exists. So but the question is, what if that user does not? What if the user exists? What do you want to do? Well, you want to send a message to the user or to the person trying to register that, look, this user already exists. So we're going to have another if statement, and I'll say that if user exists, then throw an error and send an error message that says email has already been registered, which is fine. Now what if the user does not exist and all of the information is correct? In other words, there is a name, there is an email, and there is a password. Well, at this point now we can now go ahead and create a user. Okay, so here let me just come down here and say I'll say create. This should be a comment. I just want to carry you along. Create new user, and the way we do that is I'm going to put it inside a variable. So here I'll say const user, and that's going to be equal to await, and this will now be user dot create. All right, now inside of this guy we're going to have an object that will contain all the properties with which we want to create the user. Now don't forget that we've not imported this user here, so let me auto import it, and as you can see it's in the model, so I'll just import that, and if you scroll up you'll see we now have it here. So that's just what I wanted to do. I wanted to auto import it. So let's come back here and finish up. So we want to create the user with the 3 pieces of information that was provided by that user. So that's the name, then the email, then lastly the password. So those are the 3 pieces of information that we need to create a user. Now it's actually a good principle that after you've created the user, you automatically log that user in. I mean, there are some websites that will say you've created your account and they will now take you to the login page for you to log in again. I honestly don't think it's necessary. The user has created their account, just log them in and maybe send them an email to confirm their account or something like that. And if they don't confirm the account in 24 hours, you automatically disable the account. So what we are going to do is now we are going to log in the user immediately. And the way we log in the user is by sending a token, right? So let me just come here, and to send a token we need to create a function that will generate the token using the user ID. So let me show you. We can just put that somewhere outside here. So I'll just say maybe const, I'll call that function generate token, and that is where this JSON web token is going to be used. So generate token, that's going to be equal to, we're going to use an arrow function to do that, and let's open it up. Now for us to generate a web token, we need to have what is known as a JWT secret. It's like a secret code that we're going to use to create that token. So if I come to my example file here, I can just have that information. So for example, I can say something like, just come here, and then I'll just come to the next line, and I'll say JWT secret, and that's going to be equal to, you can say 1 2 3 1 2 3, you know, anything, but you can make it as complex as you want, you know. So but I'm just saying 1 2 3 1 2 3 just to keep it simple so that you see what we're doing. All right, now I've added my own JWT secret, and now we can proceed. So to generate a token, right, this function we want to create to generate a token is just going to say, we're just going to come in and return something. So I'll say return and JWT dot sign. So we want to sign that token. So let's open a parenthesis. This is going to take some properties. So the first property is the ID. So the ID of that user. Remember, everything we saved in MongoDB is going to have an ID. So let's have this ID parameter here. So that's the first thing, is the ID of the user. Then we're now going to reference the JWT secret. So here we're just going to say process.env and then JWT secret. So paste that in. Then lastly, we're now going to specify when we want that token to expire, and that's going to be inside an object. So that object will have a property that is called expires in. So I'll say expires in, and this 1D simply means 1 day. Okay, so this is very important. You need to specify when that token will expire, such that after 1 day the user comes to open the website, it's going to tell the user to log in again. So ideally I don't want to put 1 day, I want to put maybe like 30 days or something, but 1 day for testing purposes here. That's it. Now we can now come down here and say that after we've created the user, we will now generate a token with which we will sign that user in. So here I'll come down here and say generate token, and the way I'm going to generate that token is I'll say const, I'll create a token variable, and that's going to be equal to, now we're going to point to that function to generate token. And remember, we are generating the token with the ID of the user. So this user we created here, I'm just going to come here and say user dot underscore ID, because the ID has this underscore property prefixed to it. Right, so now after I've generated the token, I can now send that token to the front end. And how do we do that? So let's come here and have an if statement. So I'll say if the user was successfully created, that is this user you see here, if this user was created, then I want to send the token to the front end. Okay, good. What if the user was not created? Well, I just want to throw an error. So let me just have the else part and then just throw the error first, so that you will just see that okay, everything is working fine. So else, I'm just going to come here and then I'll say response or status 400, which is bad response or whatever, or bad request, and then I'll just say invalid user data, or something went wrong, or whatever error message you want. But what we're interested in is if the user was created. So if the user was created, the first one of the things I want to do is I want to send the cookie, a HTTP only cookie, to the front end. Is that cookie that will help us to know whether we are logged in or not. So here I'll say response dot cookie, and then let's just open that up. So that cookie has a name. What are we going to call the name of this cookie? Well, I'll just say token. So it's a token we are sending, and then we are now going to reference this token that we just generated here. So we send this token, we created the name of the cookie as token, and then we are pointing to this token to send this token to the front. So here I'll say token. Then lastly, we're now going to specify the properties of this token we are sending, and that's going to be inside an object. So let's create the object like this, and then we'll specify the properties. So the first property is the path, which we are going to set to the home route, that's /. Then we'll now have the HTTP only, that's going to be set to true. Then lastly, we're going to specify when it expires. So expires, and now we want to set this to 1 day. It is better to set it to the same thing you set when you generated the token. So where is it? This one. So 1 day, and we're going to use the date object to do that. So let me just grab that so that I don't have to start typing numbers and stuff. So we'll come here and we'll just add that like this, and look at it. So when you want to say 1 day, you say new date, date.now, you add to 1000, and then you multiply by 86,400, which I think is the number of seconds in a day. I'm not sure. All right, so that's it. Now that's not the only properties we need to send. There are two other properties we need to send. The first is secure, and that's going to be set to true. Then the next is same site, and that's going to be set to, because we don't have the same domain for the front end and the back end, I'll set it to none. Now one thing I noticed is that when you are in development mode and you set this secure to true, you may have some errors logging in that user. So what I do is both the secure and the same site, when I'm in development mode, I'll just comment them out. If I want to deploy my application, I can then use them the way I want, or you can even put them in a variable, and then when you're in development mode, you set the name of that variable to false, and then on the server you set it to true. So one of the two, but I just wanted to let you know that it's better to just comment this out while you are in development mode. All right, so we're almost done here. Then after that, we're just going to send the details of that user to the front end. Now the details of the user, sending it to the front end, I'll just say, okay, let me say send user data. Okay, so here I'm just going to say response.status. So first of all, specify the status, and this is going to be 201, which means a new user has been created. Then I'll now send the user data in form of JSON. So JSON is going to have an object, and technically you can just specify user here and just send all of the user data. You can do that. But if you do that, you're going to be sending the password of the user as well. All right, you're going to send the password of the user, and over time, okay, so let me show you how you can send this without adding the password of the user. Okay, so you can just come here and, oh no, there is only one way here that I see that you can remove the password of the user. So you can just come here and destructure the properties you want to send from this user. So I can say const, and I'll say that is equal to user, and here I'll just destructure. So what do I want to send? I want to send, for example, I want to send the ID of the user, I want to send the name of the user. What else do I want to send? I want to send the email of the user. So those are the things I want to send. Then also the role of the user, just send that as well. Then I want to send the, I think that's about it. Those are the things we need to send for the user. Okay, now I can now come here to the bottom and then say that I want to send all of those things about the user. So things like the ID, the email, and all of that. So I can say I want to send the ID, the underscore ID. Then I want to send the name of the user. I want to send the email of the user. Then lastly, I will now add the token so that we can see the token. All right, so these pieces of information is just fine, so I don't need to send the role at this point. Or well, since we're here, we can just send the role just so that we can see it. So I'll come here and add the role. All right, so that's about it. Now let's go ahead and save, and in the next video we are going to test out everything that we've done in this video. So see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's go ahead and test out our route. This one we just created. But I think there's something I noticed here where I said throw new error. It's actually supposed to be two different words, new and error. So if you did the same, just make sure you add some space there and then just go ahead and save. So I'm going to come to my Insomnia because that's where we're going to test from, and I'll click on this drop down and make sure I select it to form URL encoded. Click OK. All right, so you'll just be able to add the name, and here I'm just going to say Zeno. Let's just keep it as Zeno. Let's add another one, and this is going to be the email, and I'll just say user1@gmail.com. Then we're going to now add what else? The password field, password, and for this password I'm going to leave it blank. So let's go ahead and send. And as you can see, we get this error message here that says please fill in all required fields. Then we have this stack that shows us exactly where the error message is coming from in our code. So if you see, this is backend controller, user controller, line 19. So, and this is very similar to what we created in our error handler or our error middleware. So you see we are sending the message, error message, and then the stack. So that's fine. Now let's proceed by adding an actual password, and I'm just going to keep the password simple by saying user123. Okay, so here I'm just going to say user123. That's up to, yeah, that's more than, that's what's it called, up more than 6. And then I'll just click send and let's see what happens. So send, and voila. So you see here the user has been created and we have the data about that user sent back along with the token of this user. So what that means is that we've been successfully able to register a user, and this is it. Now if you go to your database, that's what I want us to do next. So let's come to our database. So I'm inside of MongoDB and I just want to come to browse collection. That will show me all the collections I have in my database, and you should see the Shopito app collection in a second. All right, so here these are some of the things I've worked on before. So I'll scroll down. So you see Shopito app. So I'll click on Shopito app and I'll click on users. Just because we've created a user, that's why we have this here. And if you scroll down here, you see that we have at least one user. Let me expand this guy so that there's space. So look at this, we have this user, but there's one problem here. Everything looks fine except that the password of the user is saved as user123. Now this should not be a problem if there were no hackers. If for any reason your database was hacked, then your users are in trouble because they'll be able to access their account and sensitive information. So what you want to do is you want to hash this password and make sure that it's, you know, something that is very difficult to crack. All right, so that's what we're going to do very shortly, in fact right now. So for us to hash the password, we can do that from this register user functionality. Let me just close this guy. We can do that from here, but because we're going to need that function to hash the password whenever we're making changes to the password, or we want to log in, or we want to change the password, we want to register a user, I'm going to put that function to hash the password inside of the model. So I'll just write a function here and say that, look, before any change is made to the password, which is this guy here, make sure you hash it. That's just what I'm going to do. So let's get started on that. So here I would say, let me just give some space. I'll say user, okay, let me add a comment and say encrypt password before saving to DB. Okay, good. So now I'll say user schema and dot. So it has a method. One of the method it has is pre. Pre just means before. So pre, then you now specify what you want. I'll say, so before you save a password, I'll add a comma, and this is going to be asynchronous, and then we'll just have a function, a callback function that is going to fire off. So let's just, this function will have a next parameter, and then I'm just going to open that up. Okay, so basically what I'm saying here is that I'm telling this schema that, look, before you save a password, fire this function, right? Sorry, before you save something to the database, fire this function here. All right, so what do we want to fire? Well, let me have an if statement first. I want to check if the password was changed. You know, if the password is not changed, then I don't want to fire the function. So the way you do that is, I'll say if this dot, you want to check if the password is modified, like so. Then specify what you're looking for, which is the password. All right, and let's just open this up. Now this is checking if the password is modified. What I want to do is I want to check if the password is not modified. So if it's not modified, then here I'll just say return TURN next. Okay, so what if the password is modified? Then I want to hash that password. So here I'll just say hash password. All right, how do we hash the password? We're going to hash the password using this. Oh, I've not imported it, so let me just import it. We're going to hash the password using bcrypt. So here, let me just come here and slot in the bcrypt. So let me import it. So require bcrypt. So let's come down here and let's hash the password. So here I'll create a variable. I'll say const. I'll call that variable salt, and that is just convention. It's how, you know, it's how it's being done. So but technically you can use something else, right? But we just call it salt, and that's going to be our weight, and we're now going to use the bcrypt too. So I'll say bcrypt, and it has a method that is called generate salt. So dot generate salt. All right, now how many characters do we want to generate? I'll just say 10. All right, so now we've done that. Now I'll say const hashed password, and that's going to be equal to, now we're now going to use another method. I'll say bcrypt, so that's bcrypt dot hash, and now we're now going to hash the password. So I'll say this dot, and whenever you say this, just know that you are pointing to this document. So this dot password. And what do we want to hash the password with? Well, we want to hash it with this salt we created, this guy here. That's what we're using here to hash the password. Now let's save it. So I'll say this dot password, which is pointing to the password field in this schema, and that's going to be equal to this hashed password we just created. So slot that in, and then I'll just call the next, whatever, you know, happens next, or the next piece of code, or the next piece of function that, you know, we want to run. So technically this is how we need to hash our password before we modify this user model. And I don't know if there's a need for me to go over it again, but just in 30 seconds, this user schema has a pre method, and we say that whenever we want to save this user schema in our database, we want to execute this callback function. This callback function has a next parameter, which we're going to see how that is used. Now I now said that if the document is modified, specifically if the password is not modified, then I just want to go to whatever comes next. So return next, and I forgot to initiate it before, or initialize it before. So but however, if the document was modified, or if the password was modified, then I created this salt, which I use bcrypt to generate a salt, and I said I wanted to have 10 characters. Then I now hashed the password using bcrypt.hash, and look at it, I'm hashing the password with this salt I created. Then I now said this dot password should be replaced with the hash password. So I'm saving password as this hashed password here. So that's basically what I just did, and then I called the next function to fire. So if you go ahead and save that, and we now create another user, you'll see that it will be saved differently in the database. So let me come here. Okay, let me come here and create the second user. So I'll say user 2, and that's also going to be Zeno, or let me just say Zeno 2, so that you know it's different. Then I'll click send. So fire that, it sends. So you see we have the user 2 created. Now let's go to our database and see if that user was actually, the password was actually hashed. So what I just need to do is to refresh my database. I think there's a button here somewhere that you can just click. Okay, so refresh, and it's just refresh your data, and we should be able to see the user 2. So you see the difference between user 1 and user 2 right now. So this is user 1 at gmail.com, and if I scroll down, you will see this is user 2, and unfortunately it still has the password as user 123. So what that means is that definitely there's something wrong with the process of hashing the password. So maybe I should just check it again just to be sure. Maybe I missed something. So just by looking at my function to hash the password, I see that I missed a keyword, which is await. So here I just need to say await, because this is an asynchronous function, so you need to have the await keyword before the bcrypt. Yeah, so I think that is what I missed. So I'll just go ahead and save this guy, and I will fire off this function to create the third user. So let me bring up my Insomnia, and then I'll just say user 3, and of course this is just going to be Zeno 3, and then let's go ahead and save. So I'll send. Fingers crossed, I hope it works so that we can move on. I'll bring this down, and then let's refresh this page one more time. Refresh. Okay, so it has refreshed, and we have 3 people in this database. Now let's scroll down to user 1, user 2, and user 3. Voila. So you see in user 3 now we now have this long piece of hashed password. We don't have the exact password saved in our database anymore. So this is a lot more secure than just saving the exact password that the user entered into your database. So that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. All right, so now before we proceed to create the next controller function, I want us to have at least 2 accounts that we can use throughout the period of this course. So the first is going to be me, Zeno, and I'm just going to use one of my test email. So I'm trying to change that. So here I'll just add that email and say okay. Then I'll just leave the password as user123. So let's go ahead and create this one first. Voila, so I've created with this email, and I can use this email to do some live testing. Now the next thing I want to do is, before I create the next user, which I want to be an admin user, I'm going to come here and change the user role from customer to admin, and then I'll just go ahead and save. So the next user I create is going to have a role of admin, which is what I'm aiming for actually. So I'll come here to and I'll change the name here to admin, and this is just going to say admin@gmail.com. All right, I'll leave the password as same, user123, and then I'll click send. Okay, so you see I've created another user with a role of admin. Now of course you don't want everybody to be admin, so here I'm just going to change this back to customer, and then I'll save. So we have 2 users for our test throughout the project. Now what I want us to do is, let's create the route for logging in the user. So first off, I'll come to my user controller, and I'll create a function. I'll just create an empty function, by the way. So let's come down here, and I'll say login user, and let's create, okay, then I'll say login user. So that's it. it's an empty function, but let's just send something. So response.send, and we just want to say login user, like so. Okay, so next you need to export the login user so that it can be accessed from the routes folder. So just save that and then head over to our, I think we can close some of this stuff, and then head over to our route, which is the user route, and then I'm just going to create that. So this is going to be /login, then this will just change also to login user. Now we can import this because it already exists, so import that, and you see it has been added here, so we're good to go. But first off, let's make sure that we created the route properly. So I like test driven development a lot, so I'm just going to come to Insomnia and duplicate this guy and change it to login, create it, and then here we just have to change this to API/users/login and then send. So what do you expect that we'll get if we correct? Okay, so you see login user. So what that means is that we've set up correctly. So now in one strike, let's just go ahead and write the function to log in the user. So when we want to log in a user, what we need, let me bring up my browser, is the email and the password. I don't even think it's necessary to bring up the browser because you saw the demo. So we need to have access to the email and the password of that user. So let's proceed. I'll come here and I will come down here like so. Now that email and password is going to be sent with the request body. So here I will say get the email and the password from the request body, and then we need to validate. So if I want to validate, I'll just say come on, what did I do there? Validate user or requests. So I want to validate the request. Now the way I validate the request is that I will check if the email and the password is empty, just like I did before when we wanted to log in. So I'll say that if there is no email or there is no password, then I will throw an error and say please add email and password. So that's it. Now what if there is email and there is password? The next thing I want to do is check, does this user exist with the email? So here I'll add a comment and say check if user exists, like so. Now to check if the user exists, I'm going to put it inside a variable, and I think we even did it before, so let me show you. Here we said we wanted to check if the user exists, so you see the same thing we did here is what we are going to do again. So user.findOne, and want to find it by the email. But this time I'm not going to put it in this variable name user exists. I'll just say user. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. Now if the user exists by checking the email in our database, we also need to check if the password is correct. So I'll come here, I'll say all right, so we've confirmed that the user exists. Now check if password is correct. All right, now the way we check if password is correct is we're going to use bcrypt. All right, so here I'll say const, I'll give it a variable name of password is correct, and that's going to be equal to, remember when bcrypt is asynchronous, so we're going to say await. This is going to now be bcrypt, and we'll use the method dot compare. And basically we want to compare two things. We want to compare the password that the user sent with their request. So I'll say compare, and the first one is password, that's the first argument, and the second one is the password that is saved in the database. So that will be this user dot password. So user dot password, you see that? So now we've successfully been able to compare that. Now we can now go ahead and generate a token and log that user in. So I'll come here like this, and then I'll say generate token, and that is just simply going to be the same way we did the process here to generate a token, this guy here. So just copy this guy if you will, and then just come here and slot that in. So tab and paste. So this is how we generate a token using the user ID. Now, if the user exists and the password is correct, then you can go ahead and log the user in, right? Okay, so here I'll come here and say if user exists, that's and password is correct. Okay, then what do we want to do? We want to log the user in. So at this point, I think I can get rid of this one. And just like we did before, we are going to have an else statement here. So let's come here and have the else statement. Open that up. And by the way, I know some things I'm just ignoring to do them. Like I know you can actually not, you don't need to put in the else. You can just put in what you want as your else statement below. But I like readability in my code, especially for some people that don't know that particular syntax. So that's why I'm using the else. So here I'll just throw an error and say invalid email or password. Now I think I've thrown an error before, so look at this error here. I'll just grab it, copy that, and then just throw that error. Paste that in, and I'll change the text here to invalid email or password. So that's it. All right. Now, what do we do when the user exists and the password provided is correct? Well, we are going to log that user in, right? But what if the password is not correct? Well, that is covered in this part of application, the else part that says invalid email or password. So let's come here and log the user in. Sorry, I think I scrolled too much. Okay, this is where we need to do that. So what do we do first? Well, I want to send the token to the front end so that the user will be logged in. Yeah. So remember, we've sent the token to the front end before. I'll just grab that piece of code and to keep things fast and simple. So this is the token guy. I'll send it. Then I'll also send this status response. So let's just come here and like so. I'll copy the token and then I'll just come here and send that to the front end. So let's come here, paste that in, and let's look at it. So I'm sending a cookie. The name of that cookie is token, and this is the token we just generated here, and it has the same properties. Okay, remember, if I'm going to launch this project on my server, I'll comment out this one. Then I want to send the user data as well. So it's not just the token we want to send, we want to send the user data. And for us to send the user data, instead of saying all of these, I'll just simply send all of the user data. Okay, so here I'll say I'll remove the objects, the JSON object. Oh, okay. And then I'll just send the user. Okay, so now this will just give us all the details about the user. However, I don't want to send the user's password. Okay, so because I don't want to send the user password, what I'm going to do is I will remove that user's password as part of the information. So if you come here to this user here, you see that after we got the user, we did something with the user password, right? So but we don't want to send that user password to the front end like that. It's not good to just send the password like that. So what I'm going to do now is I would have to find this user again and delete the password before sending to the front end. So here I'll come here and create a new variable, or let me just paste that in, and I'll change this to new user. Okay, like so, and that's exactly what I'll send. So but at the end of this new user, I'll come here and say dot select, and then I don't want to have the password with that. So the fastest way to do that is just say minus password, and it's not going to have the password. So now I will now send this new user to the front end. Okay, so that's it. Now we can go ahead and save this file, and fingers crossed, let's test what we've done so far. We've spent 10 minutes on this. So let my server start. Okay, starting. I'll come here, and in my login here, I'll just log in. Okay, I can log in the admin. The email and the password is same. So I'll come here and click on fire to send. Let's see. Okay, so you see, voila. So we have the admin information, the admin email admin@gmail.com, everything that concerns the admin except the password. So you see, we only have the photo and the phone. There is no password here. That's exactly what we wanted to achieve. So that's about it for how to log in the user. But before we move on to the next part of the project, right, there's something I want to draw to your attention. I can delete this guy first. Okay, so we have email and password. Now, if you log in with a wrong password, you see that you're able to pick the error and it shows you invalid email and password. Okay, but if the password is correct and you log in with a wrong email, then you're going to get an error. So let me show you. So cannot read property of password, and that is because immediately after we try to get the email, we used this email dot password. So this is what it cannot find. So what I need to do now is, after this user, I need to check if there is no user. So here I'll say if there is no user, then immediately I want to terminate the program and throw an error. So that's what I needed to do here. So here I'll just come grab this guy and then I'll just paste that in here and say that user does not exist, user does not exist, like so. So I'll go ahead and save that, wait for it to load, and then I'll try it again. And now you see that we're able to handle the error systematically. So if you send a wrong user, then it tells you user does not exist. So that's just what I wanted to point out before we move on to the next part. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's create the functionality to log out the user, and I'll start by just creating a controller function, just like I always do. So let's come here and I'll say log out user, and then we're just going to do a controller function that we'll call log out, and I think I'll just leave it as logout. I'll copy that and export it. Yeah, now save that and come to the user route. Let's create a route to log out the user. Now it's going to be a get request, and then I'll just say logout, and of course we need to also change this to logout user. We can import it because we've created it. Oh sorry, it needs to be logout, sorry. So logout, and like so. Okay, great. Now we've imported it, we have it here. You can go ahead and save, and let's make sure that we did what we were supposed to do correctly. Response.send, and I'll say log out. Now you see the way I'm taking time to set up my routes just to make sure that I'm doing things correctly and there's no error. It's just a good practice. Okay, so log out user and create. So I don't need any of this stuff. I don't need any of this stuff. I can just go ahead and change this to log out and change this request from post to get. Go ahead and fire, and let's see what happens. So you see we have this text, so we've set it up correctly. Okay, so now let's go ahead and expand this function here. So where we want to log out user, the first question is to ask, how do we log in the user? So this is how we log in the user, by this cookie that we send containing our JWT token. That's how we log in the user. And remember, we set the cookie, we send this token, and then we set the cookie to expire in 1 day. So what we can do to log out the user is either delete the cookie or send an empty token or something like that. So if I come here and do like this, and instead of sending a token, I send nothing, so just a string, and then I'll also change this to expire now. That's it. I'll just make this 0. I've logged out the user. The last thing I probably need to do is just to say that I want to return some text that will say user was logged out. So I'll just return response.status, and it's going to be a successful 200, and then .json, and in this JSON I'll just send a message to the front end, SSAGE, and that message is just going to say that the user was logged out or successfully logged out or something like that. So I'll just slot that in here, and that's it. You've logged out the user. Now I don't think I need to add a return statement here. Just response.status and all of that is fine. So go ahead and save, and then let's try to log out the user. In other words, let's test the functionality. So I'm going to come here to Insomnia and let's fire this. Okay, so remember this user is currently logged in as admin. So if you come to login, you see the admin is logged in. You come here and send, you will see that message. Voila, so successfully logged out. So that's fine. That's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's work on the functionality to get the user, or to get the user's data, just to get the user's data. So I'll start with the controller, just as we have done in the past. So here I'll just say get user, and I'll use my AH shortcut to create this guy here that will say get user, and this is going to just send something. So response.send, and I just want to send get user. Okay, good. Now I should come here and export it and save. In the route area, I'll create a get request, and it's going to have the same name, get user and get user. Let's import it to make sure we are on the right track. So we've imported get user, and we can go ahead and save this as well. The next thing is to test the route. So I'll come here, duplicate this guy and call it get user, create, and like I said, it's going to be a get request that will end in get user. So let's go ahead and send and see if we are on the right. Okay, great. So everything works. Now let's come to our controller. This controller here, and expand this guy. So when we want to get a user, there's one thing we need to make sure that is happening. We need to make sure that the user is logged in first. So what that means is that we need to have a function that will check, is the user logged in? If the user is logged in, then we can send the full user data to that user. Do you understand? So now that function is going to be a middleware. So I would create a middleware just like we did before, and I'll come to, where's my middleware? Yeah, I'll call it Auth middleware. So because we want to check some Auth related things, Auth middleware.js, and hit enter. Right. Okay, so now let's create that function that will check if the user is logged in before we do something. So we're going to need these two guys, JWT and async handler. Now I'm going to come down here. I'll create a function with my async handler, and yeah, okay, I'll call that function protect, and this is just a convention really, because technically what we want to do is we want to use it to protect certain routes. And by protect, I mean checking if the user is logged in before we allow access to the route. Okay, so inside of this guy here, I'm going to do a try catch block. So try catch, and in my catch block, so the try will check if the user is logged in, and if the user is not logged in, we simply just want to throw an error that will say that, look, you are not authorized to access this route, please log in. Okay, so it's just going to be response or status 401, and we'll throw a new error that says not authorized, please log in. As simple as that. Now let's head over to the try block, which is where things get interesting. The question we need to ask ourselves first is, how do we log in a user? We log in a user with a cookie, an HTTP only cookie. So we need to access that cookie. So here I'll say const token, and that's going to be equal to, okay, let me just give some space, and that's going to be equal to response.cookie, and plural because there could be more than one cookie in the browser. So response.cookies, and I'm looking for the cookie that we saved as token. So if you come to your user controller, when we log in the user, we sent a token, we sent a cookie, and we named that cookie token. That's what we are looking for in our cookies. All right, so now I'm going to say that if we don't have that cookie, so paste that in, I'll say that if there is no token, then it means that the user is not logged in. So I'll throw an error that says not authorized, please log in. That's the first. Now what if that token exists, well, you want to verify that token to make sure that number one, it has not expired. So we're going to verify the token, and to verify the token, we're going to use a JWT method. So here I'll say const JWT. Oh, no, I'll name the variable verified, and that's going to use JWT dot verify. Now, what do we want to verify? Well, we want to verify this token that exists. So paste that in. That's what we want to verify. How do we verify the token? Remember, we created a JWT secret, and it's that JWT secret that we use to create the token. So if you come here, you see here, we use JWT to sign, and we use this process.env and JWT secrets. That's what we use to sign, to generate the token rather. And of course, we use the user ID as well. So I'll come here and say that I want to also verify this token with that JWT secret. So you see, this thing is making sense. Good. Now, after you verify the token, let's try and get the user that is associated with this token. So here I'll say get user ID from the token. See why it was important for us to create the token with the user ID, because we can now retrieve that user ID and check, if it's actually correct. So here I'll say const user, and I'm just going to say await. What do we want to do? Oh, sorry, that's equal to await, and now we just want to find the user by the ID. So we're going to use the user model here. So I'll say user dot find by ID. And what's the ID we want to use? Is the ID that is inside of this token, this verified token. So I'll say Ctrl C verified dot underscore, or I can just say verified dot ID. It's still going to work. Okay, you can say verified dot underscore ID. Oh, sorry, I reduced the size by mistake. Okay, aha. So you can say verified dot underscore ID. It's still going to work, but let's just leave it as verified dot ID. It works fine. Now you would get that ID. Then I also don't want to have the password sent. So remember how we deselect the password? I'll say dot select, and then I'm just going to remove the password. So minus password. So that's one. Don't forget to import this user model, because we don't have it here. So I'll import the user model and look at it right here. Good. So let's finish up. So after you've gotten the user, right, what do you want to do? Well, make sure that the user actually exists. So here I'll just do some validation. I'll come here and I'll paste something here. I'll say, wait, let me spread this guy out. I'll say if the user does not exist, then throw an error and say user not found, right? But if the user exists, then send that user to wherever this function is called. And the way you send the user to wherever this function is called is that you set the requests dot user to be equal to this user. And where is this request coming from? Look at it, we have access to it right here. So requests. So we're just setting the request.user to the user that we've just gotten from the database. Lastly, we're going to say next. So whatever function comes next, we want to fire it. So what that means is that we need to come up here and add the next parameter. All right, so that's about it for protecting your route. So what I'm going to do now is that I'll need to export this guy. So I'll come here and say, remember how we export stuff, modus.export, and that's going to be equal to, that's because we're going to have other things that we export. So but for now, I just want to export the protect middleware. That's all. So of course, we've not tested this stuff, we need to test it. So let me go ahead and save, and let's see if we actually got it correctly. So I'll come here to my is it user controller now? Okay, let me just come here and save this file. Okay, get user. I think I'll just do Control Z. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Save, and then I'll come to my user routes, and then I'll protect this get user route. So I'll come here and say protect, and then I have to import it. Okay, I'm not able to import it automatically, so let me import it manually. So I think I can say const protect. Okay, and I'll require it protect equals to require, and where is it located? It's located in the middleware. So it can say dot forward slash, no, it has to be dot forward slash to go up. Okay, so you see we're in middleware, and then we're in auth middleware. So that's it. So now I've imported it, and we should be able to use it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and test this route. First of all, I'll log out. Oh, there's a mistake somewhere. Let me check. Oh, what is it? Modules not defined. Oh, when I say modules.export, oh sorry, it's module.export. Oh, sorry about that. Where is it? In my auth middleware. Okay, yeah, so I mistakenly added an S. It's module.export. It's only the export that has S. So that should start the server again. Aha. So now we can go ahead and test this route, this get user route, but this time I want to log out first. So let's make sure we're logged out, and I'm logged out, and I want to fire this route. So I'm not logged in, right? So try. Aha, so you see not authorized, please log in. So what that means is that we've been able to protect this route using this middleware. So next we can just get the user, right? Now remember, wherever we use this route, we are sending, let me show you, we are sending the data about that user. So request.user, we are sending it in the request.user. Okay, so what that means is that if I log in now, let me come back to log in as an admin. Right, so as I'm logged in, I'm able to send the data of this user in via the protect middleware. So let's come to my user controller and let's just finish up since we're almost done. So the first thing I want to do is, let me get rid of this guy, is I want to pick out the user from the request. Okay, so here I'll say const user, and that's going to be equal to await user model user dot, I want to find the user by the ID, find by ID, and this time I'm going to now get the user from the request.user.id. So I just want you to get this. I don't know why. Request.user then .id. So I'll come here and say request.user dot, so you can either say ID or ._ID. So that's it. Now, of course, you don't want to send the password. So I'll say .select, and I'll remove the password. So minus password. Now when you get the user, you then want to send the user to the front end. So for example, I'll say if user, then I'll just send that user. So this is just going to say this is just going to say response or status, and I'll send the user. Then the else part, in other words, if there is no user, let me just specify it and say else. Then I'll just throw an error that look, the user was not found. So just slot that in and say user not found. Simple. So go ahead and save, and let's try and fire this function again to get the user. So I'll come here. Aha. So I'll come here to get user. Initially we could not get the user because we weren't logged in, but now we're logged in. I'll click send, and you see that we are able to, oh, not authorized, please log in. I thought I logged in. Let me log in again just to be sure. Okay, then I'll come here. I'll say get user. Oh, okay, then something is wrong with my process. So let me just take a second look at it. So I think I figured out where the problem is, and here we said response.token. Actually, the token comes with the request, so this should be request.token, request.cookies.token. All right, so I think that was just the silly mistake I made. It happens to the best of us. Okay, so let me come here and test it out again. Aha, so it has fired. So let me just come here, fire this, and we should be able to get the detail about it. Not authorized, please log in. Okay, perhaps there's something else I missed. Let me see exactly where the error is coming from. 26. Wow. Oh, okay, so while I was trying to figure out this first error here, I think I changed something without testing it. So you see this user that I said user.find by ID verified dot underscore ID. I changed it. You know, it was ID before. Actually, it cannot be underscore. It has to be dot ID. All right. So that, I think that's where the problem is. So get the verified dot ID. There is no dot underscore, just dot ID. And now we should be able to get the data about the user. Wow, this took me some time. All right. I don't like making these silly mistakes, typographical mistakes. I don't like it. But that's it so far. So you see, we are able to get the data about that user, and this is what we need to call when we want to get the user's profile. All right, that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now we're going to create the functionality to get a user's login status. In other words, we're going to create a route that will just send true if a user is logged in or false if a user is not. And based on that, we can do several other things, you know. So that's what we're going to do now. So for that, I'm going to start with, I usually like to start with the controller function. So I don't need to close that. Oh, let me open it up. Auth middleware. Okay. So I'll start with the controller function, and let's just come here and say I'll say get login status, and we'll soon be done with this aspect of the project where we are just doing the authentication. So and I'll just say get login status. Okay, let's copy that and let's make sure we send something. Response.send, sorry, and I'll just say login status. Okay, then now just make sure we export it, and I'll paste that in. Okay, go ahead and save, and then let's create the route. So the route is going to be a get request that will say get login status and get login status. Now we don't need to protect this route, we just want to check if the user is logged in or not. And don't forget, we need to import it as well. Import that and send, and save rather. Let's test the route to make sure that we're on the right track. I'll come here and duplicate this one and call it get login status, and then I'll change the name here as well to get login status. Okay, now let's go ahead and test. I will send. Aha, so you see we set it up correctly. Now let's build out the controller function. The controller function is going to have a lot of components we use in the Auth middleware, so that's why I kept it open. So the first thing we want to do is we want to be able to get access to the tokens that are available with that request. So you see this guy here, I'll copy it, and then I'm just going to slot it in here. So that's one. So if you get access to the token, the next thing is if the token doesn't exist, throw an error, right? Which is exactly what we have here. Then if it exists, verify the token. So let me just grab this next two lines, and I'll just do like so. So there's no token, throw an error. But this time I'm not going to throw an error, I'm just going to return a JSON that says false. So here I'll just change it to response.json, and then I'll just say false. So that's Boolean. What we're interested in is this user logged in or not? If the user is logged in, true. If the user is not logged in, false. Chicken, or that's simple. Now, so what if the user is logged in? So now I'm just going to come here and have another if statement. This time I'll copy this guy and I'll say if verified, then I'll just say true. So you see how we've made this thing very straightforward. That's it. Then okay, then if it's not verified, I'll just send false. So this is like saying else. Do you understand? So it's as good as saying else and just bringing it in, if you get what I'm trying to do here. So let's look at it again. So first off, we get this token from the request.cookies.token. We say if there's no token, return false. Oh, and I need to have a return statement here so that the process stops. Then verify the token. If the token is verified, then return true, else return false. That's what we just did. Go ahead and save rather. Now let's come here to test guy here and let's try it out. So now we're currently logged in. I'll send this guy. Let's see what we get. True. I will log out. Let me log out. Okay. I'll come back here, get login status. I'll send it. Let's see what we get. False. So that's the functionality to just check, is the user logged in or not. So that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's create the functionality to update the user's data or the user details. So I'll come here, I'll say update user, and let's create asynchronous function AH, and I did some modification to my snippets just to make it a little bit easier for myself. So I'll just export this guy like that. And what do we do next? We create the route. So I'll save this file and let's create the route for that. Now the route to update the user, it's not going to be a get route, it's going to be a patch route, because there are sometimes we just want to update like maybe the username and leave the others. So that's where we use a patch request. And of course this is also going to be update user and update user. Now this one, we need to make sure that the user is logged in before we execute this function. So we need to protect the route, protect like so. Okay, then lastly let's import this guy. All right, so let's test out the route to make sure that we set it up correctly. After get status, I will duplicate this guy and change this to update user, create, and change this to patch, a patch request, and of course you need to change this last text here to update user. Go ahead and send, and let's see if we get the correct. Not authorized, please log in. So let me come and make sure that I'm logged in. I don't know if okay, I think I logged out before. So let me log in again, and I'll come here and send. Voila, so you see we set it up correctly. So now let's go ahead and build out the controller function to update the user. Now this is going to be a bit different from what we've done before. So controller, and I think at this point I can close the auth middleware. So controller function, the first thing is let's get access to the user from the requests, just like we did here. Let's get access to the user. So I think I'll just grab this guy and I'll just come here. Remember, we protected the route, and any route you protect, you have access to the user if the user is logged in. So that's the first thing I want to do here. I don't think I need to deselect the password, do I? No, I don't. So let me just leave it simple. So I'll get access to the user using the request.user._id. Then I'll say that if the user exists, then what do I want to do? I want to be able to update that user. But first off, I would destructure the properties of the user that can be updated from the front end. So the front end, we can update the name of the user, the phone number of the user, the address of the user. That's the information that can be updated by the user. So what I'm going to do is I'll just destructure it from this user, right? So that's what we did here. And okay, I don't want the user to be able to change their email, so let me just, anyway, I can just leave that for now. But the name, the phone number, and the address, those are the things that I want the user to be able to change. Now after we've destructured all of these guys, then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to I'll come here, I'll say So having the structure, these properties that we want to edit, and you know what, let me just get rid of the email because we're not editing it. Now we're going to edit it based on what we get from the request body. So what I got to do is I'll just say user. So let's start with the name. So user.name, and that is, we're going to set that to be equal to request.body.name. All right, so we're saving the username to what we get from the request body. All right, so let's do for the other two. So I'm just going to duplicate this twice, and I'll change this to user.phone, and the last one is going to be user.address. So, and that's it really. All right, so now that I've done this, I need to save the operation so that the new data will be saved in our database. So here I'll just say const, and I'll call this variable updated user, and that's going to be equal to await user dot save, and then you just call that. So what I will do is that it will save the user with this new information that we got from the body of this request. All right, so meanwhile you need to have an else statement here, so I can say else. Now this else statement will cover if there is no user found, and basically we're just going to throw a not found error, user not found. Okay, so now after you've updated the user, we can now send that user to the front end. So we can say something like response dot status and we'll set that to 200. Then we'll send the json.json. So here we're just going to send the updated user. Now there's one thing that we failed to do, and that is, what if there's a situation where the user does not send any phone number or address? Maybe they just want to update only their name. So what we need to do is, right here we need to have an or operator in JavaScript and say that if there is no request.body.name, then I just want to save the previous name that was there. So copy this and just slot that in. So in other words, you don't want to leave it blank, just save what was there before. So we're just going to do the same for the phone number and the address. So I can just quickly do that by saying or here, and phone number, and the same for the address. Control V. Good. So that's just what I wanted to point out. And now we can go ahead and save this guy so that we can test out the route. So I'll save this guy, and then I'll come here and let's test it out. So what I'll do is I'll just change only the name of the admin. So I'll say name, and then this is the admin account. So let's just say admin user. Let's just add user to it. So admin user, and then let's go ahead and send. Or maybe I should even add a phone number. Let me just add a phone number. So I'll say phone, but I won't add an address, and I'll just say 080, just anything, and then I'll click send. Watch what happens. Voila. So you see, we've successfully changed this user to admin user, and the phone number was also changed. So we didn't do anything to the address, we left it as is, but we changed the name and the phone number. That's because to change the address you need to actually send an object, and we can't send an object here except we use JSON, and I don't want to do that. So but I just want to show you that this works, right? So that's about it for this one. All right, so I'll see you in the next one then. All right, now you may be wondering that we did not update the user profile image or the photo of the user here, and there's a specific reason why I did that. I want to separate the route to update the photo of the user. I want to separate it into a different route, because the process to update it in the front end, that is uploading the image to Cloudinary and then updating it with other details, is it makes the code a little bit clumsy. So what I did is I wanted to separate that into, just to make things a little bit neat. So we're going to create another function to update the user photo. So here I'll come down here, I'll say update photo, and then let's just have a async handler, and to just say update photo, and then I'll just export that like so. And let's make sure we have it in our route. So it's also going to be a patch request that will say update photo. So let me do it together. Yeah. Then lastly, let's import this one. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit more straightforward than the other ones we've done. So this is what I'm trying to describe to you here. So if you see here, you see that we're able to update the photo by just clicking on this guy, and let me just actually go through it again. So you click on this guy, and then you can select any photo of your choice from your computer. So I just want to go ahead and select a photo from my downloads. Okay, so I'll just select a photo of I'll just select anything just to show you. So this is the photo I selected. Now if you click on this button, it's going to upload this photo to your database, and it will be saved as the image. So that's it basically, but I don't want to upload it now, so let's just leave that. So let's come back here and test our routes. Close this guy, and then let's test the route. Let's create a route for that. So update user, I'll duplicate this one, and it's to say update photo. So let's create that. Now to change this as well to update photo, and then let's just test it. Meanwhile, I don't need this information, I can just delete it for now. Send, and as you can see, we get this correct, so we set it up correctly. Now to update our photo, we need to come to the user controller, and let's get the photo from the front end. So here I'll just say const, you know what, save time. So we get it from the request body, so let's just paste that in. Okay, so get that from the request body, then make sure that the user exists. All right, so just like we've done in time past, we can just do the same thing. So make sure that the user exists, put that user in this variable, Control V. Then of course at this point we can just go straight to update the user, because we check that the user exists and the user is logged in before we do all of this. So we can just go ahead and update the user. So I can just say user.photo, and that's going to be equal to this guy that we're getting from the request body, so photo, and that's it. Then I would now save it as an updated user. So just similar to what I did here, and copy that, and then I'll just save it as an updated user. And last but not the least, I'll just send that user to the front end. So you see that I'm making things a little bit abridged here. I'm not doing the if check and all of that here. So lastly, let's just send that user to the front end. So I'll come here and send the user to the front end. So that's it basically. So look at this, I destructured the photo which we get from the request body. I check for the user using the user.request.id, and then I just updated only the photo, and I've saved it inside this array user.save, and then I sent it back to the front end. So that's it. Let's go ahead and save. And now let me just update the photo with maybe something else, something that exists. So I'll just come here to my routes, and here I'm just going to say photo, so update photo. So we need to add the photo, and then maybe I'll just say it's a string, so we can just say anything we want. So https, because it's supposed to be a link to a photo, so https, and I'll just say google.com. just keep things simple. Are you with me now? So let's test it. Fingers crossed. I'll save, I'll send, and as you can see, we get the user data, but what we're interested in is the photo. So let me go back to the photo, and you can see it has changed to google.com. But of course, we don't want this to be google.com, it will throw an error. So let's just replace it with what we had before. So I'll go to the user model, and I'll just get this guy here and change it back so that when we start working we don't get an error. So I'll paste that in and then I'll click send so that it changes back. So I'll come down here and as you can see our photo has changed back to the one that actually exists. So that's about it for updating the photo. All right, thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so at this point we're going to switch back to the front end so that we can interact with all these APIs we've created in the back end. Now let me actually say from this point that this is not all there is to creating a robust authentication system. There's so much more you can do, and like I said, we have a course that is dedicated to authentication and even goes to the advanced concept. That course is like 27 plus hours, right? So I'm not going to repeat all of that because we have authentication in this project. So that's why I just did the basics that we need. Now, if you want to go deep into authentication, then make sure you check it out, right? Make sure you do check it out on the link in the description and make sure you take advantage of it. All right, so in this point, we're going to switch to the front end part of the project and we're going to start building the user interface and working with Redux to interact with these APIs. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's start working on the front end. Now we're working on authentication, so ideally we should start from either the login page or the registration page, but there are some sub components or smaller components that we're going to need when we start building the front end, and I'll just show it to you. So the first is the card component. If you look at this login page, you notice that around this login box here there's this kind of box shadow effect. Yeah, so that's because we created a card component that surrounds this guy here. If you go to the register, you'll notice that there's the same thing there, and we use it in several parts of our application, this card component. So it's something that we're going to create separately. The second thing I want to point out is a loading component. So if I go to shop, you'll see that we have this loading spinner that that displays before we have the product fetched from our database. So that is one kind of loader. That's a kind of standalone loading spinner, right? There is another kind of loader. You come to the login screen here and you try to log in, you'll see that we have this loader that overlays the whole screen. So let me show you. So if I click login, you see this one covers the whole screen and blurs everything out until we're able to execute a specific operation. So that's the second kind of loader. So those are components that we're going to need throughout different aspects of our application, and it's important we build them out before we now start building out pages. So I'm going to start this one by building the loader components. Now for us to do that, I need to head over to the front end of our application. I'll come to components folder and then I'm just going to create another folder inside. I'll call that loader, and inside of it I'll just create my loader.js. Now remember, there are two kinds of loader. There is the one that overlays the screen and there is the one that is just a standalone spinner. All right, let me do RAFCE and just create a component here. Now remember where to find all the CSS file for this project. So just head over to the CSS repository and just get the loader styles. Okay, so I'm just going to import mine because I've already dragged and dropped it here. So let me just say I want to import styles from this loader module.scss, which is this guy I just brought in. Now like I said, there are two kinds of loaders. The first kind of loader requires me to create something in my index.html file. Okay, so I'm just going to come to, let me just search for index.html file, index.html. Okay, and I'm going to create index.html file has just one div, this div with an ID of root. Now what I want is I want to create another div that is going to have like maybe an ID of maybe loader, for example, and that will help me avoid some issues when I create my admin page and all of that. So I'm going to just make this first div an ID of loader. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and save. So that's the first thing I want to do. Now I can now create the loader that will cover the whole screen. That's the overlay, the loader with an overlay. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'll come to my loader, and this is going to be the loader that covers the whole screen. All right, let me get rid of everything you see here, and as well I'll get rid of this. So now what I want to return is a portal. I want to create a portal. So for me to create a portal, I need to import React DOM. So I'll say import React DOM, like so. This is how you do it, and you're importing it from React DOM. So React, okay, it's a okay from React -DOM. So that's how you import it. Okay, good. Now here I will now create a portal with this React DOM. So what I'll do is I'll say React DOM dot create portal. So you see it's helping me complete it. Now it's inside of this portal that I will now create like a div. So let's just say div. I'll tap that and I'll give it a class name. So remember we are using CSS modules here, so it's going to be styles dot, and I'll just give it a wrapper class. Wrapper, I hope I spelled that correctly. Then we're going to create another div. So let's put a div here. This one is going to have a class name of loader, styles.loader. Okay, great. Now inside of this div is where we'll now put our loading image. Inside of our assets folder, we have this loading spinner that we downloaded. So this loader.gif, this is what we're going to use. So what I'm going to do is I would import it so that I can use it. So here I'll say import, I'll call it loader image. I'm importing it from React, from where it's located. So I'll need to go to the assets folder. So one step up, another step up, and then assets. Now when you're in the assets, you now need to look for the loader.gif. Yeah, so that's it. So this is it right here. So inside of this loader div, I can now reference this loader image. So I'll just say image and tap that. The source is going to be the loader image. So loader image, and here I'll just say loading. Okay, so that's it. So the last thing you do here is that after this div with the class of wrapper, you're just going to add a comma here. Okay, then you now come down and specify exactly where you want it to be displayed. And here we want it to be displayed, we'll just say document.getElement by ID, and we'll select this loader ID here. So you see, this is where we are selecting it. Now there's a reason why we are not displaying it to the root, we are displaying it to the loader. When you have a page like an admin page, remember how our admin page was, where we had this sidebar, then we had another header and stuff like that. If you just create an overlay loader, it may not cover the whole screen, it may just cover half of the screen, and then you're just going to have the thing just looking somehow, it's not going to look professional. So that's why we create a portal for this kind of stuff. Okay, so so that's it for this first loader. What I can do is to test this is that I can go to the home page and just place it in the home page. So I'll just come to my my app, for example, and then I'm just going to place it somewhere here. I'll just say loader, just to make sure that everything is done correctly. Let's import it. And where is it located? Yeah. Okay, so now let's go ahead and save, and let's come and see our project that we're currently working on. We should now see that loader displayed here. So my compilation is finished, and as you can see, we have this overlay and the loader on the page. You cannot select anything under the page. That is because this overlay completely covers everything you see on the page. All right, so that's about it for the overlay, the loader with an overlay. The next kind of loader we want is the standalone loader. For example, when you click on shop, you see we have this, standalone loader. So that's the next one we need to create. And to do that, you just need to, I'm going to do that inside of the loader.js file. And by the way, I don't want to have this loader here, so I'm just going to get rid of it. That's the first. Let me get rid of that, and then I'm just going to save. Okay, great. Now the second loader is, like I said, it's going to be a standalone loader. So what I'll do is, inside of this loader, I'm just going to create another component. So here I'll come down here, and of course don't forget, I'll just say const. I'll call this spinner, because it's just going to be like a spinner, and that's going to be equal to, let's use an arrow function to create it, and we're just going to return something. So return like so. Now this is going to, before I forget, let me export it. If you don't export it, you're not going to be able to access it anywhere. So now this is going to be a div, okay, so div with a class name, and we have a utility class where the name of that utility class is center all. So this class just guarantees that when we put anything inside here, is going to be perfectly centered. All right, then we're just going to grab this image. So let's just grab the image, and then let's just slot that in here. All right, so that's about it for the spinner image. And of course we can test it just like we did the other one. So let me go ahead and save, and then I'm just going to test it on my app. So I'll come here and I'll just say, inside for the header, I'll say I want to reference the spinner. Close that and import it. So that's it. Of course, now you can go ahead and, where is it going to be this time? I'm not quite sure, but I think maybe I should put it under the header. And then let's go ahead and save. So now if we come to the project here, we need to be in the project we're currently building. You see we have this spinner. Another thing you can do is you can reduce the width of the spinner. So let me just try something. I will come to my loader, and I'll just give this image a width property. I think I can do that. Width, and that's just going to be equal to, this time I'll just say 50. Let's just see what 50 looks like. I want to see if I can make it a bit smaller. Okay, so I think this is a little bit better because it's a bit smaller. You can even make it like way smaller, so you can say something like 40, because that's spinner, we're going to use it in several places. So let's just make it okay. So this is perfect. So you can just have this spinner, or if you want you can leave it big, whatever. So that's it for the loader and the spinner. All right, now in the next video we're going to build the card component, so that we can use that card component in various parts of our application. Meanwhile, I don't need this spinner here, so I'm going to remove it like so. All right, so I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's go ahead and build out the card component. So I got to come here to my components. Okay, let me close these guys that I'm not using, and we can close the loader as well and the HTML. Okay, so I'll come here to my components, and I'm going to create a card folder. Inside of that, we're now going to create a file that we'll call card.js. Okay, hit enter on that. Now remember where you can get the CSS file in our CSS directory, so just get that. I'm just going to drop mine here, and so there we have it. Now let me create my barebone component with array fce, and then I'm going to import the CSS file. Now remember, we don't even need this React because we're not using it for anything, so you can just get rid of it and import your styles. This card component is going to have two props. The first is going to be the children prop, because the card is going to essentially surround other components. So the other components that the card surrounds will be regarded as the children. All right, so children prop, and then lastly we're going to have a card class. Okay, so those are the two of them. Now in this card here, let's just come here, and inside here we're just going to reference the children prop like so. Then here we're now going to add the class name for the card. So that's just it. Now this class name of the card is just going to have the box shadow and all of that. We already have that in our styles. So let's just say class name and tab that. Now it's supposed to say styles.something, but what I'm going to do here is, so here I'm just going to use backticks. Okay, so now in the backticks I'm now going to add my string interpolation syntax, but I'll need to do that twice. So let me have a space here and add it twice. So here I will now reference the first class, which is coming from this guy. So I'll say styles dot card, and that's coming from this our CSS module file. However, this second one is going to come from wherever we use this component. So it's a card class prop. So this is it for our card component, and this is what we can use to surround other components to give it that box shadowy effect. All right, so that's about it for this one, and I may not be able to test it immediately, but eventually we're going to test it, or we're going to use it in different parts of the project. All right, so I will see you in the next one. Yeah, okay, there's something wrong here. Thank God I saw it. So we exported this guy not as a default export, but as a named export. So here I just want to make sure that everything is synced. So I'll export it as a named or as a default export rather, and that's it. So go ahead and save that, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now I think we can go ahead and build out the login registration page. So let's come to the pages this time, and inside of the pages I'm going to create another folder which I'll call Auth, and I'm calling it Auth because every front-end page that concerns authentication, such as login, logout, login, register, is going to be found inside these guys. So let me create a file. I'll say login.js, so that's the first one. Then I'll do another one, and this one is going to be register.js as well. Then we're also going to have the CSS styles. So let me just bring that in. Remember, you know where to get yours, so I'll just dump mine here, and you see it's auth.module.css or .scss rather. All right, so now let's go ahead and create the barebone component, which is RAFCE. Okay, so we have the login. Let's do the one for the register. CE. Aha, so we have that, and then I'm just going to save. Now we need to, okay, before I forget, we need to have import the styles. So let me just do that. So here I can just come and say import styles from auth module so that I don't forget. Put that there as well. Okay, now let's go ahead and create the route for these guys, and to do that we need to be inside of the app.js to create the route. So in my app.js I will just come here and duplicate this route. I'll do it twice, and this one is going to say / I think login. Okay, so / login and then / register. All right, so now let's change the component as well. This is going to be the login component, which we are importing from pages auth login, and then this is going to be the register component, which we're also going to auto import. Voila, so that's about it for the these guys. I'll just go ahead and save now. Okay, so I've saved that. All right, so now what we can do is, you see this login and register component, we can point it to those pages. So if I go to my header, and I just need to look for the login and register. Where are you? Okay, so this is login, and it's okay, so it's going to login and it's going to register. So we've already done that. Now let's test it out. So I'll click on login. Aha, so you see we have this tiny text. I'll click on register. We have the text as well. So now we can start working on the login page, and we still have some time. So I'm just going to go to my login page, which is this guy here. and we can start working on it. So what do we have in the login page? Let's look at it here just to be sure. I need to log out, by the way, for us to see that. So what do we have in the login page? Well, we have login. Oh, sorry, I need to be here. Did I click this guy? Essentially, we have an image and just this form here. So let's go ahead and quickly create that. So first off, we need to have a section. This div here should actually be a section that should just surround that guy. Aha. Let's delete this guy. And this section is going to have a class name. And remember, we are using modules here, so it's going to be this time. I'll just make it backticks, just like I did when I was creating the card. So the first one is going to be a regular container class, which we have in our index.css. The second one, however, is going to come from our auth.module.scss. So we just have to use our string interpolation syntax here and say styles.auth. So you see, now inside of the section we can now create the two components here, so the image and the form. So here I'll just create a div. So I think I have a shortcut for that as well. So div with is going to be, the first one is going to be styles.img. The second one will be styles.form, because that's where the form is going to be. So let's just give some space so that we can see what we're doing, like so. Okay, so now let's slot in the image first. You know what, to save time, I'm just gonna slot in the image markup just like that. So it's image and it's pointing to an image inside of our assets folder, which we have not created, and we give it a width of 400. So now let's go ahead and create this login image, or import it from the assets. So here I'll say import and that from. So where is it located? So let's go one step up, another step up, and we're going to get inside of the assets. And I think the name of that image is, I'm not quite sure, but let me see if it has login. I think it's login.png. I'm not fully sure, but I think it's login.png. All right, so that's it. And there's no harm in actually saving this thing and seeing what we are doing. So let me save that, and let's just come to this project and see the login page. Voila, so we're correct after all. So the next thing we need to do is to create the form. This is what the form looks like. So remember, this form has a card that surrounds it. Yeah, that's why we created the card, so that we can use it here. So instead of just having this form here, we can actually surround it with a card class, or with a card component. So I'll say card, and then I'm just going to import it. So let's import it from where it's located and surround this div with the card, this form div. So that's what we just did there. Yeah, now inside of the form, what do we have? Well, basically we have the h2 text here that says login. So let's just say h2, and we're just going to say login. Then what else do we have? We now have the form fields. So this is the form field 1, 2, and then a button. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to bring in my inputs, and then I'll just remove what I don't need for now. So let's bring in the first input. Look at this. We have an input that has text, a type of text. It's the placeholder is email. It's required. The value is email. The onChange is set email. Now you'll notice that we've not created this state, the email state and the set email state changer. We've not created that. So what we need to do is we can create that. But before we do, let's just bring in the password as well. So I'm sure you already know about forms in React. So let's just save time and proceed quickly. So okay, so paste that in. Now look at this. This is an input. It has a type of password, a placeholder of password, the value password, the onChange is set password. Then lastly, we have a button. So the button, I'm also going to bring it in. So I'll come here and slot in the button. So look at this. It's a button with a type of submit, and then it has a class name of --btn, btn primary, and btn block. Those are the classes for the button. All right, now after this form, where's the form? Oh, you mean I didn't create a form? Wow, interesting. I should have put all of the input fields inside the form. I'm sorry for that. See this input, I need to surround it with a form tag. So form, I'll tap that, and it's not going to have an action, but it's going to have an on submit. So on submit, I'll set the on submit to login user, which I have not created, by the way. Then you see this form, this closing tag, I can just cut it and put it after the button. So this button, I'll just surround everything with the form tag. So that's what we needed to do ab initio. Now if you come to this project here, you see that after this form, you see here, you see we have this text, don't have an account, register. You see that text, we're going to create that, we're going to put that text. Okay, so let me come here, and it's going to come just immediately after the form. I'll just come down and I'll create a span tag. So this span tag is going to have a class name of styles.register. Okay, register. Then inside we're just going to have the text that will say don't have an account, register, and it's just going to be inside a paragraph. So let me just save time on that as well. I'll come here and slot that in. So you see the text, it says don't have an account. Then there's a link that now says register, and it links to the register page. So let's now do the cleanup on this section here. So first off, I will import this link from React Router DOM. So that's sorted. Then I'll create the state for the password and the email, and then I'll also just create an empty function that will say login user. So let's do that quickly. Let's come here inside of our login. So first off, let's create use state, and I'll just use the snippets, and here I'll say I think the first one is email, and it will say set email. Let's import use state from React, and then let's just make this an empty string. Then the other one is password. Oh sorry, I wanted to use the use state snippet. So use state snippet. Okay, this will say password, and this will say set password, and of course this is going to be an empty string. Voila. So if you come down here, you notice that it's just this one that is left, this login user. So what we can do is we can just create an empty function. It doesn't do anything. So I'll just come here and say arrow function, and I'll just say login user. It doesn't do anything. In fact, if you want to just add something here, well, let me not add anything. I don't want to do anything logic. I just want to do only JSX. So I'll save this guy, and let's come here and see what we have in the project. Okay, voila. So you see, if you come to register, you come to login, you see we even added this slide up animation, and everything works perfect. If you scroll, if you reduce the size of the browser, after some time it becomes only the login, and like that the image shows. So we're good to go because we have this login form. In the next video now, let's do the registration form, which is this guy you see here. So this registration form, yeah, so we're going to do that in the next video. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, now let's work on the register page, and as you can see, this is what it looks like. So what I want us to do is let's head over to our register component, and everything we have in this login, I'm just going to select everything and slot it into the register component. Now of course, we need to change this guy to register. Nope, that should be register. All right, then also we need to change the name of the component here to register. So that's it. Now if you look at this register component, there are some things you will notice. Number one, the form is on the left, the image is on the right. Then we have two other components, or two other form input fields, the name and the confirm password. So those are like the main differences in this component. So because of this increased number of input fields, we are going to change the state that we use. So instead of having this email and password, I'm just going to have a new state. So let's start there, use state, and I'll use the snippet. I'll call this form data, and this form data, of course, let's capitalize the set form data, and this form data is going to have an initial state like so. Now that initial state, I have not created it yet, so let's just create the initial state. I'll come outside here. You know, you can put your initial state outside, so it's like a variable, it's like an object here. So I'll come outside and have my initial state set here, and it's going to have the name property, the email property, the password property, and the C password. This C password stands for confirm password. So those are the three things. Then the next thing we'll do now is we're going to destructure these four properties from the form data. And the way we do that is we can just 1 minute. We can just come below this form. I need space here right now, so and destructure it. So this is the form data, and I've destructured the four properties out of it. All right, good. So now let's proceed. Of course, this function here, I'll change it to register user instead of login user, and don't forget to change it in the form itself to register user. Now if you look at it, the form is on the left, the image is on the right. So what I do now is I can take this image, I'll cut it, Ctrl X, and put it below the card. So this is where the card ends. I'll just come here and slot my image. So that will just flip things for us. So now let's see the error we have here. So because we don't have the set password and set email, that's why we're getting this error. So we need to change this. For us to do that, let's create one single function that will handle the input change. So whenever there's an input change, that function is going to handle it. So I'm just going to create an arrow function, and I'll call that function handle input change. Input change. Let's give it an E. Do we need? Yeah, we do need an E. So let's come here. Now we're working with this form data. This form data is the state that holds all of our form states. So first off, I'm going to destructure the name and the value. So you know the form, let me come here. The form has, okay, I didn't put a name property here. So it needs to have a name property, which is going to be the same as this guy value. So if you do like this and just change this to name, so you see the name is email. So the name and the value needs to match. Then of course the onchange, I will change this onchange to handle input change. That is this new function I've created here. So let me just copy it to and paste it in. So scroll down, onchange, that's going to be handle input change, and I'll do the same here as well. So onchange, handle input change, because we are going to intelligently, you know, handle that. Then here we're going to change this to name as well. Okay, now we're good to go. Well, since we're here, I think we should just add the other form fields. So for example, here we started with email, but we need to have a name field. Okay, so I think at this point I can just grab the name field, since we already know the structure of everything, and slot in the name field here. So look at it. Text, placeholder name, name, value name. Remember, we destructured it up top there. So look at it, we'd have this name. The last one is the C password, which we've also destructured. So let me copy that and slot that at the bottom. So after this password, we're going to have the confirm password. So you see, it matches with what we have up top. Then also this button needs to change to register. And there's one more thing that needs to change. Okay, don't have an account. So don't have an account is going to change. It's going to say already have an account, login. So already have an account. Come on, is that how they spell already? Okay, then we're going to change this to login, and of course this will change to login. So just the small changes. Then I think the heading for this guy here also needs to change. So where do we have that? Okay, so this needs to change to register. All right, so the last thing we need to do here probably is to create this function to handle input change. That's the last thing we need to do, and I think we should have done this stuff before. So when you want to handle the input change, first off, you're going to destructure the name and the value from this event. So if you come here, you see that this form has a name and a value. You can destructure those two properties out. So here we're just going to come here, we're here, and we're going to say const structure. So we need the name, and value, and it's coming from where? The event dot target. Okay, good. So now when you do that, then the next thing you can now do is to set this form data. So here I'll say set form data, and it's an object. So let's have our object syntax, and because you are going to be changing one part of the form data per time, so first off you need to destructure and say form data. So spread is not the structure but spread. So use the spread operator there. Then you will now say that you want to match the name with the value. Now this is how you do it. This is the syntax. Yeah, so by doing this, anytime you change something, it will be synced to that particular input field. So that's how you do this stuff. Now let's go ahead and save and see what the register page looks like in the finished project. Voila. So you see, we now have the register page looking very good, by the way, I should say. And what we can do next is that we're now going to, in the next video, we're now going to go into the logic part of the project where we're going to use Redux Toolkit. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Now, before we can actually implement the functionality from the front end to register and log in the user, we need to have Redux Toolkit set up. That's because Redux Toolkit is the package we use for our state management. All right, so to do that, I'm just going to come here to my folder, and I would, let me just see, keep everything organized. So we have components. Yeah, so inside of the src folder, I'm going to create a Redux folder. So here I'll say create new folder, I'll call it Redux, and inside of Redux I'm going to create another folder which I'll call features. And then in the features, well, let me just say inside of Redux still, I'll create a file, new file. I'll call that file store.js. Now, if you've taken my React course, all of this will not be strange to you. Yeah. Now, for the feature, allow me to just create just one feature. So I'll come here and say auth, a new folder. I'll call that auth. And inside of auth, I will create a file. You know what? Let me just create another folder so that we have this separated. So I'll just create another folder inside of features, and I'll call it I think I have a products folder. I just want to make sure it has the same name. Okay, so I'll call it products, like so. All right, so now in the auth, I'll create an auth slice.js. So new file, and I'll call it auth slice. It's not a component, so I'm not using capital letter .js. Hit enter. Now in this auth slice, I'll just say rx slice, and just automatically creates the structure for all of this. Now the auth slice is going to have a name, and I'm going to call that name auth. It's going to be a string, by the way. So auth, that's all I wanted to do here. Then I'll go ahead and save. So save that, and then let's create our store. So I'm going to come to my store, and for the store, what we need to do is, first off, we need to import configure store from Redux Toolkit. So this is how you do that: import configure store from Redux Toolkit. Now after you've done that, you will now create the store. So I'll say I'll come here, and you need to export it because you're going to need it somewhere else. So I'll say export const store, and that's going to be equal to configure store. Configure, great, configure store. Now open your parentheses and then your object syntax here. Now this configure store is going to have this reducer property, and the reducer is also going to be an object. So for the reducer, we've only created one, and that is the auth reducer, this auth slice here that you created. So I'm going to come back to my store and import that auth slice. So how do we do that? Well, I'm just going to say import, and I'll just give it a name of auth reducer, and I'm going to import it from There needs to be space here. And where is it located? Well, one step up, and then we should find ourselves in the Redux folder, the Redux, and then / features, and then / auth, and then lastly / auth slice. All right, so that's why I needed us to create this auth slice first, so that we have something to import here. Okay, now I can now come here and now make reference to it by saying auth, and then I'll just point to this auth reducer I just created, and then just like so. So that's it. I've set up my store. This is how you set up your store. So subsequently, when you create other slices, you just need to come and add them here. Just add a comma and then just add them. That's all. So let's go ahead and save this file, and then we can now reference this file from our index.js. So for that, I'm just going to go to index.js. Yeah. So in my index.js, oh no, not this one. I mean the index.js, the main index.js of the root of the project. Yeah, this one, index.js. So in my index.js, well, what we want to do is we want to bring in the provider from Redux, React Redux. Then I'll just come here and I'll just bring in the provider. Then I'll also import the store. So I think I can just say store and it's just auto import. Yeah, so you see, so I've imported the store. So two things, the provider and the store. Now in what's it called, in this guy here, we can now surround this app with our provider. So I'll come here and say provider. I'll create an opening and a closing tag and surround the app with it. Now this opening tag is going to have a store attribute, store, okay, and that store is just going to point to our store, which is what we imported here. Okay, so that's done. So this is just how you set up your Redux store in your project, and we've been able to do that successfully. So in the next one, now we're now going to now work on fetching the data, communicating with the back end of our project. So that's what we're going to work on in the next video. All right, see you in the next one then. And just to be sure that we set up Redux correctly, I just want to show you, just to be sure, I have Redux, Chrome Redux extension. So Redux Dev Tools, that's the Chrome Redux extension. So if you don't have that, you should probably just check the Chrome store. And now if I open that, you will see here that I have this auth state. This auth, yeah, auth state is a Redux state. So it's right here, and that is just to show you that I properly set up my Redux. So if you don't have Chrome Redux Dev Tool, you can just import it and then just add the icon here. So that's it. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now we're going to start creating all the HTTP requests that we'll make to the back end using Axios. So what I would do first is I would I would create a .env file inside of my front end folder. I don't think I have a .env file, so let me just check to be sure. Okay, so I don't. So let's start there. I'll say .env, and you know, I always like to have I would like to have two of that so that you can see exactly whatever I'm doing. So I'll say .env and then .example. Okay, so now in my .env, the first thing I want to create is the URL to the back end. So I'm going to come here to my .env example and show you exactly how I created. So this is exactly what I need. Meanwhile, let me just paste mine here. So you see, React app backend URL, React app frontend URL. If you're using Vite, you know that it's a little bit different when you want to create .env files and when you want to refer to them from your code. Okay, so I just wanted to point out that. Now, because I've added something to my .env file, I think I have to restart my React app, right? But I don't want to do that just yet, but eventually I'm going to have to restart the React app so that it can pick up what is here. So let's come to the auth slice. Now inside of the auth slice, remember it's inside this auth folder. I want to create another file which I'm going to call auth service.js. Okay, hit enter on that. Now this auth service I'm creating here is going to have the HTTP request code that will make requests to the back end using Axios. So let me show you. So first off, you need to import Axios, and then you need to create a variable that will point to your backend URL. So the first one I'll just do is I'll just say backend URL. Okay, and let me just give some space here. So this is backend URL, and it's pointing to process.env dot react app backend URL, which is what we created here in our .env file. All right, then next we are now going to create our API URL. So I'm also going to bring that in here and slot that in. So look at this, const API URL and is equal to the backend URL /API /users and then one last /. If you come to our routes, you'll see that the final / is here, but let me go to my server. But if you look at the server and you look at the, I'm trying to find where the route is, just a minute. I'm sure you've, okay, look at its route. So you see we have /API /users. That's where we got this from. All right, so if you come here to the auth service, you see it's /API /users, and then finally when we want to make a request, we're just going to add whatever text that is here. Okay, now let's write the request to register a user. So that's the first one we'll have. So I'm going to come to my auth service, and I'm just going to come down here and add a comment. I'll say register user, and let's quickly do that. So I'll say const, let me just create an arrow function, actually asynchronous arrow function. Good. So I'll call this register, and this register, now remember, it's going to have some data that it will send to the back end as part of the request body. That data is sending to the back end. I'm going to put it inside an object that I'll call user data. All right, now let's open that up and make the request. So we're making that request with Axios, and it's a post request. Remember, if you come to the back end here, you'll see that it's a post request. So I'm going to come here, I'll say const response, and that's going to be equal to await Axios dot post. All right, and what is the URL we want to post to? So we're going to say API URL, which is this guy. So API underscore URL. Then I will now append it to this text here. So if you come here, you see that what we have here is register. So that's what I'm going to get, and I'll come here and I'll say plus register. So this is the URL we're making a request to. Now the next thing we want to specify is the data we want to send along with this request. And remember, I said that that data is going to be stored inside this user data parameter. Okay, so I'm just going to add that there, user data. Then there's one more thing we need to do, or we can do, and that is to specify that you want to make this request with some form of credentials. And that is because a user is only going to be able to make a post request. Okay, I just figured that this is not where we actually need credentials, but in all the routes that we are protecting, right, we are going to send a request with the token from the front end. Okay, remember that token that we created that helps us log in a user? That's what I'm talking about here. So, but ideally, let me come back here to my auth service. When you want to send a request with some form of credential in the form of a token, you're going to have an object here after the user data that will now have a property which is called with credentials, and you're just going to set that to true. Okay, so that's how you make your request with Axios. Now, but there's one thing though, after you've done this, you now come here and you return the data that you get from the back end. So I'll say return response dot data, and that's it. Okay, so now there's one thing we can do though. Instead of saying with credentials every time you need to make a HTTP request with some form of credentials, we can just do that, set it as a default in app.js. So it will just, take, it will just apply to every HTTP request we make. So I'll come to my app.js and I'm just going to import Axios first. So I'll say Axios and I'll import that from, okay, I think this one is going to work. Yeah. So I'll import Axios. I'll cut this guy and then I'll just come here. Then I'll say Axios dot defaults. So we can set a default setting for Axios, and the property we're interested in is with credentials, you see, and then I'm just going to set that to true. So by setting this to true, every time you make a HTTP request with Axios to your backend and you need to send some form of token or some form of credentials, this will automatically set that to true and you'll be able to make the request and send the token. So it's better to just put it here than to add it to every HTTP request you make. I just wanted to show you how all of that works. Okay, good. Now this is the function to register the user. What we need to do now is we need to export it so that it can be accessed from our auth slice, which is this guy here. So I'll work on the auth service first, then I'll now work on the auth slice. So let's export it so that it's available in the auth slice. So I'm just going to come down to the bottom and I will say, I'll come down here and I'll create a variable. I'll call that variable const auth service. It's just going to be an object, sorry, and inside I'm just going to add my register. Then lastly, I will now export this auth service, so like a default export. So just come here and export auth service as a default export. All right, so now this is the first one we just did, and it's to register the user. So I can now come here to my auth slice and then I can now write the Redux function to register the user. So I think I can do that here. Let's just do that in one swipe. So first off, we need to create an initial state, that will be used by Redux. So let's, first of all, I'm going to create an is logged in state and a user state, which is login is going to be set to false initially. The user is going to be set to null. Then I will now create 4 pieces of state. Okay, that is going to be actually common to all Redux files. Is error false, is success false, is loading false, and a message that is going to be an empty string. Meanwhile, these first two pieces of state, they are the main things that we need to work in this area here, at least for now. Okay, so now that we've created the state, let's come down here. In my reducer, what I'll do is I'll first create a state. I'll first create a reducer function that will reset my auth back to the default. So I'll come here and say reset auth. And by the way, I just like to have my reducer functions to be capital letter. It's just the thing I like. It's not as if maybe it's compulsory. So you can say, open that up like this, and here you can just say state. Okay, now I can now come here and reset these 4 pieces of state. Sorry, these 4 pieces of state, I can reset it to their default, which is what we have here. So let me actually just copy it and then I'll just modify it inside of this function. I'll paste that in, and in front of all of these guys here, I'll just add the keyword state. So state dot, so that's 1. Then here I want to get rid of the colon, and I'll set it to be equal to, and that's how you just reset your state. So state dot is error, we're setting it back to false. Success is loading, setting it back to false. State dot message, we're setting it back to an empty string. So basically that's how you reset your states. I need to add a comma here, don't I? I'm wondering why I'm getting an error. I shouldn't be getting an error. Okay, so let me just take a second look. Reset all states. Yeah, so this is correct. I shouldn't be getting this stuff here. Oh, so I'm getting this because after this guys here, you shouldn't have comma, we should have semicolon. So that's why. Or yeah, so you see that it will just disappear. Now the next thing we want to do is to create the HTTP request from this Redux, or to initialize the HTTP request with a function in Redux called create async thunk. All right, so I'm going to just import that as well. So instead of just saying create slice here, I'll just add a comma and say create slice and create async thunk as well. Then I'm also going to need the auth service. So I'll just say auth service and I'll import it from auth service. Okay. Then lastly, I'm also going to need something, but I've not set that up yet. So I'll just leave it for now. So let's come down here and let's create the function to register the user. And I think I want to be fast with this one. So I'm just going to come here and I'll say register user. Okay, so down here I'll create the Redux function to register a user. Now the way you do that is I'll come here and say export, because we need to export it so that we can use it from the front end. And I'll just say const register, and that's going to be equal to create async thunk, which we're going to open the parenthesis. Now this parenthesis is going to have some attributes here. So the first is the auth. I'll give it a name, and it's usually auth or the name of the state, and then / the name of the function you're executing. In our case, it's register. Okay, I'll add a comma, then I'll now come here and initialize the function that will make the request to the backend, and that's going to be inside this asynchronous tab here. So I'll say async, and then I'm just going to, it's like a callback function really, async, and then I'm just going to open that up like this. Okay, now inside this callback function, I will now have a try catch block. So here I'll say try catch. Okay, so you see the way we are setting things up, nice and slow. You don't need to rush this thing, just take it step by step. Now this async, this what's it called, function here, this callback function here will have two arguments. One will be user data, remember that user data is part of what we are receiving from the form. That's what we have here in this auth service. So user data, and the next is going to be a default, which is called thunk API. I was expecting it to autocomplete it for me, but no problem. So these are the two pieces of arguments you need to execute your function. So now in this try block, what we just want to do is we just want to return the HTTP request. So return, and where is the HTTP request? Well, we've already created the HTTP request here in this register function in our auth service. So what that means is that you don't need to write all of this again. You can just make reference to this register function. So I'll come here and say await, and what's the name of that function? It's in the auth service, and I'll just say dot register. Okay, now I'll come here and then I'll just pass my user data, and that's it. All right, so that's the try part of the application, of the function rather. Now in the catch block, we're just interested in catching any possible error, and this part of the application has like how am I going to describe it? The error can come in different forms. It can come in error.response, it can be error.response.data, it can be error.response.data.message, it can be error.message, and so different APIs can return the error in different ways. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable called message. So let me just do that, and I don't think I want to type that, so let me just slot that in. So I've created a variable called message, and I've entered in all the possible ways an API can return an error. So whichever way the API returns the error, it's going to match one of these, and then we can now return the thunk API and reject with this error message. So I can just come here like this and say return thunk API dot reject with value, and I'll just slot in this message there. So All of these things you see, you can just pause the video and type it out, or you can look at the complete project. But all of these things you see here is just a variable, different variables of how various API returns their error messages. And I'm just putting it inside this message variable and rejecting it with this message. All right, so that's it basically. Okay, now we've spent 11 minutes here, so let's just quickly round up. Now that we've created this function to register the user in our auth slice, how do we receive the response from the database? How do we receive that response? Well, we receive the response in another, after this reducer here, we receive the response in another property here called extra reducer, plural, extra reducers. And like that, I'm just going to open it up. It's going to have this builder parameter, so I'll just say builder, and then let's just open that up. So builder, and then like an arrow function, I'm just going to open it up like this. Okay, so now inside here I'll now say builder, and then, oh, that's 2u, should be 1u. So builder, and then we're now going to add the various cases. Now there can be 3 cases. Is either the HTTP request is pending, that's where you're just making the request, you've not gotten any kind of response, or is successful or fulfilled, or the HTTP request fails, and that's known as rejected. So after I use this builder keyword, I'll just come down to the next line just to keep things consistent. Let me add a comment here and say register user. Okay, and then I'm just going to say builder dot add case. Okay, so builder dot add case, and we're going to point to the function that we're watching out for. So in this case, it's register, and then I'll say register dot pending. So when the when that HTTP request is still pending, in other words, you've not gotten a response from the server, it's pending. What do we want to do? Now we're just going to have our state here, and then let's just open it up like this. So the only thing we want to do is that we want to set the loading to true. Let me show you what I mean. This is loading here, we want to set it to true. So I'm just going to say state.isLoading, copy that and slot that in here, and I'll set that to true. So I've changed the loading state to true. Now at this point, we can just duplicate this guy and do some other things. So here, I'll just duplicate this guy downwards, and then I'll change this to register.fulfilled. And fulfilled means the HTTP request was successful. In other words, we got the right response that we're expecting from the server. Now you want to set the is loading back to false, and if maybe is success, we have the is success state here, you want to set that to true. So let me just copy this too, and then I'm just going to come here. Oh, sorry, I just need the is success. I'll say is success, and I'll set that to true. Then what else do we want to do? We want to set the user login state to true as well. So here I'll just grab that, and then I'll say state.isLoggedIn. I'll set that to true. Remember, by default is set to false. So let me show you. By default is set to false. So now when we get a successful response after we register, we want to set it to true. Then lastly, we want to set the user. So here I'll say state.user, and that's going to be equal to the object or the response we get from the server, and that's going to be stored inside this action object. So I'll just come here and say action dot payload, and that's it. Now after I've done all of this, I want to throw a notification in the front end, that a toast notification in the front end that the registration was successful. So the way I'm going to do that, I'll say toast dot success, and this toast is a package that we installed when we started the project, so we're going to import it as well. So toast.success, and then I'm just going to say registration successful, something like that. Now let's import this toast. I'll import it, from, okay, so I don't have it here, but I think I can just come here and say toast, and it should auto import. Okay, it's still not auto importing. Wow. So I'm just going to drag it and just, it's a package called React Toastify. Sorry. So we're just going to import toast from React Toastify. And of course, this toast, we need to do some minor setting in the front end. So let me come to my app, and we need to just do some minor setting here for React Toastify. So the first thing is that we need to import React, the toast container, and then the CSS for the toast. So I'll just come here, and all of that is found in the documentation. So I need to import toast container from React Toastify, and this CSS file is also from React Toastify. So once you import those two, you can now go ahead and reference them inside of your project. So what to reference them, I mean, we just need to copy this guy here and just bring it inside your, maybe before your header, but inside your browser router. Just paste that in and then just open it up. So that's the only thing you need to do to set up React Toastify. You import toast container and the CSS file, then you import the toast container into, you reference the toast container in your return statement, and that's it. So we spent quite a number of time setting up this first route, and that's because, or sorry, this first HTTP request, and that's because it's the first one. So I needed to explain certain things. Subsequently, we just need to, you know, replicate what we've already done, and things will be a lot faster. All right, but before we proceed to the component logic, there's just one more thing we missed, and that is to add the last case for this register user function. So the last case is when the response, when the HTTP request is not successful, and we represent that with something called rejected. So I'll duplicate this guy, and this one I'll now rename this to register.rejected. So rejected, that's when we have things like maybe there's an error or something went wrong and all of that. So I'll say state.isLoading, that's going to be equal to false. State.isError, so let's change this to isError. So let me just do it like this, and that's going to be equal to true because we have an error. Then I'm going to need to have access to the error message. So I'll say state.message, and that's going to be equal to the error message we get from the server, and that's going to, the error message we get to the server is going to be saved in the action.payload. Whatever data you get back from the server will always be saved in the action.payload. All right, then the last thing is the state.user. We're going to make sure that that is set to null, which is like the default. Then of course, when you want to toast the error, you want to toast the action.payload as well, because that's the message we get from the server. So you see, so basically this is just how you handle the error. So now that we've done that, in the next video we're now going to work on the component logic for registering our user. See you there. Okay, so now we are going to work on the component logic to register the user. Remember, in the last video we worked on the Redux logic to register the user. So for us to work on the component logic, let's go to our register file, or our register component. Okay, so this is where we stopped in our register component, and of course I would like us to go there too in the front of our application. Okay, I think there's something off here. Just give me a moment to figure it out. So I don't know, I just refreshed the page and everything was back to normal. So at this point, what I want us to start with is, let us have a function that's, okay, we already created this register user function. Yeah, so let's just make sure that what we have in the form is well connected. All right, so let's do that. So I'm just going to come inside here, and I'll start by saying that I want to prevent any default action. In other words, I don't want the form to reload when we submit it. So it's going to just say if e.prevent default. So this will prevent the form from reloading. The next thing I want to do is I want to log the name, the email, and the password to the console to make sure that we connected the form properly. So what are the variables for that? Well, we have name, email, and password, and even C password. So I can just come here and I'll say console.log. So I'll say name, I'll have a comma here, email, okay, password, and I think the last one is C password. I'm not quite sure. Let me just confirm. Okay, so that's correct. C password. So this is usually the first thing I do. I just want to make sure that my form is synced up correctly. So I would inspect this guy and then I'm just going to make sure that everything is picked up correctly in the form. Okay, so I have the form here and I'm just going to enter a name, an email. Okay, so you see there's something wrong here in the email because when I entered it, it doesn't show. So that's why it's important to make sure that you check that your form is well synced. So we have name. For the email we have, okay, so we didn't give this a name, or we made the name, it should actually be like this, email. That's a string, so I'll just make it a string. Okay, then let me just check for password. This should also be a string, so you can even make it a string inside of that parenthesis, inside of this curly braces rather. Then okay, so this is correct. So now let me save this guy and then let's try it out one more time. Okay, so I'll come here and then I'll just slot in the email. So you see I'm able to do that now. And then okay, I don't want to show my password, so I'll just say 123, and here I'll say 123, or maybe 456 to make it different. Good. Now let's click on register, and as you can see we have the name, the email, the password, and the confirm password. So we are good to go. Okay, so let's come back here, and before we register the user, we want to have some checks in place, basically some validation, form validation. So first of all, we don't want the user to enter empty fields like empty username and password, so I can get rid of this for now. Okay, so now the first thing is I'll say that if the user does not enter any email or password, then I want to throw an error. So let's have an if statement here. I'll say if there is no email or there is no password, then let us throw a toast notification. So I'll just say return. The return statement is to cancel this function. In other words, terminate the function at this point. So we'll say toast.error, and the error message will just be all fields are required, like so. And of course we need to import toast from React Toastify, so I'm importing it right here, and that's it. So that's the first what's it called, validation. Now we're going to have other validation. For example, if the password is less than 6, yeah, so I'll just duplicate this guy and just change the requirements here, or the condition here. I'll say if password dot length, yeah, is less than 6, then I want to say password must be up to 6 characters. So you see, now even though we had some validation in the back end, I'm also having, putting some validation in the front end as well. That is actually best practice. You validate on the back end as well as on the front end. If you validate just on the front end, then your users may find a way to bypass that validation and send unwanted information to your back end. If you validate just on the back end, then a lot of requests will be coming from the front end, and you'll be using up your server. So that's why you just do the two. So password must be up to 6 characters, like so. Then what else, what other validation can we do? Well, we can validate the email itself to make sure that the email is actually correct, and we can do that with regex. Yeah, so let me I'll just copy and paste in that code to validate it. Basically, if you just check online, you will just see, let me just actually show you how to do these things. I'm sure you probably know how to do them. So I'll say validate email regex. So if you just search like that, and you can use ChatGPT for these stuffs, there are so many results you find online, but I prefer to just check Stack Overflow. So you see, how can I validate an email address? If you just check there, you will see various answers, but at least you should be able to see one that will just give you a straightforward way, like this one, for example. So this is particularly the one I use, this match. You can use it to validate an email. All right, so but I'm not going to copy this exact one because I already have it, and you can find this also in the finished project. So what I'll do is I'll just copy that function to validate an email. So you can put it in your utils. So let me show you. I think we have these utils that we created. Control P, utils. Okay, so you see in our front end we created these utils where we just store functions. So I can just come here and say validate email. So this should be validate, yeah, and then let me just paste in the function. So this is the function that I want us to use. So you see it's very similar to what we have on Stack Overflow, except that I just removed just a few things. So you see this match here is basically just the regex function that validates the email. All right, so let's come back here, and I've slotted the function here. I named it validate email. So you can find this, like I said, in the finished project. You can just copy and paste it into your code. Right now that I have this here, I can come back to this my register user function, and then I can just duplicate this last one. Now what I want to do is I want to validate the email using regex. In other words, just make sure that it's example@gmail.com or example@whatever.com. okay, so here I will now say if, okay, so I will say if the email is not validated. So you're going to start with that and say validate email, which is that function. I would also import it from utils, and then I'm just going to slot in the email, and that's going to be saved inside the state email. So I'm here, I'm just saying that if the email is not validated, then I want to throw an error. So I'm just saying please enter a valid email. So let's just do that. Please enter a valid email. Simple. So the last piece of validation that I want to do, I think I can close this one. I just wanted to demonstrate to you how to get stuff. Is the last piece of validation is you going to make sure that the password and the confirmed password are the same. All right, so let me show you how you do that. So I'll just duplicate this guy, and then I'll say if password, so if password is not equal to, so that's going to be double equals, sorry, because we are checking for value and type, basic JavaScript. So if password is not equal to C password, then we have a problem. So we want to say that passwords do not match. Passwords do not match. Okay, so that's it. So I think we can stop here as far as the validation is concerned. Now, when we want to register a user, there are three pieces of information we need to send to the back end. The first is the name of the user, the second the email of the user, and the last is the password of the user. Now we're going to send that inside an object. So here I'll create an object, user data, and I'll just, it's going to be an, so that's an object rather, and it's going to have a name, an email, and a password. So you see, these are the three pieces of information we need to send to the back end for us to be able to register. Now we can now call this auth slice function to register the user. So remember we created this register function here in our auth slice. Now we can comfortably call it. So I'll come back here, and it's going to be called via a dispatch. So this is Redux now, or Redux Toolkit, whichever one. So I'm going to actually bring in a dispatch function, sorry, a dispatch variable. So let's come here, and I usually like to put it at the top. So I think I can just put it below this guy. So dispatch, and let's import use dispatch from Redux. Okay, I'm trying to import that and it's not responding. Okay, so maybe I should just bring it in myself. Okay, I found it. So I'll just come here and say after this guy, I'll just say import use dispatch for now. Let me just remove that. So use dispatch from React Redux. So that's it. I've imported it. So now that I've imported it, I can now come to my register user function, which is this guy, and dispatch. So I'll come here and say, wait, am I sure? Okay, I need to make this asynchronous. This function here, that's just a regular arrow function, I need to make it async. So just add async to the front and that makes it asynchronous. So here I would come here and say that I want to dispatch. So here let me just say await, and then I'll just say dispatch cch, and I want to dispatch the function to register the user. So register. Now this function, remember, is coming from our auth slice, so make sure you import it. And this function expects an argument. So if you go to auth slice here, you see that when we are calling this function, it expects this user data argument. So don't forget to pass your user data, this guy you created here. So here I'm just gonna grab this guy and slot it in here, and that's it. This is what we need to do to register the user. So you see, Redux Toolkit makes it such that we can put all of our logic inside a slice, in this case auth slice, and all we just need to do is dispatch that function from our component. So fingers crossed. Let me save this guy. I know that we may get an error because I wrote a lot of code in the previous video, but all the same, let's just test and see whatever we get. So I'll close this guy, and then let's just say user, or let me just keep using my name, so Zeno. Then here I'm just going to say zeno@gmail.com. I'll delete these users that I'm not using, and of course I'll just say let me see, user 1234. I'll just make that password user 1234. I'm not sure I did that correctly. Okay, great. So I'll just use this password throughout. So let's, fingers crossed, let's try this out. Register user, and okay, so registration successful, but obviously something is wrong because we are supposed to get some information in our console. So that means we did something is not exactly right. So let me come to my Insomnia and, you know, see if we are able to register that user. Oh, I'm not going to do it in Insomnia. I'm just going to check my MongoDB to check if you know, we're able to register that user. So let me just open MongoDB quickly. Okay, so I finally logged into my MongoDB and I checked my users collection, only to find out that I actually got the user registered here. So you see I have a name Zeno and then Zeno at gmail.com. so that worked just fine. Okay, so now what we need to do is I'll come here and just do some cleanup, and clean up in the sense that when I click on register, yeah, when I click on this register, I want to show a loader, that loader we created. Okay, so here I'm just going to come here, and inside of this my section, before I'm going to make this a fragment. I'll wrap it around a fragment, so let me cut that and just put it at the bottom here. So I'll just surround the section with that React fragment, and then inside here I'll now have a statement. Okay, so here let me just say, I'll say if is loading, which I've not imported, but don't worry, we're going to import it. I'll say I want to display the loader components. Now I can import the loader component because we've already created it before, but for some reason it's not showing up. So let me just open it. Once you open it, you'll be able to import it automatically. So I'll press Ctrl and space bar. You see now I can import it, so I'll hit enter. Now the only thing is I have not imported this is loading state, and it exists inside of our auth slice. So if you come to auth slice and you go to the top, you'll see that we have this is loading. So look at it, it's loading and some other states. So we just want to import those states inside of our component so that we can access them. So let's come back to the register component, and I'll just do it at the top here, just after this guy. and oh sorry, I'll say const, and because we're importing more than one state, we're going to destructure it, and that's going to be equal to, now is where we use our use selector. When you want to select an item from Redux, you use selector. I think I need to import it, or have I imported it? Let me check. Okay, look at it, it's right here. Great. Now I'll say use selector, and okay, I can bring it down, and then I'll just specify the state that I want to import from. So for that, you're just going to put this guy here, parenthesis, and then have the state object state, and then that's going to be state.auth, because this state object has all the states that has access to all of our auth slice states, but you now specify which specific state that you want, and in this case the name of this our auth slice is auth. So if you come down here, you see somewhere we named it auth, so this guy here. Great. So that's what we are pointing to from this place. So now what are the various states that we want to import? Well, I'm sure we need the is loading state, then we're also going to need the is logged in state, is logged in, then lastly we're going to need the is success. Okay, so these three pieces of state, for now we're going to need them. So now you will see here that this is complete, this is loading, and then we show the loader. Now the next thing we want to do is, when we've successfully registered a user, we want to navigate them to the home page, and that's going to be stored inside a use effect. So I'll have a use effect that will monitor that. So here I'll say use effect, or I think I should just do that in the next video. So in the next video, let me save this guy. We're going to now, have that functionality such that after a user has registered, you want to redirect them to the login page immediately. All right, so that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so the next thing we want to do is, when we register a user, we want to redirect the user to the home page, right? So let me show you how we do that. We're going to have a use effect that will be monitoring some certain things. So it's the use effect to monitor this is success, to check whether the registered user was successful, and then the is logged in to check whether the is logged in state has been changed from false to true. So those are the things we want to monitor. Now I will come here and let's have a use effect just under this function to register the user. I'll say use effect, and let's just open that up like so, and I'll have my dependency array here. For now it's going to be empty. Don't forget to import your use effect. So I'll import it from React, and there we have it. Now you remember we said we want to monitor two things: whether the operation was successful and whether the user is logged in indeed. So now I'm going to have an if statement for that. So I'll say if, and let me just open that up, and I'll just come here. I'll say if is success, and so where's my and now? Okay, and is logged in, okay, is equal to true. Then what do we want to do? We want to navigate the user to the home page. So let me say navigate. I have not created this navigate variable yet, but don't worry, I'll create it. Oh no, it's navigate, small letter. I've not created it. So I'll say I want to navigate to the home page, which is just /. Okay, now after I have navigated the user to the home page, remember that in our auth slice we created one function that we called reset auth. So if you come up here, yeah, so look at it, it's one of the reducer functions we created. I call this reset auth. Basically it's just to reset these four pieces of state to their default. So its error will be false, its success will be true, sorry, its success will be false, its loading false, then message will be set to an empty string. So I'll call this function after I redirect the user to the home page, just in case there's another function that fires, there's another Redux function that fires from the home page. It will have fresh state to start from. Okay, whatever that means, but let's just continue. So here I will dispatch, so I'll say dispatch, and I'll just call that reset auth function. So reset _ auth, just call it like so. I thought we imported dispatch. Okay, we did import it. Look at it now, dispatch. Maybe it's just my, it's my code editor that is just slow to pick it up. So let me say reset auth, and I'm trying to import it. I'm not getting any suggestion. All right, let me make sure that I spelled it correctly. So reset underscore auth, I think I did. Register reset underscore auth. Okay, I guess it will also pick. So now that I've done that, let me just create this navigate here. And so to do that, I think to save time now, I'll just start all these variables that we're going to use repeatedly. I'll just be slotting them in. Let me collapse this guy since we're done with it. So after my dispatch, I'll just slot in the navigate. So this is const navigate equal to use navigate. So let's bring in this use navigate from React Router DOM, and that's it. So if we come down here, we see that we need to add the dependency array, which is just going to be the is logged in and is success. So here I'll just say is success, is success, then is logged in. Then of course don't forget to add dispatch and navigate. So dispatch, and then lastly navigate. Okay, so there needs to be a comma here. Okay, great. So those are the pieces of function we need to add. And for some reason, my reset underscore auth is just not being picked up dispatch. So you know what I'm going to do? Let me just manually import it to save time. So I'll just come here to where I imported one of them. I don't need this guy. Use navigate. Okay, so I imported, okay, look at it, register. So I think I'll just add it here, my reset auth function. Oh, interestingly, I think I remember why I'm not able to auto import it. That's because we did not export it from here. Wow, I forgot. I completely forgot. So whenever you create a reducer, you need to come and export it at the bottom. So look at this const. You just slot in the name of the action inside that reducer. You slot that in here and then you save. So once you've saved, you will be able to auto import it. Oh, forgive me, I just wasted our time. So if I come here now and I try to auto import this guy, you'll see that it will work. So you see it's coming from auth slice. So hit that and then save. Now fingers crossed, let's go ahead and test our application just to make sure. What's this about? I don't know. Eval. I don't have any eval function. I think it's from the React code itself. Anyway, let me just close this. And I'm just going to try and register another user. So I'll say Zeno1. And this is just going to be, okay, let me just say Zeno1 as well. So Zeno1@gmail.com. And then it's just going to be user 1234. And then as well, user 1234. Okay, fingers crossed, let's register this user. So you see we have the loading spinner, which is great. All right, and we have the toast notification, registration successful, and then it also brought us to the home page. So you see everything works. All right, so that's about it for redirecting the user to the home page after the registration. I'll see you in the next one where we work on logging in the user. Thank you. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we've been able to register the user. We've confirmed that the registration was successful by looking into our MongoDB database. Now what I want us to do is I want us to write the functionality to log in the user, because I mean after you register a user, you also want the user to be able to log in, and that's what we're going to do now. So we're going to start with the Redux logic, and the Redux logic here, we're going to first do the auth service. Remember, the auth service just contains the HTTP request. Yeah, so I'll just duplicate this register functionality and then modify it. So here, let's start here by saying login user. So I'm just going to come down and then we're just going to change a few things. So here we're going to change this register to login. Then also we're going to change, let me just close this guy up. Then also we're going to change the URL. So this is API URL, which is pointing to this, API /users and then register. So what is the URL for the login? So if you come to our user route, you remember that the login route ends with the keyword login. So we're also going to change that here. So I'll come here and I'll change this to login. All right, now when we want to log in the user, we're also going to send the data, and the data in this case is the username and the password. So that is going to be saved inside the user data object, so we leave that. Then this with credentials, we actually don't need it anymore. So what I can do is I can even remove it to keep this thing a little bit shorter and cleaner. The reason why we don't need that with credentials anymore is that in our app.js, if you remember, we set a default and we set with credentials to true. So now we don't need to specify that in every HTTP request we make with Axios. Now, when we've made this request, we just simply want to return the data we get from the server. So that's it. The last thing we probably need to do is to export the login function that we create here, and that's it for our login functionality in our auth service. Now we're now going to execute this HTTP request in our auth slice and handle the various response. So I'm going to come here, and you see that once you set up Redux, everything becomes very fast because it's basically the same template we're using for everything. So this is the template to register the user. What I'm going to do is I'll just duplicate it. So watch, I'll duplicate it up to the comments. And I like to add a comment to just separate and make it easy to read. So this is login user, and we're going to change this to login as well. Okay, so create async auth, and then we're changing this to login as well. This register to login. Okay, now we're going to need the user data because we are sending some data to the back end. So user data stays. Return await auth services dot, this is going to change to login as well. So you see, so those are the changes we need to make as far as this function is concerned. Now, how do we handle the response from the server? So we're going to need to come down. You know what, let me be collapsing the ones I've done. So like this one now, I can collapse it, okay, so that it's not too cumbersome. All right, so I'm going to come here and I will duplicate these responses. So there's the pending response, the fulfilled response, and the rejected response. So let me just duplicate it, right? So I'll just duplicate it, and yeah, up to the comment. Now notice that when I was duplicating it, I removed the semicolon. This semicolon here, I removed it. So you don't need that there when you're duplicating stuff. So here, I'll come here and I'll change this to login user just to make sure that I'm on the same page. Then I'll now change this function that we are calling from register to login. So this is one of the reasons why I love Redux. Like once you set it up, it's easy to just continue doing what you're doing. All right, so let's look at it. Now when the login request fails, is pending, we want to set its loading to true. When the login is fulfilled, we set its loading to false, we set its success to true, we set its logged into true, that's okay. Then we set the user to action.payload. That is because we are receiving the details about the user from the back end, so that's fair. Then we now set the toast message to login successful, which is okay. All right, so what if the request fails? Now what if the request fails? That's a good question. We set its loading to false, we set its error to true because obviously there was an error, that's why the request failed. We set the message to whatever response we get from the back end, which will be saved inside action.payload. Then lastly, we make sure that we set its user to null. Okay, then we toast the error message as well. So that's it basically. That's it for when the action fails. Okay, so now I can go ahead and save this file, and I'm trying to think if there's any other thing we need to do. So we've handled the auth service side of things and the auth slice side of things. So that's about it for the functionality as far as the Redux area is concerned. So in the next video, we're going to work on the component logic. So this is the Redux logic. In the next video, we're going to work on the component logic for logging in the user. So that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's work on the component logic for logging in the user. So for that to happen, we need to open the login page. Yep, Okay, so this is it right here. And you know how we started when we were doing the registration. The first thing is to make sure that you have the form properly synced. So let's look at it. This is the input and set email. This is work. This looks good. Set password. This looks good, and it's calling this function to log in the user. So this is the function here. So let's just go ahead and do the basics, which is preventing the default behavior. So I think we can just work with the register since a lot of that is going to be similar. So I can just come here and expand this register function. Prevent default, I would make sure that there is a username and a password, and then I'm also going to validate the email. So those are the basics that we need, yeah? Okay, so I'm just going to take everything you see here inside of this function, and yeah, up to this point I'll just copy that, and then I'm going to come to the login page and paste that in. Of course, you know, we're going to modify. So in this case, what we need is, first off, we prevent default. We check if there is some text in the email and password field. Then, okay, I don't need this password. I just need the validation check, and I don't need to confirm password. So it's just these two checks I need. Then user data should contain only email and password, which we have. So I'll get rid of this name. Now what I'll do next is, let me comment this out. I'll just do a console.log of the user data. So let's log that to the console just to make sure that everything is wired up correctly. So the user data, which contains the email and password, in the field, I'll just say user data. Great. Now let's go ahead and, oh, okay, so we need to import Toast. If not, we're going to have an error. So import that from React Toastify, and of course you need to import the validate email function as well. So import that, and that's fine. Now go ahead and save, and we shouldn't have any error anymore. Okay, so what we need to do next is to come to the finished project and go to the login page. In the login page, I just want to do a console.log of what we have. So I'll just do, I think I'll just work with zeno@gmail.com. So zeno@gmail.com, and then we also have the password user1234. Great. So fingers crossed. Voila. So you see we have the object, user data object, and we have the email and the password. Great. Now what that means is that what we can do next is we can fire off the function to log in the user, the dispatch function. But before I do that, let's just do some housekeeping. Okay, so the first housekeeping I'll do is I'll come here to the JSX. This is the register user, by the way. So you see we have this is loading, so I'm just going to copy that, and then I'm just going to have that here as well. So in my JSX, for my login, I would surround this guy with a React fragment, and then I'm just going to take the closing tag of the fragment down to the end of the page, or to the end of the JSX, okay, which is here. Then I will slot in my loader. So let's make sure we import the loader. Yeah, so that's it. Then of course I need to bring in this is loading state from Redux. So like I said, we've already done some of these things, so let's save ourselves some time and just grab them. So I need this loading, is logged in, and is success. So I'll copy this. I also need the dispatch and navigate, so I'll get it as well. Then I'll get that and slot that at the top here. Okay, don't forget to import these guys. So from React Redux, import use navigate from React Router DOM, and lastly import use selector from Redux as well. Okay, I don't think the use navigate imported. React Router DOM. Okay, so that's it. Now I can now come down here and dispatch my function to log in the user. So we're going to change this register to login, and it's coming from Redux, so import it as well. So that's it basically, and it's giving us this red mark here because we did not make this function asynchronous. So just add async at the front here, and that should handle that. Okay, so now because we still have time, I think I'll just bring in the use effects that will redirect the user to the login page. So in my register page here, you see we have this use effect, and it's redirecting the user after successful registration. So I'm just going to come here to my login page and I'll just come down and paste that in. So you see, I have a use effect which I've imported, and this use effect is saying that if the process is successful and the user is logged in, redirect to the login page. Now, much later, we're going to change this logic, okay? But for now, we just want to be able to redirect the user to the login page. And last but not the least, we're going to reset the auth. So remember that function we created that will just set everything back to default. So that's what we are doing here as well. So I think now we can save this file and we can test. So because we already have some of the template of what we want to do before, this one is a little bit faster. So I'll come here to my login function there. I think I can save. Okay, I'm not going to be using this guy for now, so let me just leave it. So but what I can do is I can just come here and change this to Zeno. I'm not sure if I have. Okay, let me just use Zeno. At least I'm sure of Zeno password. You know what, let me use the one I have in my testing. So let me bring up Insomnia and check. So it seems like this is the last one I logged in with, admin@gmail.com, with the password is user123. So I suppose that, let me just try. Okay, so I'll just try this one and I'll change the password to user123. Come on. Okay, so let's do user123, and fingers crossed, let's try to log in. You know what, let me do one thing. Before I log in, let me come to my auth slice and I'll just say that if the login is successful, I want to log the action.payload to the console. So I just want to do that, just, you know, so that I can see that the data is actually being saved in the console. All right, so let me just do that as well and then I'll save. I think I should have done that when I did registration as well, but it's fine. So I'll come back here. Of course, it will refresh the page because we're making what's this? I think this is from the React itself. Let me just get rid of that. Okay, so let me try and log in with the user123, user123, and then log in. Aha, so you see I'm able to log in successfully. So this first console.log here is for the data in the form, and this second console.log here is the data from the database. So you see we have Donald z.ng. Look at the name, look at the phone number, the photo, and the role of the user. So what this means is that we've been able to successfully log into the application using the information we saved in our database. Now in the next one, we're going to work on the functionality to log out the user. All right, so I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's work on the functionality to actually log out the user. Yeah, and you remember how we started for both register and login? We started from the Redux logic. So we're also going to start from the Redux logic with this one. So what I got to do is, you see this login guy here, I'm just going to duplicate it. So I'll just do like this and then I'll just duplicate it and I'll change this to logout user. And of course this is also going to change to logout user. Okay, great. So now when we want to log out, what is the final keyword here? Check your user route. You see that it's log out. So make sure you have the same keyword. So this is going to be logout. All right. Now in logging out the user, we are not actually sending any data to the backend. We are just executing a function to log out that user, and that function is a get request. It's because we're not posting anything to the server. So if you come to the user route here, you see that it's router.get. So in this my auth service here, I'm going to change this guy from post to get, and then I'm just going to get rid of the user data because I'm not sending any data to the back end. So I'll get rid of that as well. Now when we log out the user, what response do we get from the back end? Now if you come to the user controller, this is the function to log out the user. When it's successful, we send a JSON that contains this message property, successfully log out. So this message property is what we're interested in, and this is the only information we send from the back end. So to actually simplify this thing, in this place where we are returning the response.data, which is an object, we can just be specific and say dot message, which is representing this message property here in the object. So response.data is the whole object, but this time we're looking inside the object and we are specifically returning the message. So that's it. So you can come here and I think you can save, but first off, make sure you export it. So I'll export that logout functionality and then I can go ahead and save. Next up is to work on the auth slice to fire off this logout function. Now, just like we did before, you know, I told you this thing gets faster once you do it the first time. So you see this login functionality. Let's save ourselves some time and duplicate it. So I'm just going to duplicate it and then I'll collapse it. So I'll duplicate and then I'll collapse the first one. So this login. Okay, so let's work on this one. This is going to say log out and the function is also going to be logout. The name here is going to be changed to logout and we're not sending any data. Now, whenever you're not sending any data with a create async thunk HTTP request function, you just put an underscore. You don't leave it blank, you put an underscore, which means you're not sending any data. Then here, of course, we are getting rid of this as well, and we are changing this to logout. So you see, we modify very fast because we've set up the skeletal structure. Now, how do we handle the responses? So I'll come down here to, where's the last place I was? Okay, here. I'll delete the semicolon, and then I'll just highlight this guy up to the beginning, and then let's make some changes. So this is going to say log out user, okay, and then we're going to change all of this to logout. So let me just do it at once. Okay, so that's it. What do we do next? So next we are going to just modify. So when we want to log out the user, what happens? So when it's pending, it's loading is set to true. When it's fulfilled, it's loading is set to false. Is success true? Is logged in will be set to false because now we've logged out the user. Okay, then we're not doing anything with the action.payload because we're not setting any user. So if at all you want to even set anything, you want to set the user back to null because now you've logged that person out. Then you want to toast the message that you're getting from the back end. So remember, from the back end, we're already sending this message here. So I can just toast that message instead. And that is going to be saved in action.payload. Control C, action.payload. All right. Okay. Now, what if the process is rejected? Well, it's basically going to be the same. Set is loading to false, is error to true. Then we toast the error message. So that's it basically. Is it necessary to set the user to null if we fail to log out? I'm trying to think. So I honestly don't think it's necessary to set the user to null. So what I'm going to do is I'll just get rid of this guy, and then so these are the things that I really need. So we just toast the error message, and that's it basically. Now we can go ahead and save this file, and in the next one we're now going to work on the component logic for logging out the user. See you in the next one then. All right, now let's work on the component logic to log the user out. So to do that, you remember the what's it called? Let's come here. In the finished project, we have this logout menu here. So when you click on that menu, it will log out the user. So I gotta come here to my, and I'm trying to look at this type error Firefox sample. I think this has to do with the browser and React itself. I'm not sure, but apparently not from my code. Anyway, let's just keep working. So I'm going to come to my header, Control P, header, Control P, and header. So open the header. So the first thing you should do is let's create that menu to log out the user. So you see, we don't have a menu for log out. So I gotta come here and I'll just make it the last menu item. So okay, so after this, my order, which happens to be the last I have here, I'm just going to duplicate this guy and I'll just call it logout. Okay, so logout. And you know what, I'm not going to make it a nav link. I'll just leave it as a link. I think in the finished project I made it a nav link, but it's fine just being a link. So you also want to navigate, when you log out, you want to navigate to the home page. So just keep it at that, and that's it. So you don't need this active link, blah blah blah. All you just need to do is you just need to call a function. So I'll say on click. So in other words, when this link is clicked, what do I want to happen? So basically I'll just create a function called logout user. Then I will now create this function at the top. Okay, so let me go to the top now, and I don't know, where should I put it? Maybe I should just put it after this one. So I'll just come here, and then I'll just do an asynchronous arrow function that I'm going to say logout user. Okay, great. Now let's open this up. So when we log out the user, basically we're just calling that function that we created, dispatching the function to log out the user. So remember, we have dispatch already. So I'm going to come here and okay, I'll just come to my login page since I already have the dispatch thing going on here. So first off, let's bring the dispatch and navigate, because I think we're going to need the both of them. So I'll copy that. Then I will say, okay, back to the header. Oh, and I don't think I saved this file. I didn't save it. So let me save it. Okay, then I'll come back to here and let's import these two guys first. So paste that in. Then next, I just want to dispatch the function to log out the user. So I'll come here. Okay, so I've dispatched something here. So let me just copy this dispatch and come to my header, and inside of this function, don't forget to import these guys. I just did import the first one and import the second one. Yeah, okay. So inside this function to log out, I think I can collapse these functions that I've already created now, so that I'll save space. Collapse. Okay, good. So here, what we can just do here is we can just dispatch that function. Okay, so I'll come here and change this to logout. So logout, and then I'll import it from Redux. And remember, we're not sending anything, we're just calling that function. Then just like we did when we did reset auth, I think I'm also going to reset auth here. So let me come here and say reset auth. So reset underscore auth. So import it as well. Then what else? Okay, I think that's about it. Then navigate. So now specify where I want to navigate to. So in this case, I want to navigate to the home, the login page. So I'll say /login. All right. So you may look at this guy here and think that, okay, right here we're navigating to, let me show you. We're navigating to the home page here, but after we log in, I'm now telling it where I want to navigate to. So that's basically what we're doing here. Okay, so now I can go ahead and save, and fingers crossed, let's try out the function to log out the user. So I'll come here and then I'll click on this guy. So fingers crossed, log out. So you see, successfully logged out, which is coming from the back end, and we also have that in the console. And then we also were able to go back to the login page. Now this unable to prevent default blah 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 inside is coming from that notification guide that you saw here, that toast. And I don't know why. I think maybe there is an issue with the toast or something like that, but I see it in development, but it doesn't happen in production, I don't think. All right, so that's about it for logging out the user and from the component logic point of view. So in the next one, we're now going to continue doing other things. All right, so now we've been able to implement the functionality of logging in and registration. One thing I want us to do before we proceed is that You see all these links here, I want it to be such that they are selectively displayed. What that means is that when the user is logged in, for example, you don't want to show this login link, right? When a user is logged out, you don't want to show the logout link. So you want to show the login link and all of that. If a user is logged out, you don't want to show the my orders page. So if you come to the finished project, you'll see that that's exactly what we have. So let me just give that some time to load. Meanwhile, while it's loading, I can simply come to my code, and inside of my components folder, I'm going to create 2 pieces of components. So I'll come here and I'll call it hidden links. So if you've watched any of my React projects, big project before, you see that I've done something like this. So let me create a folder and I'll call this hidden links. Okay, and inside of the hidden links, I think I should make it, I usually make it singular, hidden link. So let me rename that to hidden link. Okay, so now inside of this guy, I'm going to now create a file. Now this is going to be a small letter, HIDDEN link.js. okay, so now inside of this guy, I'm going to create 2 like components. They are components that will surround other components, so they are like provider components. So what I'll do is, first off, let me come down here and I'm going to create an arrow function which I'm going to name show on login. So I'll say show on login. Okay, good. Let's open that up. Now this show on login, basically I just want it to, when I use it to wrap this link, for example, I want it to show the link if the user is logged in. All right, so for us to do that, we're going to need to have access to the is logged in state. Now remember the is logged in state, we imported it here, so I think I can just do the same. So let me just come here and grab this guy. So I'll just grab this guy and then I'm going to come here. Now inside of this component here, the first thing I'll do is I'll paste that in and then I'll import use selector. So let's do that. So import it from React Redux. Okay, so that's fine. Then I would get rid of the is success, which I'm not going to use. And sorry, what am I doing here? Okay, so I'll get rid of that, and then also the is loading. Good. So what I just need is the is logged in. Then, because when you create a component, you have to have a return statement. So my return statement, however, is going to be conditional. So I'll say if it's logged in other words, if the user is logged in, then I want to return something. So what do I want to return? I'm going to return whatever this show on login surrounds. So that will be the children. So let's have our children prop here, like so. Okay, so here I'll say if it's logged in, then I want to return children, else I want to just return nothing. So I'll say return null. Okay, so you see that. So that is the function for the is logged in. Now in the same vein, I'm just going to create another component which I'll call show on logout. So this is just going to change to logout, and it's basically just going to be the same thing, except that I'll say that if the user is not logged in, so I've just inverted it, then return children, else return null. Now we are now going to export it. So you know what, I'm going to export the show on login as a default export. So here I'll say export default, and I'll just say show on login. Okay, so show on login. While the show on logout, I'll just export it as a named export. So all you just have to do is just come here and say export, and that's all. So these 2 components that I've created here, so these 2 components that I've created here is what will power the selective display of our links. Now let's actually test them out and see if they work. So I'm going to come to, let me save it first before I forget. So I'll come to my header. So this is the header right here, and I think I'm having too many things open at the same time. So let me just close some. So I'm in my header and I'll come to the links. So let's start. Which link are we starting from? That would be the login link, I think. So where is it? So this is the logo. This is the shop. I think the login link is supposed to come before the shop. I just don't know. Let me do control find. I'm not seeing it. I'm sure maybe you are seeing it. Okay, so I have it here. So now this login link here, I'm going to surround it with the show on logout. So I only want this link to show when the user is logged out. So I'll say show on logout. So make sure you have an opening and a closing tag for that, and also make sure that it's imported. So let me just be sure that I imported it automatically. So you see, show on logout is imported. So let's come down here and wrap it around that guy. And suddenly I can't find it anymore. I have to do control find again. Can you imagine? Okay, so this is it. So login, and this is it right here. So I'll just wrap this guy around the nav link. Okay, I think I did that so much. Okay, great. Then also the registration. So register, I also want it to show when the user is logged out. So show on logout. Tap that and wrap it. Then what do we have next? We have the my order. You want to show the my orders page only when the user is logged in. So let's do show on login. Tap that. Now you need to import it, don't forget. Okay, I've imported it and I'm wrapping it around. You see? So what do we have next? We have the logout. You only want to show the logout button or the logout link when the user is logged in. So show on login. Okay, so wrap that. And okay, that's correct. Then the shop, well, you want to show the shop whether the user is logged in or not. Now, is there any other link? I don't think there's any other link. Okay, so we have the shop and we don't want that. So that's fine. Now let's go ahead and save. I've not added the admin link yet, but don't worry, we're going to add it. So let's go ahead and save. And as you can see, this is login, register, and it's showing the cart. Okay, should it show the cart? Let me just figure that out. Okay, I think it can show the cart. There's nothing wrong in showing the cart. So now let me try and actually log in and see if, you know, that functionality works, the other one. So this is user 1, 2, 3, and then let me try and log in. Voila, so you see I'm logged in. Let me update this password. So login successful, and as you can see, I now have the my order and the logout button. So it means what we did actually worked. All right, so that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now we've been able to do the login, logout, and selectively display links, but there's a problem. Now, the problem is that when you are logged in, like we are right now, if you refresh the page, your state will be lost. So for example, if I refresh the page, you will see that, you know, it will behave as if I am logged out. So watch what happens. So you see, I now have login and register. So it's as if I'm logged out, even though I'm actually logged in. Now we anticipated this and we created an API that will handle a situation like this. And that API is the one we created to get the login status. So whenever the user refreshes the page, this API endpoint here that says get login status should be able to fire and check, is this user actually logged in? And if the user is logged in, then the application behaves as if the user is logged in. I hope you understand the explanation. So now let's implement this this request from the front end. So what I got to do is, I'll come to my auth service, which is how we usually start. And I'm just going to duplicate this guy like this, and I'll change this to get login status. So that's fine, get login status. And then I'm just going to change this as well to get login status. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, get login status. And then let's make sure that we, do it correctly. So response is equal to axios.get API URL, and this is also going to change to get login status. So let me copy that and change it here. So get login status, and let's just be sure it's a get request. So you see, it's a get request. Good. So I'll come back here and what response are we expecting from the back end? So let me just, so if you check your controller, you will notice that we are getting just true or false from the backend. So if the user is logged in, we get the response that says true. So let me just show you, just for reminder's sake. So if you come to user controller, you find out that, look at it, no, I think it's, yeah. So you see, if the user is logged in, then we get true. If not, we get false. So that's a simple Boolean. So what that means is here we are just expecting some data. So it's not any data.message, so just data. Good. Now don't forget to export this guy. So make sure you export it here at the bottom so that you can access it in the other slice. So I'll save this guy and then we'll go to our Auth slice. Auth slice, let's just duplicate what we already have existing. So the logout functionality works fine. I'll just highlight it and then I'll just duplicate it downwards. Now I'll change this to get login status, add some space. Let me collapse this one here, and then I'll just change all of this. So this will be get login status, this logout will be get login status. We're not sending anything, so it's fine as is blank. Then we'll change the auth service dot get login status. So you see, this is the HTTP request we're making from the auth slice. Now, how do we handle the response? So let's come down here and duplicate the last set of responses. So you see this one here, we're just going to duplicate it and then modify. So I'll duplicate it and let's modify. So here I'm just going to say get login status, and then I'll change this logout also to get login status. All right, so when the request is pending, well, we set it to true, it sets it's loading to true. When it's fulfilled, in other words, when it's successful, we set it's loading to false, it's success to true, it's logged in. Now remember, we're getting true or false from the back end. So instead of saying false or true here, you want to say action, sorry, you want to say action.payload. So I already have it here. I think I can just copy it and then just slot that in there and say action.payload. Then, well, I don't have any business setting the user, so because I'm not receiving any information about the user, so I would remove that. And then there's nothing to toast as well, so I'm going to remove this as well. I'm not toasting anything. Well, I can just console.log the response. There's one more thing I want to do in this fulfilled. There is a kind of error where the back end doesn't get a valid signature from the front end. Remember, when we are sending this request, we are sending it with the credentials. That's that token. Sometimes we may send an invalid signature, and that is cases where maybe somebody's trying to do some foul play and stuff like that. But what we can do is we can have a statement that will handle that kind of situation. So what I'll do here, I'll say that if, and then I'm just open a bracket. So let me say, I'll say if the action dot payload and then dot message is equal to, so I'll now come here and put in the text invalid signature. So if it's equal to invalid signature, then I will just handle that. So here I'll just say state.isLoggedIn is equal to false. So I'll change this to false. Okay, so let me just explain what I just did here. Now there are situations where you send a request to the back end to get the login status, but the token with which you send that request is not valid for whatever reason. The kind of response you get from the back end will have something called a message. We'll have a message property, and that message property is going to say invalid signature. Now we're making an if statement to capture that variable, that if we get a message that says invalid signature, just set is logged into false. That's basically what we did here. Now the last guy here, which is the rejected, we're setting is loading to false, is error to true, because I mean that's an error. Then states.message action.payload, yeah, action.payload, and we don't want to toast anything, so just remove this toast. If anything, you just want to log it to the console and see. So I'm not going to toast anything. Now I'm just going to go ahead and save. Okay, so now in the next one, we are now going to handle this get login status from the component. So that's the component logic. This is the Redux logic we've just done. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so now it's time to implement the component logic to get the user's login status. Now, for something as important as that, we need to put it at the top level component. So I'll just put it inside of my app.js, and it's going to be very straightforward. Basically, I'm just going to have a use effect that will check anytime we refresh the page to check if the user is logged in. So let's just do that and just have that here. And basically we're just going to, okay, first off I need to have my dispatch because I don't have dispatch here. So I think I did that somewhere here. Okay, good. So I have that. So let me just copy this guy, because anything we want to do with Redux, it has to be dispatch. So I'll paste that in here like so, and I'll import the use this. Come on, what am I doing? I'll just import this use dispatch here like so. Okay, good. Then I'll also import the use effects. Okay, all right. Now I think for front-end development generally, right, there should be some kind of advancement we make where we don't have to import everything, like use dispatch. It should be, you know, the application should just know that, okay, we have it installed. We don't have to look at all of this. But anyway, let's just continue. So here I'm just going to dispatch. And what am I dispatching? Well, I want to get the login status. So login status. And as you can see, we can import it from our Auth slice. So make sure you import that and then call it. All right. Then here, I'm just going to add my dispatch. Okay. Now, let us save this file and see what happens in the front of our application. So remember, before I save the file, remember, the application thinks we are logged out. That's why it's showing us this login and register. It's only a person that is logged out that you ask to log in, right? Good. So I'm going to come here and I'll save this guy. And if we did it correctly, this should change to show my order and logout. So let me come here. I'll save. And let's watch what happens here. It's compiling, it's compiled. I'll come here. As you can see, we now have my order and logout. All right, so that's about it for this one. In the next one, we're going to do something else. All right, see you there. All right, just by way of review, if you come to the user route, you discover that we've done something with the register API, the login API, the logout API, the get login status API, but we've not done something with 3 other APIs: the get user, update user, and update photo, which is the photo of the user. Now, these 3 APIs basically contain the user information. They have to do with manipulating the user information and getting it. So let me show you how that works in the already completed application. So if you come here and you click on this name here, which we've not done, right, you will see that it brings us to the profile page, and of course we have all of this. So there's the menu, page menu, which contains 3 links, and then we now have this information about the user. It's just displayed in a form. So if you modify this form, you can click on update profile and it will update the profile. Also, you can also change the user photo with this button here. So we've already demonstrated that. So this is the profile, the page we're going to be building right now. Now, I want us to start by working on the logic for these functionalities. After we've worked on the logic, the Redux logic rather, we'll now come to the component, build out the JSX, and implement the component logic. So let's start from the Redux logic, right? Good. Now I'm going to come to my Auth service, and I'm actually going to do the 3. So get user, update photo. I'll do the 3 together first. Okay, so now in my auth service, let's come here and let's duplicate the last one we worked on. All right, so I'll duplicate this, and what we want to do here is we want to get the user. So I'll change this to get user, and this is also going to change to get user. Good. Now when we want to get the user, it's a get request, so access.get, but what does it end with? So if you come here, you see that it ends with get user as well. So I gotta come here, and that's just how I like to name my API. So I just like to have it, having the same link and the same name. So get user, that's it. Then that's it basically. There's nothing. We're not sending any information, so we just get the response data from the back end. Now don't forget to export it. So I'll go to come here and paste that in. So that's the first request. The second request is to update the user's profile. So let's duplicate this guy. Remember I said we're going to do the three together. Okay, and it will even save us time. So this is going to be update profile or update user profile, whichever one. So here, let me just make it the same name. So update user. So here we're going to change this as well to update user. Okay, now when we want to update user, come here to user route. You will see that it's a patch request. So in my auth service, I need to change this to axios.patch. So patch. Okay, then we will need to send the user data. So you want to update the user, of course you need to send the user data to the back end. So now this is also going to change to update user. So let me grab that and paste that in. So add a comma here and specify that you want to send some data to the back end. So I'll copy this guy and then have it here as well. So user data. And that's it basically for the HTTP request to update the user. Don't forget that we need to import it, or we need to export it rather. So I'll just come here at the bottom and paste that in. All right. So the last one is to update the user's photo. Okay, there needs to be a comma here, sorry. So to update the user's photo, don't worry, let's just duplicate this one and make some changes. So I'll say update photo. Okay, and this is also going to say update photo. I don't know how you pronounce that, but I just say photo. Okay, so you want to update the user's photo. You're going to have some data that will contain the link of the new photograph, and then this is going to be axios.patch, simply because when we call this API, it's a patch request. Okay, I'll come back here, axios.patch API URL, and then it ends with update photo. So just to confirm, I don't think I looked at it. Update photo, great. So we're sending the user data and we're getting a response. Okay, so that's fine. And don't forget to export it as well. So I'll copy that and I will come here, add a comma and export it. Good. So I've created the three routes that concerns the user, getting the user, updating the user data, and updating the user's photo. So now let's go ahead and implement the logic in the auth slice. So I'll save this file, and I hope we don't make any mistake, but don't worry, mistakes are part of development. If we do, we're going to come back and find it. All right, okay, let me know. Even say I hope we don't make any mistake. I hope I make a lot of mistakes so that you can learn how to debug, because I found out that many students don't know how to debug. They want me to look at all of their codes and stuff like that. Don't worry, I'll do a course on how to debug. So now let's get the user. That's the first one we did. So here I'll say get user. So let me just copy, Control Z. Let me just copy it so that I can just, so here we want to change this to get user. Then this is also going to change to get user, and we're not sending anything with this request, so this is blank or underscore, and then we want to change this also to get user. All right, now let's handle the various, so I'll come down here and let me delete this semicolon, and then I'll just handle it here. So here I'll duplicate this guy down and I'll change this to get user, and of course let's change this to as well to get user. All right, so get user. And of course, I'm not going to be needing this guy, so let me remove it, this if statement. So let me just delete it now. So let's come to the top. If the response is pending, well, I'll set its loading to true. If it's successful, all of this is correct, except that you want to set it's logged in will be set to true, yeah, but the user has to be logged in. Then you want to set the state.user to action.payload, because it will send us the user data in the action.payload. So that's what you want to set to state.user. You get, all right. Then what if the request fails? So I think I have too many things here. Is loading, is success, is logged in, user. Oh, is the console.log that is making me feel like it's too many. Sorry. Okay. Now, what if the request fails? Well, its loading is false, its error is true. Then we'll have a message. Okay. Now, I also want to toast the error message. So here, I'll say toast.error, and then I'm just going to say action.payload. Okay, so that's it. So this is the get user part. Now the next part we want to do is the update user. So I'm scrolling up back, and then I'll just duplicate this one. It's actually going to be, straightforward, very similar to what we've done before. Let's change this to update user. Oh, sorry, update user. I just want to copy it. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll change this to update user, as well as this one, update user. Now, when we're updating the user, remember we have this user data that we're sending. So if you come here, just to show you, to remind you, you see we're sending the user data. So I'll come here to this guy and I'll reference that. So user data. Okay, then I'll also change this to user data. Sorry, update user. So you see, that's it for the update user functionality. And I think I should just do the update photo, so that I'll just leave this top and never come back. So let me just do the update photo. So we update user, and I just need to change this to update photo. Okay, I hope I spelled that correctly. So let's change this and this to update photo. Okay, then we're having the user data, and then we're also changing this to update photo. Thank God I saw something. Now when you're calling this update photo function, you need to send this user data along with it as well. Here, when you are calling the update user function, you need to send this user data along with that function. Okay, because it's the data that you want to use to update the user anyway. So thank God I saw that. If not, we would have had an error that would bring us back here. Okay, so now that we are done with updating the user and updating the user's photo, so update photo, update photo, update photo, we can now come here and catch the various responses, or handle the various responses that we can get when we make this request. So let's start with the update user. I'll duplicate this guy and here, and I'll just say okay, let me change this to update user. So update user. Okay, so I'm missing a U. So I'll copy that, and then I'll just change this. Wait, this is get login status. Obviously I've made a mistake. Control Z. Sorry, I made a mistake. Let me just be sure. Okay, so this is why I highlighted it. This is get user. Oh, I didn't change this one to get user. Wow. So forgive me. I'm sure you saw it when I was doing it. So I need to change this to get user. Okay, good. So now let's go and continue and duplicate. Okay, so I'll duplicate this downwards, and then I'll change this to update user, and then let me just replace this guy. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so paste that in. Okay, I see what happened. That's what happened before that I didn't change it. So update user. So let's look at it closely. Its loading is set to true when the request is pending. When it's fulfilled, or when it's successful, its loading is false, its success is true, its logged in is true, Then the user is also action.payload. Then we want to toast user updated, because let's just allow them to know that the user was actually updated. So here I'm going to say toast.success, and then I'll just say user updated. You see, so that's that. Then lastly, this, okay, so this is fine. It's loading false, it's error true, it's message action.payload, and then we toast that action.payload as an error. That's fine. So the last one is to update the user's photo. So let's just quickly do that. Personally, I don't like writing too much code before I make sure that what I'm writing is correct, but it's just a special case. So update photo, I'm only doing this because we have similar functions together, so let's just do them together and save time. So update photo, I'll do this and change this as well, and then the last one, and then paste that in. Okay, so you see, now what are we doing here? Well, it's actually just very similar to what we did here, so we don't have to change anything but just to say photo updated or user photo updated, and that's all. Okay, the rest is as same. All right, so now I can go ahead and save this file, and in the next one we're going to handle the component logic for everything that has to do with the user. All right, so I'll see you in the next one then. So now we're going to start working on the component aspect of getting the user's profile and updating it. For us to do that though, we have to create a component for that. So inside of my pages, because the profile is a standalone page, I'll just create a folder which I'll call profile, and then inside of that also I'm going to create a file which is also going to be profile.js. Now I'm going to drop my CSS file or my SCSS file. You know where to find yours, just check the styles repo, and this is it. So inside of this profile, let's create a barebone component, so RAFCE, like so. Good. Now let me just make this a h1 so that it's big. So let's just say h1 or h2 profile, and I can save. And I'll not forget to import my CSS, my SCSS file. So ./SCSS. Good. Okay, profile component done. Now let's create the route that will point to that component. So I have 3 components here. Let me create the 4th. So I'll do like this, and I'm just going to change this to /profile, and then also this will change to profile. Okay, now let's import it. So it's in pages, and that's it, and save. So what this means now is that if you come here and you to the project we're working on and you say /profile, you should be able to see that profile page. Okay, so you see we've done it and it works. Now let's come to the finished project here. So you see the first thing in our profile is that we have this in page menu, or let's just call it page menu. So we have this page menu, and this is the nav menu. So this page menu is a component that will stand on its own because it's common to more than one component. So if you go to my wallet, this page menu is there. If you go to wishlist, this page menu is there. So what that means is that in the next video we are going to create this page menu component, and I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's create the page menu component, which is this guy you see here. For that, it's going to be a component, like I said, so I'll do that inside of my component folder. So that has to come. Okay, so this is the component, and I'll just create a folder here, and I'll call it page menu. And inside of the page menu, I'm going to create a file called page menu, same name, .js. And let me bring in my SCSS file, CSS really. So I'm just going to drag that and just dump it in there. Okay, good. So let's begin work. RAFCE, create that. Then don't forget we need to import our CSS file, so ./scss. Okay, now let's, for us to see what we are doing here, okay, let me just create it because it's not a very long, particularly long file. So inside of this page menu, I'm going to create a nav because it's a nav really. So create a nav, and this nav is going to have a class name of, so I'll use some of my utility classes. So --bg primary, then I'll do some padding around it, so --p for padding, and I'll do some margin on the bottom, so that's margin bottom. Okay, so those are the utility classes I created for myself. So let's have an unordered list rather, and the unordered list is going to have its own class name of now I'm just going to say home links, so home - links. And inside of the unordered list, we're just going to have some list items that will have nav links inside of them. So nav link. Okay, so tap that, open and close, and then don't forget that the first one is profile. Or you know what, let me just duplicate this by saying, I'll say 2, then that's going to be equal to, okay, good. Now I can now duplicate this. Don't forget to import as well. So I'll import from React Router DOM, and I'll just make this 3. So 1, 2. Okay, so the first one will say profile. So let me just make it profile. Okay, so that's the first one. And of course, you know, this has to be small letter profile. The next one will say my wallet. So I'll say my wallet. And here we're just going to go to wallet. Then the last one will say wish list. So here I'll just come here and see wish list. And that's going to be the same thing here. Okay, except that this will be small letter. So that's it basically. Yeah, now you're not going to see this obviously except you import this page menu inside of the profiles page. So let's just come to the profiles page at least so that we can view it. That's the first thing. So I'll come to the profiles page, and let's first make this guy a fragment and do some housekeeping. Then inside of the fragment, I'm going to have a div with a class name of container, so just to put some spice. Then inside the container div, I'll now have my page menu, which I'm going to close and auto import. So let's import that from component R. Now after this page menu is, we can now have our H2. So you see the way we arrange everything very nicely. Okay, so I'll go ahead and save, and let's come back to our profile and just see the changes. Okay, so you see in the changes here, we have the profile, the page menu. The only problem is that, and if you click on this one, oh, okay, profile. Oh, so there's something wrong. So let me just look at my code, my page menu, sorry. And I think I made a mistake when I typed the link. Oh, so you see, so it's supposed to say profile, and it's not just profile, it should be /profile if I'm correct. So /profile, and then /wallet, and then lastly /wishlist. Sorry about that. So I'll go ahead and save and come back here. So if you come to the profile, there's one thing though, if you look at the finished project, you will notice that there's some space. That is because we surrounded everything with a section. So I can just come back to my code, and instead of just having this container div first, I should surround everything with a section. So I'll just come here and say section, and that section has margin on the top and bottom. So if you go ahead and save now, and then you come back to the profile, so let me just open that. Yeah, then you see we now have it displayed correctly. So that's about it for creating the page menu. In the next one, we're now going to build the JSX for the profile page. All right, I'll see you there. Okay, so now we want to work on displaying the user's information in a form, right? Which is what we have here. So what we can do is, let's come over here and, okay, we're going to mix the logic and the JSX. We're going to kind of mix it. All right, so I'll come to this profile and I'll create a state that will hold the user's profile, and that state is just going to have the same name. It's going to be profile. So instead of typing it out, let's just slot that in, and I think I can have some space here. Okay, so I'm importing that from React. Now we set profile, and this is the setter function, set profile, and then we set it to an initial state variable which we've not created. Okay, good. Now what that means is that I can now come outside here and create this initial state. It's going to be an object, so initial state, and it's just going to contain the data about the user. So things like the name of the user, name, and that name is going to be, okay, I think this initial state, let me just bring it inside, and you'll see why I'm bringing it inside shortly. So I'll cut that, and then I'm just going to come here and paste it in. Now before I define this initial state, before I define the properties of the initial state, allow me to import the Redux state, so everything inside of Redux. So let me come to my register user and just bring it in. So remember we imported it somewhere at the top. Yeah, all of these guys. So I'll just copy that, and then I'll come to my profile page, and I want to put it at the top. So let me just put it at the top here because I'm going to make reference to it. So you see I have is loading, is logged in, is success. However, I just need two pieces of information here. I just need the is loading and the user. So remember we have the user which is set to null initially. So let me import that, and just to remind you, let me go to my auth slice, and then let me just go to the state. Okay, so you see, so we have the initial state, and I think it's at the top. Okay, good. So you see we have the everything and user which is set to null initially. Good. So I'll come back to my profile, and I'm making use of the is loading and the user. So in this my initial state here, I will say that I want to add the name property to the initial state, and it's going to be a variable. So I'll say first I want it to be user.name, but if user.name is non-existent, then I want it to be an empty string. So you see, user.name or an empty string, basically. Now, there can be a situation where if the user.name does not exist, it can throw an error. So what I do to avoid that is I just make it, I just put a question mark in front of it. Okay. Then let's have the other properties. So I'll just add a comma here and duplicate this 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So this other one here, I'll say user.email. So email, because we also have the email. Then this one is going to be user.phone number. So that's phone. The next one is going to be user.role. So the user has a role. Then the last one is going to be user.address. Address. Good. Now this address is actually an object, so it's going to be either user.address or an empty object, and that is because inside of this address we have things like okay, so this is the address, so we have things like the street, the state, and the country. So it's an object that contains all of that data. Okay, so let me come back here and let's proceed. So this is the initial state. Good. Now I'm just going to leave it like this for now, then I'll come to the JSX so that we can now, you know, create the form that we hold all of that data. So after this, my profile here, I'll come down after my h2, and I'll create a div which is going to have a class name. Sometimes I forget my shortcuts, so it's going to have a class name of flex start, so -- flex, and it's my utility class -start, then profile. So two class names. Open that up. Now if you look at this div, you'll notice that first of all, there's this card-like effect around it. So this, you see this card-like effect. That is because we surrounded it with a card, with that card we created initially. So here I'll say card, and then let's import the component. Okay, now this card is going to have its own class, and that's going to be inside of card class. And of course, it's just going to be card. Okay, and this is a class that we've created inside of the profile.scss file. So it's not as if we're manufacturing it. Now, if you scroll up here, you would notice that we have this is loading, which we have not used. Now we're going to use it. So I'll come, the first thing inside this my card is that I'll say that if it's loading, so not if it's loading, rather, if the page or the HTTP request has finished loading, okay, that's the first thing. And if we have the user information, if we've gotten the user information from the database, then display something. So I'll come here and say display this JSX. Now inside of this guy here, I'll just have a fragment. Inside the fragment is where I'll now have my markup and everything. So if you come here now, you see that the first thing we have is this profile photo and some text, this customer blah blah blah. So I'll come here and I'm going to start with that. So first off, let's have a div with a class name of profile photo, and I hope I spelled that correctly. So that's the first div. Now inside this div, we're going to have an image. That image, let me see, I don't have that image yet because, and I don't want to work on it first. So you know what I'm going to do to make this thing easy? I'm going to skip everything that has to do with this first part, this image and the role, blah blah blah, and then I'm just going to come and build out the form which is below. So I hope you're following me. So I'm just going to skip everything that has to do with the profile image, because the HTTP request that updates this image is different from the one that updates the rest of the user data. That's why I'm skipping it. So we're going to come back to it later. Okay, so I just hope that you're following me and that you understand, which is great. Now, let me now just have something to say about the role of the user. Okay, then we're now going to proceed, or maybe I should just leave it. I'll just leave everything here and then we'll just come inside the form. Okay, so I don't want it to be like, oh, we are, you know, ignoring or we are forgetting to do something. I'm just explaining to you that I'm intentionally skipping it. So let's proceed. I'll come here, and after this div, which is empty, or let me just have maybe just like a text inside and say h2, and I'll say profile image. Okay, so just a placeholder. Now I'm going to come down here and I'm going to have a form. So let's have a form. This form is not going to have an action, but it's going to have an onSubmit. That onSubmit is going to say save profile. Okay, so we have 8 minutes in. Okay, good. Save profile, which we have not created, don't forget. So now let me just create it somewhere here. I'll create an asynchronous arrow function, which I'm going to call save profile. So it's just going to be empty. Let's come back here and let's finish the form. So what do we have inside of the form? We first have this image stuff here. Now to save time, I'm just going to you know, copy and paste what all of those guys in. So let me just copy that and slot it in. So this is the form. Like I said, we first have the image changer or the image input field. So it's a paragraph, and the first thing we have is a label that says change photo, and then we have an input field with a type of file, and it accepts image, all kinds of image, and then the name of this guy here is image. The onChange is handle image change. Now I have not created this handle image change function, but I will just create a function to just like a placeholder. So you know what, I can just duplicate this, but I don't want it to be an asynchronous function. So I'll remove the async and I'll just say handle image change. So you see, let peace reign. Let me save this file so that at least we can see the progress we're making. So I'll come here Let's see. Okay, so it looks like I missed something. So let me just check my console to be sure. Okay, so the error will be somewhere here. Something is obviously wrong with like this version of, I don't know, the way I install. Maybe I just need to run npm install again to just make sure that this thing is not something that is serious, but it's not affecting my code or anything like that. It has something to do with the build process in my React application. So, but I don't know what exactly is blocking this guy from displaying. So let me look at it closely. Okay, so I refreshed the page and it actually gave me the reason why this is blank. It says it cannot access initial state before initialization at profile. So what I can do to mitigate that or to prevent that is just to take this initial state, cut it and just put it on top here, just to make sure that, oh, Control Z, Control X, and then I'll just put it on top here just to make sure that you see it's accessible. Then what that means is that this user also has to go up. So let me cut that and make sure that it's at the top. Okay, good. Now I think if I save, I should be able to see on my page. Okay, yeah, so you see, so everything is displayed well on the page, except that the form is not showing. The component of the form is not showing, so I also have to look at that. And just by looking at my code here, you see if is loading, in other words, if there is no loading, nothing is loading, and then the user has been fetched, so obviously there is no user. So what I can do is, at the moment, I'll just comment out this guy and just say if nothing is loading, then show the form. So if you save that, you should be able to see, you know, this guy displayed here. All right, so now that we've done that, we can simply just add the other form fields, which I don't think will take more than a minute. So I think we can do that in one swipe. So let's add the other form field. So we're going to start from the name of the user. So let me just have that also slotted in, and then I'll just explain it. So we have this, which has the image. Then after that, I'll put another paragraph, and then this is just going to have the label of the name. The type is text, the name is name, the value is profile.name, and then the onChange is pointing to this handle impute change, which we have also not created. So let me copy that and then let's create it as well. So I will just duplicate one of these guys. Oh, something. Okay, I'm not duplicate. Okay, so I'll duplicate that and then I'll just change this to handle impute change so that we don't have any error. Okay, so that's the second one. Then what do we have next? We have the email of the user. Sorry, the email of the user. Okay, so I'm going to slot that in as well. So I'll copy that and then I'm just going to come here and slot it. So you see we have a paragraph. Inside we have the label that says email. The input has a type of email, a name of email, and then the value is profile.email. Okay, then onChange is handle impute change. Now there's something we did for the email. We don't want the user to be able to change their email, so we disabled it. What that means is that the user will not be able to highlight that email and change it, at least a regular user. So we disabled it. So that's about it for that. Then what do we have next? We have the phone number. So I think we can go a bit faster because it's just input field. So let's just have the phone number and then we're just going to move. So I'm going to come here. After the email, I'll slot in the phone number. So you see, phone, it's a type of text, phone. The name is phone, the value is profile.phone, and it's also onChange to handle impute change. The next is the address. Okay, now this address, I would need to actually slow down and explain it very well to you. So let me slot that in. Look at this, it has a label of address. The input is text, the name is address, but the value is profile.address. So if you scroll up to the initial state, you see that we have this address, and we said that this address is an object that contains 3 pieces of information. So the address, the country, and the state. So that's why we have this here that says profile.address.address. That's it. So next we have the state, and the state is also a property that is inside the address object. So I'll paste that in. So you see we have state, text, name state. This is profile.address.state. Last but not the least, we have the country. So I'm also going to grab that and paste that in. And you see here we have country. It has a name of country. So this is the value is profile.address.country. It's also been changed by handle input change. So after that, what we just need to do is to have a button that will update the profile. So I'm just going to come down here and say button, and this button is going to have a class of --btn, then another class of btn primary, btn -primary, then lastly btn block -block. So these are just my utility classes that help me write faster. So update profile, and that's it. So this is the form. Now let me go ahead and save. If you come here, you will now see the finished project that we now have all the form data. So look at it, country, state, address, and all of that. So this was the error we had before. Let me just clear that. Okay, good. So now in the next video, we can now start handling the logic that will get the user and impute the user into this form. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so now let's proceed. Now about this error, this blah 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 error I'm getting, Firefox sample at eval. I just did a Google search and they say that I have an extension that is causing this error. So let me turn that extension off. I think it's in my, let me see, extension, manage extensions. It's called Orange Monkey, and let me turn it off, and hopefully I shouldn't have any problems with that anymore. So let me just clear it, and let me see at least if it's still there. /profile. Okay. Aha, so you see, I don't have that anymore. So that's the thing about Googling. I mean, most problems you encounter, somebody has, encountered it and has posted a solution online. So that's fine. Now I'm going to continue by having some logic into the application. So I'm going to come here, and first off, we want to have the functionality to handle the input change. So remember, we've already done something like that in the register components where we said handle input change. So I mean, no need to write it again, just have it and use it where you need it. So let me see, that's in profile, and I'm just going to go up and change this. So this handle input change, I think I should just put it up since it's the first one I'm doing. So I'll come here and replace it. Now what we need to do here is, we're not working with form data, we are working with profile. So this is going to change to set profile. So instead of saying set form data, we're going to say set where is it? Profile. Yeah, this is it. So I'll come here and say set profile. Okay, then this is going to be ..profile, and then the name and the value. So that doesn't change. Good. What else do we need to do? So now we have that. Then let us have a use effect that will fire off the HTTP request to get the user data from our backend. I think that sounds like a good place to start. So I'm just going to come maybe down here. Okay, maybe I'll just do it here. I don't know. And then I'm just going to say use effect. I'm thinking the best place to do it, I think I can just leave it here. So I'll say use effect, and let's just open that up like so. And so here, what I want to do is I want to dispatch my action to get the user. Let's start there. So I'll come to my register user. I already have some of these things written out. So let me just have this guy here, dispatch, and then I'm just going to slot that in somewhere here, maybe after this guy. So dispatch, import it, and then yeah, then let me also import the use effect. Okay, good. Now what do I want to do? I want to dispatch the function to get the user. So get user, and don't forget to import it from auth slice and to call it. It's a function, so you call it. Then here we're going to add our dispatch PA. So what do we expect to happen when we save this file? Well, we're going to fetch the user data from the back end. And you know what? Let me actually log that user data to the console. So let me look for it. So get user, and where is it? Okay, good. So this is it right here. So okay, so I'm logging it to the console. All right, so we're going to see what we are getting from the back end in our console. That's great. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to save this guy. Let's see if it works. Okay, good. So you see, I'm able to get the user data, and that data is displayed here in the console, which is perfect. It works. So next thing we want to do is we want to be able to set the user data that we're getting here and place it inside of our form. That sounds like the logical thing to do. So here I'm going to come back here and say that, in fact, let me just put it inside another use effect so that one use effect is not you know, crowded. So I'll duplicate this and let's come here. Now I'm going to come and remove this guy because I'm assuming that we already have the user. And you know what? I don't want to get the user every time. I want to get the user only if the user is equal to null. So here I'll say if user is equal to null, then get the user. Remember, I told you readability is my concern. So I would also now have to add the user here. So it will monitor this user, and whenever user is equal to null, like when a user refreshes the page, it will get that user. So I think I can maybe delete this guy and duplicate this one here down. Okay, because I don't want it crowded. So in this second one now, after this use effect has gotten the user from our database, in this second effect, I want to set the data I get from the back end to the profile. So you see this profile here, I want to set it to what we get from the database. So here I'm just going to remove this guy, and I'll say that if there is a user, so just say if user, then what do I want to do? Well, I want to set profile. You see, we're making progress. So set profile, and it's an object. So let's open that up. And now we're just going to slot in the object's properties here. So I think at this point we can just grab this guy instead of, you know, writing it out again. This is exactly what I need. So I'll just copy this guy and slot it in here like so. You see? So I'm setting the name of the user to username, and if it doesn't exist, I'll make it an empty string like that, then the email, then the phone number, then the role, then the address. Okay, so you'll notice that we're not doing anything with the user photo yet here. Don't worry, we're going to handle all of that, but let's just have the user data set. Now I can go ahead and save this file, and let's see what happens in the front end. So watch. So you see, now we now have the data of the user populated. So you see we have Zeno, we have the email. Of course, we've not saved anything for the user's address yet. That's why it's empty. But at least you can see here that we have the name, the email, and this phone number that we added, which is fine. Good. So what that means is that we're making progress. So in the next one, we're now going to write out the functionality to update the user. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, now let's work on the functionality to update the user profile or save the user's profile. To do that, we need to be in this guy here that says save profile. So let me just give a space there and just come here. So first off, prevent default, and then I'm just going to say e.prevent default, like so, call it. And you know, when we wanted to register the user, we added some validation. So if you come here, you see these are the information we have, the name. So you can actually go ahead and add like validation, front end validation, just like we did before. But to make this thing a little bit faster, I'm just going to add required on. So required, or not here, not on the image, but here. So I'm just going to say required. Okay, so you can just add that. This is HTML validation, by the way, so you can just add that to all the places where you want. So you can just come and say required. Oh, what did I just do? Okay, so you can say required, Control V, then you can add that as well. And the state, you can add that so that it's not blank when the user wants to save. Then lastly, you add that here. Good. So, but I'm just trying to let you know that you can come here and still add your secondary validation and say, look, if there is no name, then throw a toast error or something like that. But I'm going to skip all that and just go straight to updating my user, since I've already added required here. Okay, so now I'm going to come here. I'll create an object called user data. So I'll say const user data, and that's going to be equal to, let's open that up. So when we want to update the user's profile, there are some things that we need to send to the back end. So the first is the name of the user, which is going to be profile.name. Okay, so .name. Okay, so I'll just add a comma here and then just duplicate it. The next is the phone number of the user, because we're not updating the email, remember. So phone number, this is going to say phone, and of course it's going to say user.phone as well. I should have done it together. All right, so we're not updating the email, remember. The next is the address, and remember that I told you the address is an object that has 3 properties. So it has an address property, which is going to be profile.address, then let me add a comma here, then I'll just duplicate this. Then we're going to have a state. So this is profile.state. Then the last one is going to be profile.country. Okay, good. So that's it. Now what I want to do is, let me first log this guy to the console to make sure that I'm getting my data correctly. So before I dispatch anything, I'll say console.log. So I'll say user data. Okay, good. Now save, and fingers crossed, let's come here to make sure we're on the right track. Okay, so I'll come here. So we have the name, we have the email, we have the phone number. Let me just add something to the phone number. Then we have an address, which I'll just add maybe an address here. Okay, good. Then click on update profile. So I'll click that. Let's see what we get. Voila. If you open that, you see we have this name and phone number. Then we have an address that has this address property, state property, and country property. So we can confidently send this guy to the back end, because in the back end, this is the exact data we're expecting. Just as a way of reminder, if you come to the user controller, you see in this update user, you see that we are expecting name, phone number, and address. So you see we're on the right track. I'm going to come here to my profile, and then I'm just going to dispatch that function. I think I can comment this out or even delete it, since we're sure it's logging to the backend. So let me make this asynchronous. So it's already asynchronous. So I'm just going to say await and dispatch. So what are we dispatching? Well, we want to update the user. So let's import that from auth slice, and we are sending the user data with this HTTP request. So that's it to update the user, I think. Yeah. Now we can go ahead and save this file, and let's test it out. Now you'll notice that we're not doing anything about the user's profile image yet. If I decided to make this single function here to update both the user's data and the user's photo, this front end part is going to be saturated with a lot of things. So you're going to make a request to Cloudinary, upload the data to Cloudinary, get the results from Cloudinary before you now start updating. So it's a lot cumbersome. So that's why I decided to separate it. But now look at this, it looks very small and easy to understand. So now let's come back here and let's try to update this guy. So I will just say, let me change the name just to make sure that I'll change the name from Zeno to Ewoma Zeno. So Ewoma Zeno, that's my full name. And then I'm just going to update it. So update profile, fingers crossed. Before that, when I click on update profile, I want to show a loading spinner. So thank God I remembered. So where do I put the loading spinner? I think I'll just put it after the section. So I'll just come here and say that if is loading, then show the loader. So close that. Okay, so let's import the loader. Yeah. Okay, so now save. I think it's going to refresh that form. So you see, we're going to lose what we typed there before, but no problem. So I'm just going to say let me just say Ewoma. Come on, Zeno. Ewoma. Then just add something. Then just add something as well. Good. Then let's try and click on update profile and see what happens. So update profile, we have the loading and we have user updated. So now let's see. This is Ewoma and then this is the data. Just to be sure, let's refresh the page. So I'll refresh the page. And as you can see, we have the data that we just updated is displayed here. Let me see what this error is about. Okay, it says a component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. This is likely blah blah blah. Okay, I know exactly what is happening. Don't worry, it's because we've not started working on the input field for the image. That is this first one. We've not started working on it yet. That's why. But when we work on it, you're not going to see that. And let me tell you why you're not going to see this, because why you are not meant to see this. That's because here where where's the use effect? Okay, it's at the top. Yeah, so you see this use effect here. We said name equal to user.name or an empty string. So because we put this or an empty string, it has made up for this error. So if you've ever built any React application and you see this kind of error, just come here wherever you're updating your state, just have an or operator and then make sure you make it an empty string on the other side. That's all you need to do. Okay, so that's about it for updating the user. In the next one, I think we're going to work on updating the user's profile image. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's work on the profile image blah blah blah. So I'm going to come here and to the finished project and I'll show you something. So there are two pieces of state we need for this profile image. The first one is the profile image state itself, which is what will save the profile image when it is fetched from the database. The second one is called the image preview state. So that image preview state, for example, when I click on this choose image or choose file, and then I choose a file, that is the state that will hold whatever file I choose. So let me just choose any file that exists here. So the first thing I come across, okay, so that's fine. I'll just open that. So you see, this is held inside another state called image preview. Now that I have this image preview, it now shows me this upload button. So if I click on upload, it will upload this photo to our database. So you see, two pieces of state we need. Now that we have that out of the way, let's come here and start working. So I'll come up here to this place where I have my state. So after profile, I'll just bring in the two pieces of state, which is the profile image and the image preview. So let me slot that in. So look at this profile image, set profile image, initially set to null, and then image preview, which is also initially set to null. Good. The next thing we want to work on is the functionality to handle the image change. So you see here, when I selected this file, yeah, something happened that took the file from my computer and displayed it here. That functionality is going to be inside of the handle image change. So you see, this is handle input change, which we've done. The next one is handle image change. Now we're going to work on that. So the handle image change is going to do two things. So first off, it's going to set profile image to event.target.files. Thinking if I should type it out. I mean, there's no point typing it out. It's something that you probably have seen. Even if you've not seen it, I can explain. So look at it. Set profile image. That's the first thing this will do. And of course, you know you need to have E here so that it doesn't throw an error. Good. So we're setting the profile image to event.target.files, and the first item. Basically, what that means is that whatever you select here, you're setting it as the profile image. That's it. The next thing you want to do is you want to set the image preview such that you can view this. So what is here now is the image preview. Okay, now the way you're going to do that such that you can preview an image that you've not uploaded yet is like this. So we're going to say set image preview, and we're going to use this url.createObject URL in React, and then we'll now set it to the file that we selected from our computer, which is event.target.files, and we're looking for the first item in the array, which is fine. So this is the functionality to handle the image change. Yeah, okay, good. Now let's come down to the form input and see what we have there. So look at this form input here. Is the input that handles the image change and just grabs the image, and we're using this function to change the profile image and the image preview to what we selected, which is great. Now let us add the functionality to actually display the image on, not the functionality, rather the JSX, to display the image on the page, because you see here that we've not displayed the image yet. So that's what we want to do now. Okay, so let me come to my code and let's head over to our JSX. And you know, we created this div with a class name of profile photo. So this is where we want to work. So I'll remove this profile image and let's start. So inside of the profile photo, we're going to have another div just to separate things, and it's just going to be an empty div. Now this first div is going to have an image, so img, I'll tap that, and the source of this image is going to be dynamic. So for the alt text, let's just say profile image, profile. Now, like I said, the source is going to be dynamic. So what I'll say is, I'll say that if image preview is equal to null, in other words, if the user has not selected any image from his computer, then I want to display the image that we got from the database. So user on dot image. Okay, sorry, user.photo. Okay, and there's a reason why this user.photo is throwing an error. Oh no, it's not supposed to throw an error, because let's see the user. So this is user. Okay, so there's no photo here, it's just, so that means at this point now, okay, because we've not worked on the photo before at all, so at this point now we now have to start factoring the user.photo, but there's no problem. Let's just proceed. Where is it? So I'll say user.photo, then I'll now add the else block, and I'll say else. So what's going to be the else block? Else, I want to display the image preview. Don't worry, I'll take it again just to show you. So you see, the source of this image here, we said that if there is no image that is currently being selected from the user's computer, if image preview is equal to null, then just display what we get from the database, which is user.photo. Else, display the image that is selected from the computer, which will be saved in the image preview. That's basically what we just did here. Okay, so after this guy, now let's just come down. I think just after the image, I'll just come down here and I'll have a h3 that will display the user's role. So h3, and I'll just say role, and okay, role, and then I'll just have this guy that will say profile.role, and that's it. Okay, very good. So now let me go ahead and save, and fingers crossed, let's see what we have. Okay, good. So you see, it has now displayed the default image that we have in our database, which is perfect. The next thing we want to do, however, is we want to have this, let me show you. Sorry, here. We want to have this upload button. And this upload button is conditionally displayed. It only shows up when there is an image that has been previewed. Okay. So if I come here now, sorry, if I come here to the project we're currently working on and I select an image, let me just select the very first image and I select an image, that image will be displayed here. When this image is displayed here, I want to show that button that will say upload photo. That's just what I want to do next. So to just make things fast, I'm just going to come down here after my H3. Where's my H3, by the way? Okay, so this is my H3. So after this H3, I'm just going to come down here and add another curly braces because it's a conditional statement. And then I'll say if image preview, in other words, if there's an image to preview, sorry, if image preview is not equal to null, okay, in other words, there's an image that has been selected, then I'll add my conditional operator and say that I want to display the button that will say upload image. So let's just have it button, and it's going to have a class of --btn and another class of btn secondary --btn -secondary. Okay, so secondary. Okay, so that's it. Let me tap that. Good. And then the button will simply just say upload photo. Upload photo. But I added this React icon to the button as well. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to grab the React icon and slot it in, and then I'll show you. So this is the icon, upload AI outline cloud upload, and I give it a size of 18. So I would auto import it, so I can auto import it, thank God. Good. So this is the function. Now this button needs to be connected to a function which I have not created yet. So here I will say on click and I'll say save photo, but I have not created this function yet. So what I'll do, just to make sure that I don't have any error, is that I'll just create an empty function somewhere here, asynchronous arrow function, that I'll just name save photo. So you see, that should get rid of the error from this guy. So you see, so now I can go ahead and save this guy, and let's come here and see. You should be able to see a button now. Okay, so you see upload photo, but unfortunately it's not centered. So for me to center this button perfectly, I think I have a class that handles that. So I'll just surround this with this button. So I'll have a div with --center -all. I think that should work. So let's round it in the button. Aha. So if I save now, it should be perfectly centered. Aha. So you see, so whenever you have a photo that is selected, this button will show up, you know. And that's it for this one. So in the next video, I'm now going to have the function that will upload this photo. So first it will upload it to Cloudinary, get the URL from Cloudinary, then it will now send that URL to our server. So that's it. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, welcome back, guys. Now I want to show you how to correct an error. Now when you refresh this page, you'll notice something, and we noticed it before, but I said I was going to correct it. Okay, but I haven't. So you see here, it says that a component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. This is likely blah blah blah, and then it gives us further details. So let me show you why that is and how you can change that. So I'm going to come here, and we're just going to have we're going to look at this, our initial state. So if you look at the initial state, you would notice that we have this address, and then it points to user.address or an empty object. So technically, when you want to define your state, just make sure that it's identical to what you have in your database. So there are two things I'm going to do. First off, I'm going to add the photo here. Yeah. So I'll come here and say, I'll change this to photo. You know, we have photo in our database. I didn't add it here. So let's just add that here first. So I'll say photo. Okay. Then it's an empty string. Then in my address, user.address, and you know, we're using optional chaining for this. So optional chaining here just means that if this data does not exist, in other words, if this address property does not exist in the user object, don't throw an error, just set it to an empty object. So, but instead of saying an empty object, we need to define what this object contains. So if you come down to the JSX, you will notice that the object contains three things, which is the address, the state, and then the country. So you need to define those as well. So I'll come up here and I'm going to quickly define it because I've had people ask me about this in my other courses and I just try to explain, but thank God I have an opportunity here. So here we're going to define what? An address, which is going to be set to, trying to copy this, so it's going to be set to you. Okay, you know what, let me just paste that in. So user query.address dot address, or is going to be set to an empty string. So that's for the address. Then we'll just, you know, do it twice and then just change this to state. And so this is state, and the last one is country. Okay, so that's it. I've defined it. Now by defining it, at any point in time, we're going to have values for this property. So it will not be undefined like when we just made it an empty object. You know, when it's an empty object and you try to pick something inside it that doesn't exist, it will say undefined. So that was the root of the problem. So I think I'll just do the same. So let me just copy this guy and I'll just do the same here in my use effect. So you see this use effect here, you notice that we also set it to an empty array if this address doesn't exist. So what we can do is okay, there are two things I missed. Okay, let me first slot that in like this. So I'll define the properties inside of the empty object. Then I will now add my photo as well. So remember this photo that we added here. Let me copy it and then let me just add it inside this one because I've not added it. Paste that in. So you see, now I've properly defined all of the, you know, properties here inside my address. If you save this file, of course, let's give it to compile and then let's refresh. You will not see this error anymore. So I'll just refresh this page and watch what happens. So you're not going to see the error. You're just going to see the data from the back end. So you see, aha. So I just wanted to use that opportunity to show you how to tackle that error. By the way, I'm also going to have a course on debugging, how to debug in both JavaScript and React. So just watch out for that. If you're not subscribed to my newsletter, make sure that you subscribe. Well, if you're taking this course, then you're already subscribed, so you'll get an email when I do that. So now that I have my photo that is saved inside profile.photo, I can now make reference to the photo from this profile object, or from the profile object later. So that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. Alright guys, so now let's work on actually uploading this image to Cloudinary. Now what that means is that you need to have a Cloudinary account. So if you just go to cloudinary.com, you can create a free account. Okay, so I'm logged into Cloudinary. For some reason at this point they're having issues displaying their homepage, but that's fine. What I need you to do is I need you to get two pieces of information from your Cloudinary account. When you log into Cloudinary, one of the first things you will see is your cloud name. That's most likely going to be your username. So let me show you my .env example so that we can, you know, so React app cloud name. I need you to create two pieces of variables. So React app, then cloud name, and then another information called your upload preset. So I just have this here so that at least you can make reference to it, but this is not, don't use this, make sure you use your own. So let me show you how to get your upload preset. So if you're on Cloudinary, just find your way to settings they've changed their UI some a bit. So I'm going to click on these settings here, and I think I should even make my SAS something like this. Okay, but I'll click on settings, and when you click on settings, it should bring you to, okay, so I don't know, their service is a bit slow today. Okay, so it should bring you to this page, and what I need you to click on is upload, because what you're interested in is something called an upload preset. It's just a string. Now I'm not going to show you my own preset or my own whatever, but let me just scroll down, and okay, so you see upload preset. So if I scroll down just a little bit, you're going to see my own upload preset, but of course I don't want to show you that, and I don't want to have to do too much editing. So just locate yours and have it in your environment variable. Okay, so that being said, I'm going to come here. So this is it, React app cloud name, React app upload preset. So you're going to need these two pieces of variables. Okay, now we can now come to this profile, and from this profile here, what we want to work in is the, let me collapse this guy. We want to work in the function to save the photo. So you see we have save profile, then we have another one called save photo. That's what we want to work in. Now this save photo here, I would open it up like this, and just to be safe, I don't really think I need any event.prevent default, but let me just add it all the same, you know. So I'll just say event.prevent default. So let's do that. Now, like I said, we want to first upload to Cloudinary. Then Cloudinary will give us the URL of that image that is stored in their database. Then we'll now upload that URL to our own MongoDB. So you see, that's the process. So first off, let me create you know, two variables that will point to my cloud name and my upload preset, so that it's a little bit shorter. So I'm just gonna, I can even do it outside here. So let me just do it outside. I'll say const, and the first one is going to be cloud underscore name, and that would be equal to, now I'm just going to say process.env and then point to my cloud name like so. So process.env react app cloud name. The second one is going to be what is called an upload preset, upload underscore preset, and then that's going to point to our upload preset as well. So slot that in here like so. Aha, so you see, oh, I think, okay, so that's fine. Let me give some space here. So you see, now I have my cloud name and upload preset, so I can just make reference to it from these variables. Good. Now let's head over to the function to save the photo, and I think I can collapse some of these big guys so that we don't have too much going on. Okay, good. So now this is where I am. Okay, so we'll start by defining a variable. I'm going to call that variable image URL. Just define it. You're not setting it to anything, you're just defining it. Then we're going to have what is known as a try catch block. So let me say try catch. Come on, help me out. Okay, so we'll have a try catch block, and inside the try block is where we'll now try to upload the image. So first off, I'll do some validation just to make sure that the image the user selected has the appropriate type. So JPG, JPEG, PNG, those are the three image types we want. So here I'll just do some check. I'll say if, and let me just open this up. So now inside of this parenthesis is where I'll have all the blah blah blah, all the conditions. Okay, so remember, we are saving the image to this variable called profile image. So you see, we've not even used this profile image yet, but we are saving the image to this variable called profile image. Remember, if you come here where we said handle image change, I think I should open this. You see here that we set profile image to event.target.files, which is the image we selected. Good. Now I'll come here and I'll check. So I'll say if profile image first of all, I want to make sure that it's not equal to null, so there's something there. Then and I'll now come here and list out other properties. So those other new properties will be in parentheses because they'll be grouped. Okay, don't get confused. Then I'll now say profile image, and I want to check the type. So I'll say profile image dot type, and I want to make sure that it's equal to, so there are 3 image types I need: the JPG, the JPEG, and the PNG. So here I'll say image / let's start with JPEG, so JPEG. Okay, then I can now say or. So you see, I don't want to just check for JPEG, I want to check for JPEG as well as other 2 types. So let's paste that in here, and this time I'll say JPG, then I'll say or, and then I'll do that again, and then I'll say PNG. So you see, I've checked for the 3 image types that I'm interested in. So look at this. I'm saying that first of all, make sure that the profile image is not equal to null. In other words, an image has been selected. Then I'm now saying that also check for the image type. Make sure that it's either JPEG, JPG, or PNG. If all of these conditions are met, then inside this block, I can now upload the image to Cloudinary. You see the logic? So here inside the block, I'm going to create an image variable, not variable per se, it's a new form data. So here, new form data, the form starts with a capital letter. Okay, so new form data, and we will now append various things to this form data we just created. So I'll now come here and say image, help me out, image dot append. Okay, so what do we want to append? What are the properties we want to append? So we'll start by saying file, and that is going to point to the profile image. So whatever we selected, profile image. What else do we want to append? Well, we're now going to append the properties that will help us upload it to Cloudinary, which we've saved here. So the cloud name and the upload preset. Now, I forgot to remind you that whenever you change your .env file, you need to restart your React application. That's something you're supposed to know. Like if you've taken any of my React course, you should know that, but it's good to also say it. So let's append these 2 properties as well. So I'm going to come down here, and where am I? Okay, good. I'll just duplicate this twice. Then here I'll say append, and let's start with the cloud name. So cloud underscore name, and basically we're just going to change this also to cloud name, which is the cloud name variable we created at the top. Then we're also going to append the upload underscore preset. Okay, so let's make sure we have that here as well. Paste that in. Good. Now what do we do next? So now we have all we need to save the image to Cloudinary. So I can now come down, and let me have a comment here and say save image to Cloudinary. So you see, so that you know what we're doing exactly. So it's going to be a fetch. We're going to use the fetch API to make that HTTP request. Now you can actually use Axios, but I discovered that there's an extension in the browser that can sometimes block that process. It's anything that has to do with ads, it's going to block it. So that's why I simply just stick with fetch. Okay, so here I can say const response, and that's going to be equal to await. So before you say await anywhere, make sure that your request is asynchronous. So save photo is asynchronous. If you don't have async here, just know that you cannot use await inside of that function. Okay, so we're going to await, and then let's make the fetch request to a particular URL. Now I believe that URL can actually be found online, but I'm just going to paste it here and give you a minute to grab it. So this is the URL that we need. I'll paste that in. It's HTTP. You know what? Maybe I can save it in like a variable or something. Not really necessary. Okay. So, okay, let me save it in a variable so that you can see it very clearly. But that's the URL. I can just come here and duplicate this and say Cloudinary. Just make it short and just say URL. But that's the only URL variable here. Then I'll just paste it here. Oh, sorry, Control Z. Just paste it in. So look at it. This is the URL api.cloudinary.com/v1_1. Then this name here, Xenotrust, is actually going to be your own cloud name. Okay, so I've given you my cloud name, but make sure it's your own you use. Then /image/upload. Okay, so that's just it. Now I can now come down here and make this a little bit shorter. So instead of posting this guy here, I can just point to that URL variable I created at the top. So fetch URL. So you see it's a bit shorter and it's better. Okay, then when we do that, we just add a comma here, and then we now specify the method. So this HTTP request, we specify the method, and it's a post request. So we'll say method and set that to posts, just like we do when we use Axios, but we just say Axios.get or Axios.post. Then lastly, we'll now specify the body. So body, and the body of this is just going to be our form data. My keyboard has actually changed. That's why I'm having these problems. Okay. Wow. Okay, let me just pause this video and fix that. Okay, so I fixed my keyboard. So it's body, and then in the body we are just going to specify this image that we appended all this stuff to. So I'll just say image. So that's how you actually, upload to Cloudinary. Now, when you upload to Cloudinary, you're going to get a response. That response is going to be some kind of data, yes? So here I will now say const, and just to be specific, I'll say image data, img data, and that's going to be equal to, we'll now get the response. So we'll say await response.json and open that up. Okay, good. Now when we get the response, well, let's just make sure we actually got the response. So I'll just log the response to the console. So I'll say log and image data. I think that's fine, or that's good enough. Now, of course, there could be an error. So if there's an error, basically what we just want to do is we just want to, show this error. So I'll just say toast.error, and I'll say error.message. Let's keep things simple, right? So fingers crossed, let's try to upload something to Cloudinary and see it in the console. I need to import Toast, by the way, from React Toastify. So I'll save this guy, and so you just go ahead and restart your application. I've restarted mine. Then let's try to upload something here. So I'll just come here, select an image. Okay, so I'll just select anything. Let me just select this one. Ideally it should be like a good photo, but I'll just select this one and I'll click on upload. Let me clear my console so that whatever I get, so upload. Voila. So you see, this is what we get from the Cloudinary server. So if you open that, you'll see that it has a lot of properties, but the one we are interested in particularly is the URL. So if you look at this secure URL, you will discover that it's the URL to the image. I think we can copy that and even open it in a new tab just to show you. So let me just open that. I'm removing the quotes around it and hit enter. I should be able to show you the image. Voila. So you see, this is the image. We've been able to successfully upload the image to Cloudinary. Now the last thing we just need to do, which I think we can do in one swipe, is to send that image to our own database. And I think we can do that in like right now. So let me come down here. After I do this console.log, which I don't need to like do in production, I can just say something like this image URL we created before, this variable we defined before, I can now assign something to it. So you see, I defined it outside so that I can access it anywhere inside this function. So I'll come here and now say image URL should be equal to, now I want to point to this image data because that's where we have the data. So I'll say image data dot, and then I'm interested in the URL property, sorry, and I want to make sure that that is converted to string. Sorry. Okay, good. So just make sure that it's a string. Then that's it basically. Now that we now have this image URL property, I can now like come outside of this Cloudinary function and save the photo to my database. So here, let me just add a comment and say save image to MongoDB. All right. Now to save it to MongoDB, remember we first have to put it inside an object. So here, just like we did before, I'll say const user data, and that's going to be equal to, it's going to have one property. So it's going to have a photo property because that's what we are expecting in the back end. Well, this is also going to be a conditional statement. So I'll say, look, if there is a profile image, if there's a profile image here, then it means that we've uploaded the image and it's now saved in this image URL. So send the URL to MongoDB. Else, if for some reason it doesn't, get uploaded, maybe there was an error or something, just save what we had there before. So I'll just say profile dot photo. So that's what we have before. That's the image we have before rather. Then we're now going to come down here and dispatch the function to update the photo, the Redux function. So I can say await and dispatch. So we need to bring in this dispatch because do we have it? Okay, we've brought it in. So I'll say dispatch update photo, and then I'm just going to pass the user data because that's what we're expected to pass. Then that's it basically. Then lastly, I'll just set the image preview to null. So set image preview. I'm wondering why it's not helping me complete it to null. Okay, so now don't forget we need to bring in the update photo from Auth slice, and I think that's it basically. So now let's go ahead and save this file, and fingers crossed we're going to test. So this time I'm actually going to upload a fine image. So let me just look for the image that I would like to upload. So okay, so I finally found the image that I would like to upload, and I'm just going to okay, let me just refresh this guy to just clear out any possible image. Then I'll select a new image. So let me come here, choose file, and then I would, okay, so it's Zeno, and I just hope I find it quick so that I don't have to waste time. Okay, good. So I can just use this one, and I'll say open. So it's a PNG image. So look at it. Now, fingers crossed, let's try and upload it. So upload, bam. Okay, so so you see now it has been uploaded. It says user photo updated. Now let me refresh this page just to confirm that this is actually what is stored in our database. So I'll refresh the page one more time. So you see, this is what is now stored in our database, and if you even open it to check, and you check for photo, you see that we now have this URL here that is saying rest.cloudinary blah blah blah. So basically that's how we can upload a photo to Cloudinary. Wow, 20 minutes. Well, I just wanted to explain it step by step and make sure you get it very well. So that's about it for this one. In the next one, we'll continue with the course. All right, so now that we have been able to handle everything that has to do with our profile, there's something I want us to do before we go too far, and that is to display our name, and such that when we click on this name, it will lead us to the profile page. So we can do that right here. So I decided that I was going to put that inside because it's a very small component. I decided that I'll just put it inside this profile component. Reason being that whenever this profile component loads, it will fetch the user's profile. So we can just, tap into that. So I'm just going to come to the very bottom of this profile after this first component, and I'll create another one. So let me just create an arrow function, which I will call username. So user, I'll create it. It's actually a component though, and don't forget to export it. Export like so. Now let's open this up, and we're going to need to have access to the user that is saved in our Redux. So let me just grab, I think we have that somewhere at the top. Let me just grab that. Okay, so this guy here, I'll copy that, and then I'll just come down here and slot that in. All right, so I need to have access to the user. I'm not doing anything with the is loading, but user, yes. Then I will now create a username variable. So I'll say const. This will be username, and it's going to be equal to, so I need to have access to the user dot name, or I'll just make it dot dot dot. Okay, I don't want to leave it empty, so that's why I said dot dot dot. Then remember, if it's a component, then we have to return something. So return, and let's open this up like so. Okay, so what do we want to return? Well, I just want to return a span. Tap that, and inside the span, I'm just going to say hi, then username. So ideally, I should just say username, and then we're going to see how that plays out. So, but inside of this span, I'm just to make things fast, I think I just added an inline style. It's not something I do normally, but I mean, I just wanted to make things fast, and I changed the color to something. Let me just see. So you can actually create a class for this one and just give it a class. All right, so I just gave it this color, and that's it. Then after this guy, I added this sign to separate it. So that's it. Now let me go ahead and first save this guy, then I will now import it inside of my header, because the header, that's where we have the nav menu. So I have so much going on here. I need to close some of these things. Okay, let me close the .env. Okay, so I'll just do Control P, and I'll go to header. Okay, so now inside of the header, I will now make reference to the username that I just created. So I think I'll put it after this login. So you know what, let me just duplicate the login because it's actually very similar. Now I'll change this guy here to, let me just come here to show you exactly what we want to achieve. So we have this icon, then we have the username displayed next to the icon. So that icon is actually a font awesome icon. So instead of me to reinvent the wheel and go start looking for it, I'm just going to slot the icon here. So yeah, so here I would slot the icon first, then I will now reference my username component. So we need to import them, so I'll just import this one. This one is from React icons, then this one is from the components in our profile. So that's it. However, there's one thing though that we need to do. We need to show this profile only when the user is logged in. Now remember, we surrounded this with show on logout, so I need to change this to show on login. Okay, so once I do that, that's all. Fingers crossed. Let's go ahead and save. So look at the property of my icon now. It's a FA user circle, size 16, and the color is same as the one we used. So save that, and let's come here to see if it really displays. So fingers crossed, voila. So you see, hi Ewoma, that's my name. That's perfect, right? But there's just one problem. The problem is, what if a user has a very long username? What do you do? So we can have a function that will shorten the username to maybe the first 5 characters or the first 10 characters, or whichever way you want to do it. So we can have something that handles that. Now, that function is something that, it's like we've created that function before. We've created it before. So remember, we created it in the utils. So I can say utils and just take you there. So it's in the index, voila. So you see, shorten text. So we've created it before. So now all we just need to do is to use this function to shorten the text if it exceeds a particular number of letters. So I'll just come here to my profile, and instead of just displaying this username, I would wrap it around the shorten text. So here I'll say shorten text, sorry. Okay, so in the shorten text, it's going to take 2 arguments. The first is, what do you want to shorten? So I want to shorten the username. The second argument is, what do you want, how many characters do you want to shorten that particular username to? So I think in our case, I said I wanted to shorten it to 9 characters. So I'll just say 9. So any username that has more than 9 characters will be replaced with a ... The remaining characters will be replaced with a ... So don't forget, you need to import the shortened text from utils. So that's it basically. So I'll go ahead and save. Okay. So my code formatter is taking some time to format the whole thing. Okay, so we're good. So if you come here, well, our name is less than 9 characters altogether. But if for any reason you have like a longer name, so Ewoma, let me just say Ewoma Zino. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Good. So Ewoma Zino, let me just add just make it a little bit long. Okay, good. So it's like longer, and then I click on update profile. So you see I've updated the profile, and don't worry, I'll check what this is. If I do that, and you see it now has ... at the end. So let me see what I did here. What did I do wrong? Oh, it's still telling me this stuff. Wow. Changing the controlled input is likely caused by. So I'm just going to have to review that and check what exactly is going on. So I think the problem is that I have actually overcorrected the error in the first place. So let me just come here and show you what I'm talking about when I say I overcorrected the error. Now, if you come to the initial state, you'll see that in our address, we are using 2 OR. So this is one set of OR operator, and this is another set of OR operator. So I mean, I've overcorrected the thing. So unlike these other ones where we have just one OR operator. Now, what I need to do is I need to just get rid of this first set. Okay, so address is an object that contains these properties, this or this. So you see, now there's just one set of OR per property. Then I also need to do the same in when I have this use effect. So instead of saying 2 OR here, I can just remove this first set and say that address is equal to, and then I put the properties inside of it and say this or an empty string. So that's what I mean when I say I overcorrected the error. Sometimes it happens to us when we have so much information about how to solve one problem, so we just tend to just mix things up, but it's okay. So now if you come here and you refresh the page, you shouldn't see any of that error, hopefully. So let's just try it out. So you see now we're just getting the what's it called, the image. So you see now also here that I've changed it to Ewomazino, it's also shortened to ... All right, so that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. All right, so now that we've basically gone through all of the functionalities that has to do with the user's data, we're now going to switch back to the back end, and this time we're going to start working on being able to upload the product. So we're switching back to the back end and the admin area, where the admin has to upload the product and all of that, because if there's no product, then there's no shop. If there's no shop, then there's nothing to add to the cart, and there's nothing to create orders with. So you see, we just have to go step by step and systematically. So in the next video, we're going to switch to the back end, and we're going to add all of the backend functionality to upload the product and manage the product essentially. So see you in the next one then. All right, so now we want to start building from the back end everything that has to do with the product. So creating a product, updating, deleting, editing, and all of that. So we need to be in the servers folders, or the backend folder rather. So I'll just open my server so that I'll enter the backend. Good. Now in the server, you want to create 3 files. So the first is going to be the product model. So let me quickly do that. Product model.js. Then you want to do the route. So let me product route.js. Then also you want to create the controller. So I'll do that here and say product controller.js. Okay, great. So we have the 3 files that we need. Now we're going to obviously start by creating the product model. So I'll come to the product model, or no, I just want to set up the route first. Let me set up the route. I'm thinking about it. I don't even know where to start. Okay, let me start from the product model, because that's the baseline. So for the product model, just like we created the other model, so let me open that. We're not going to have to reinvent the wheel. So let me just say user model, and see the way we created the user model. We're going to have something very similar. So let's just start by grabbing everything here and just slotting it into the product model, which is right here. So I'm not going to need this object ID and the bcrypt, so I'll remove it. But of course I want to change this to product schema, and then let's just open this guy up correctly. Okay, so that's first. Then since I'm here, let me just export it so that I don't forget, like I almost forgot before. So I can just grab this export statement and just do that. In fact, I feel like I should have a shortcut for this thing, and then I'll change this to product. So this user here, I'll change to product, like so, product, and mongoose.model product. So we're also going to change this to product schema. Okay, so that's it. Let me give some space. Good. Now, so what are the properties that we want this product schema to have? So that's the next thing we need to address. Well, I'll just save us some time and just drag and drop to save us some time. So first off, the product is going to have a name, and that name is going to be a type of string. It will be required, and we're going to have an error message if somehow the request gets to the back end without a name. We'll say please add a name, and then we're going to set this string property to true. So if there's any space on the front and back of the word or the product name, it will be removed. So it's just basic JavaScript. So the product is going to have what is known as an SKU. I think that's called a stock keeping unit. If you've done any sort of e-commerce before, you know what that means. So stock keeping unit. It's also a type of string is required. And the default, we set the default for this one is actually SKU, but we're going to send something from the front end for that, and we're also trimming it. The next is the category. Now each product is going to have a category. For example, let's say electronics is a broad category. What other category? I can't even remember any category right now, but I'm sure you get the gist. So each product is going to have different categories. There's fashion, there's electronics, there's accessories, there's different categories. So require true, please add a category, trim true. Okay, then next we're going to have a brand. So I'll copy this guy and let's slot that in. Okay, good. So we have a brand. So a typical example is a category can be a phone, mobile phone, and a brand can be Samsung, Apple iPhone, Techno, and the rest of them. So that's why we have that here as well. Then a product is also going to have a color property. So we can slot that in here and say color. It's also going to be a string, and we'll have a default for this. So if you don't put any color, the default will be as seen. So you can actually set this thing up the way you want. Anyway, let's proceed. Next, we're going to have a quantity. So the type of number, and this is it, is required, and then we're also trimming it. Then next, we're going to have number of sold items, and that is going to be represented with the sold property. It's also a type of number, and initially it's going to be 0. Then next, we're going to have the regular price. Now, I'm sure you've seen, like, okay, I think I have one example like that in the front. So let me show you. There is a regular price. This time we just set it to be a type of string, and it should actually be number. If you think about it, it should actually be number. Yeah, so let me just change it here to number, but I use string in my own like finished product, and it works just fine. So a type of string, and we also trim it. Now we don't make it required, and you will see why shortly. Then after the regular price, we now have a price. So this is price, and we made this one required. Please add a price, and let me show you how these two differ. Or okay, let me just show you since I'm here now. Now the regular price is like maybe you can list a product and say the product is $1,000, and then you strike out that price and then specify that the sale price is, let's say, $800. So that regular price will be the $1,000 that you strike out, while this original price will be this one that you see here. So you can give it a different name if you like. You can say discounted price, sale price, whatever you want, but I just want you to know that this is the term I used to describe that. Okay, next we have description, and also I should change this to number. Okay, so next we have description. I'll copy that and slot that. So a product is going to have a description. Yeah, that's what we capture here. So it's also a type of string, is required, and we trim it. Then next, a product is going to have an image. So each of our products, we upload an image for them. Now the image is going to be a type of an array of strings. Now in this particular project, we do it such that we can upload multiple images for a product, for a single product. We can upload up to 5 images, just like you saw in the demo. Now at this point, I think I should actually bring up the browser just to refresh your memory. So you see what we mean when we see the regular price and the sale price. So this is 1,500 and this is 1,300. So this is regular price and this is the main price. Then if you open a product, you will see that it can have multiple images. So if you look at this PS5, for example, you see that it has multiple images that change after maybe like 3 seconds and stuff like that. So that's what we mean by an array of images that we have here. Then lastly, we're going to have the rating for each product. So here I'm just going to come down here and say rating, and it's also going to be an array of objects. So that's it. Then after this particular guy here, I'm going to add a comma here. I'll come down and I'll add the timestamp property. So I'm just going to come down here and slot that in like so. Timestamp. Okay, the timestamp is just going to specify the date that data was created, and if you update the data, it will also specify that date. So that's it for the timestamp. Now I'm not even sure I put this timestamp in the user model. Let me check. I'm not sure. Okay, so you see I did not. So technically I should, it's something I should do. So let me just do it since I'm here right now. I'll just come down and then slot that in. So you see now I have a timestamp here. So save that, and you should also save this one. Okay, so I think this is about it for our product model. We have the schema and it's all set up. So in the next one, we are going to build out the route for probably the route and just an example controller for this product. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so having created the product model, it's time for us to create the route. And well, for us to create a route, we just need to have at least one controller function that will be able to point to. So to actually do that, I'm going to head over to product controller, and you know what, let me just import my, just drag this async handler, which I'm going to use to create a controller. And then I'm just going to create one async handler here. And then I'll just call this, what am I going to call it? Create product. Okay, so that's it. Then I'm going to export it by saying modules.export. And that's going to be an object which will just have our create product in. So just come here and slot that in. So this is just a template for a controller function, which is fine. Now I'm going to head over to my product route, and then let's create it. Just like we did before, let's just get some things from our user route, because there's no point typing what we already have before. So I'm just going to grab these two guys, and then I'll come to the product route and just add it there. Then also I'm going to grab this router.post blah blah blah, and I'll just grab this guy. Just grab this guy, copy, and then I'm just going to come here. Don't worry, I'll modify, I'll paste that in. Then lastly, what do we do last? I think we exported it. Good. So let's just export it. So you see how things can be fast when you have already started working. So now the first route we want to create is a route to create a product. Yeah. And to create a product, I'm just going to make it a blank route. So it's not going to have anything. It's just going to be /. Then we're going to make this create product. And this now can be imported. Remember, we created this controller function right here, which is product controller. Yeah, this one. And we exported it. So now we can access it from this product route. Okay, so let me just do like this. Create product. And for some reason, it's not importing. Am I sure I spelled it correctly? Let me just be sure. Okay, now this is looking really confusing right here. Okay, yeah, product controller. Let me make sure I spell it correctly. Create product. Okay, I guess I'm just going to manually I'll have to import it manually. So here I'm just going to say const, and this is just going to be create product, and it's going to be equal to require, and we'll just point to where the file is located. So it's .. and then we'll have the controllers folder, and then we have the product controller. Yeah, so I manually imported it and the sky did not fall. Okay, so now this create product route, we need to protect it. So remember our auth middleware. Let me close this user route, and I think I can close this one too. Let me just leave it. Remember our auth middleware, so I'll do Control P and say auth middleware. Yeah, we created a function that can protect the route. In other words, a route will only be accessible to users that are logged in. So I'll come here and I'll bring in that protect middleware. So I'll say protect. Okay, I'll add a comma. So that's the first. Now let's import this guy from Auth middleware. Okay, it doesn't seem like this create product has actually been imported, and I can't seem to figure out why. Okay, I think I know why. Maybe it's because we've not, pointed this route from our server. We've not created the route from the server. So let me actually go to the server and let's create this route, So I'll come here to the server.js and let me look for where we created the route. Where is it? Okay. I think it's, yeah. This, okay, yeah. So here. So let me just duplicate this guy, and this is going to be API/product. So I'm trying to see if it's product singular or products plural I used, because I want it to be identical. So it's plural. So here I'll just say products, like so, and this is going to point to the product route, which I've not created. So let me add it first. So I'm going to come here to my user route. Let me bring it down, and then I'll duplicate it and I'll change it to product route. And then this is just going to be /product route. Okay, now let's come down here and point to the product route. So I'll come here and paste that in. Oh, sorry, Ctrl Z. Let me just spell it out. Product route. You see? So now let me go ahead and save. I guess if I save this file now, I should be able to auto import that stuff. Oh, and I'm having some issues here. Come on, save my time, please. Router.use requires a middleware function but got an object, blah blah blah. Let's see. Where is this error coming from? I didn't even look at the source of the error. Index.js. Okay, let me just figure it out so that I can save time. Well, I think this error is because we have not properly imported in our product route. You see this create product, we've not properly imported it for some reason. I don't know why, but let me just look at my controller one more time and just be sure. So I imported async handler and I created this guy, and then I exported it create product, which seems to be correct. Yeah, product controller.js create product, but it's not importing here and I just cannot figure out why. Okay, let me try again. Create product, no suggestion. So it's not viewing that guy. Well, let me look at this thing again. Oh my god, finally I found the error. It's in my product controller where I was supposed to say module.export. I usually make this mistake. I like calling it modules because there are plenty. So it's actually module.exports. The exports is plural, the module is singular. That was the problem, my people. So let me save it now and let me come here and import it. You see that it will be able to auto import now. So auto import, and let me get rid of this one. Good. So at this point we can go ahead and save, and everything should be able to load correctly. Okay, so you see product blah 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 running on port 5000. Now there's one more thing though we need to set up before we go. When we only want an admin user to be able to create a product, okay, that's one thing we want to do. We don't want any random user to be able to create a product. So we're going to create another middleware that will handle that. So we already have this auth middleware open, and we said that we created this protect middleware that will get the details about the user if the user is logged in. So basically all we just need to do is to come down here and create another middleware that will handle, the admin, so here I'll say admin only. Okay, and that's going to be the name of the function. So it's actually just going to be an arrow function. So let me say AF. Okay, good. So I have that, and I'll call that function admin only. So it's just going to create certain rules that only an admin can have access to. So here, don't forget our request, then our response, then our next. Okay, so now I'll open this guy and I'll have a conditional statement. So I'll say that if, sorry, let me just complete it. So I'll say that if the request.user, now where are we getting this request.user from? We are getting it from, let me come back to, yeah, so we are getting it from this protect middleware. So remember, this protect middleware will get information about the user and store it. So request.user is going to be set to the user's information. That's what I'm having access to here. So I'm saying that if request.user first and request.user.role, so remember we gave the users a role, is equal to admin, then I want to proceed to whatever comes next. So next, else, so let's have an else block. I just want to throw an error, so let's do response.status, and I'll just say 401 not authorized. Then I will throw a new error, which I'm just going to say, what do I say now? Not authorized as an admin, or only an admin can perform this, you know, whatever. So let me just say not authorized as an admin. Okay, so I think that's fine. So this middleware, now we can now come here and export it. So I can just come here and say admin, and then admin only, and then I'm just going to go ahead and save. Now we can come to this route and reference that middleware. So I can come here and say admin only. So you see, I've auto imported it as well. Add a comma so that you don't have an error. Good. Now go ahead and save. So what this means now is that only a logged in user that is an admin can create a product. So you see, it makes a lot of sense. So in the next video, we're going to now write the functionality to create a product. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so before we start creating the product controller, and I can close these guys that I'm not using. Before we create the product controller, I want us to test out this route just to be sure it works. So I will come here, I would minimize this auth, then I'll create a new folder which I'll call product. So just to separate things. So let's say new folder, and I'll just call it products. Let's create, and inside of this new folder, I'll create my first request, which I'm going to name. So let's rename it to create product. So good. Now for the create product, it's very similar to one of those requests we've done before. Let me just look for any of those requests. Okay, so this one wants to hang today. Okay, so let me just copy this at least just to start with, and then I'll go to create product. It's a post request, by the way, so make sure you change this guy to post. Then http localhost 5000 /API /products, and then just ends with a /. Now let's just send to just see if everything is set up correctly, and yeah, so you see it says I'm not authorized, that I should please log in. So you see the protect middleware has kicked in, which is this guy here. So it has not even gotten to this admin only middleware. Now let's go ahead and log in. I'll come to my auth and click on login. And you know what, to save time, I'm just going to go ahead and log in as an admin. I wanted to log in as a regular user before, but I mean, it works. So I'm just going to send and log in. So I'm logged in as an admin, or you know what, let me just go through the stress and log in as a regular user so that you can see. So donaldz.ng, this is authorization. Now you know there's authentication and there's authorization. Authentication is, are you logged in? Do you have access to the platform? Authorization is, yes, you have access to the platform, but do you have the required permission to access this level of, it's like a clearance thing when you have a multifunctional organization. So do you have this level of clearance to access this sensitive document or sensitive data? So if this thing is sounding confusing to you, then you should definitely check out my advanced MERN stack authentication. Okay, so donaldz.ng@gmail.com. Let me log in as this guy first. Okay, so I'm logged in. Now let me try to create a product with this and let's see what happens. So I'll send, and you see it says I'm not authorized as an admin, which is this admin only middleware that is causing that. Now I can finally come here and log in as an admin. So admin at gmail.com, and then I'll just log in. Very good. So I can close this, come back here and send. Aha, so you see I get a 200 okay response, and we should have the text here correct. Good. So now we can go ahead and create the controller. So I'm here in the controller. Let me get rid of this guy and let's create the first product. Now there are some things that we need when we want to create a product. Those things or those properties are specified in this product model. So the name, the SKU, blah blah blah, and all of that. So I'm going to come to the products controller. I'll say const, and I will destructure all of these things from the body of the request. I'll say is equal to requests.body. Okay, good. Now what are the properties? Like I've already said them, so there's no need to say them again. I can just paste them in. Oh, sorry, I didn't copy them correctly. So let me grab them and I'll just slot them in here like so. So these are the properties we need. We need the name of the product, the SKU, the category, the brand, the quantity, the price, the description, the image, the regular price, and the color. Those are the things we need. Now, of course, you can rearrange them. So let me bring the price down and stuff like that. Now, after we have this data from the front end, what do we want to do? Well, the truth is we want to have some kind of validation to make sure that some of these things that we are receiving are actually there. So validation. So I'll say if, and let me open this up and I'll just paste in all of what I need. So I'll say if there is no name, there's no category, there's no brand, there's no quantity, there's no price, there's no description. All of these things I've listed here, they are required. Regular price, for example, is not required. Image, well, at this point I didn't make it required, so that's fine. So if there's no all of these guys that are required, then I want to throw an error. Well, since we've thrown an error before, I'm just going to slot the error in. So I'll throw a 400 error, which means bad request, and then I'm going to say please fill in all fields. So that's the first thing. But the question is, what if all of those fields are there? Well, we want to create the product. Yeah. So how do we create the product? So I'm going to say const product. That's going to be equal to, now we are going to await, and we'll now make reference to this product model. How do we export the product model? Well, we exported it with this keyword product that starts with a capital letter. So I'm going to come here and make reference to that by saying product with a capital letter dot create EATE. Good. Then inside of this guy, I will now specify the properties with which I want to create the product. Well, it's just the basic properties that we just imported here. That's what I want to use to create the product. So you know what, we can save ourselves some time and just grab all of our properties here and say we want to create the product with all of these properties. So I'll come down here and say where am I? Okay, yeah, so here, and I'll paste that in. So I want the product, create a product with a name, SKU, category, brand, quantity, description, image, regular price, and color. That's it. Now if you come here, remember we said that we don't want the image, we didn't make the image required, and we also didn't make something else required, the regular price. So you see we didn't make it required, so that can be skipped for now. Good. So but I'm going to come here and we're going to send this product that we've created now back to the front end, so just so that we can see that okay, we've created something. So here I'll just say response dot status, and I'll just say 201, which means that successfully created or data created, and then let's send the JSON back to the front end. So we are sending what? This product that we just, we're sending it back to the user or to the person that created it. So that's it. So let's go over it again. So the first thing is we destructured all the properties all the information that we need, which is coming from the front end where we make the request from. We did some validation and says that look, if these things that are required are not there, throw an error that the user should fill in all fields. Then if they are there on call, we now created the product with all of the properties. Last we now sent the product as a response back. So that's it. Now fingers crossed, let us test. Now to test, I'm going to skip some things. I'll skip the image because I don't have any image yet, and I don't want to use JSON to add an image link and all of that. So I'll just skip the image, but I'll add the rest. So I'm going to come here. This is going to be a very long one. I'll come to this body and say, is it multi-part? I think it's form URL encoded. Good. So the first one is what? Name. So what am I going to call this product? I'll say techno. Sorry, no, I think that's how they spell it. I'm not sure if it has an AH. Techno. I think it's techno. Okay, that's a mobile phone. So let's add the next property. I'll say SKU, sorry, and I'll just say tech hyphen, just add some number, to make it look like it's cryptic. Then what else do we have? We have a category. So category. The name of the product has to be something, or techno something. So I will say techno S7. I don't know what that means. I know there's Samsung S series, but just say techno S7 or P7, whatever. Then the category is going to be phones. Then the brand is also going to be techno. So brand, and that's going to be techno. Then what else do we have? Brand. Okay, quantity. Or maybe I should add description first. So description, and I'll say description, this is a very good phone, like so. Okay, then what else do we need to add? We need to add the quantity, and I'll just say I have 10 pieces, so 10. Then sold, we're gonna leave that default because it's going to be 0 by default. Then what else? We have the regular price and the price, and then the color, I think. Oh, I've not added brand. I added category, but did I add brand? I think I did. I'm not sure. Okay, I added brand. So we just have the regular price, which I can skip, by the way. So, but let me just add it. So regular price. So I'm just going to set that to, let's just say $100. Then the normal price or the sale price, so price would now be, let's say half of that, $50. Then what else do we have? The color. I will leave the color as default, so as seen. I think that's about it. SKU, brand, quantity, description. We skip image, regular price, price, color. Good. So now fingers crossed, let's try and create this product and see if we're successful. So I'll click send. Product is not defined. Voila. Sorry about that. So I needed to import this guy. So import. Voila. So that's what we missed. So that's imported, and the check mark was there. I just didn't see it. Okay. So I'll click send. Try again. Voila. So you see, we have the name of the product, Techno S7, SKU, category, brand. You see the color is now the default as seen. The sold is also the default 0, regular price 100, price 50, description, image is an empty array, rating is an empty array because we don't have any rating yet, then the ID and the timestamp. So that's about it for creating a product. So in the next one, we are going to get the products from the database, and I think we should create 2 products just so that we have a variety. So let me just say Samsung, so that is different. Samsung P53. I don't know what that means, but just something. Samsung. Then I'll change the SKU to maybe something different. 4. Then what else? It's a phone. The brand is going to be Samsung as well. I just want to have 2 products. This is a very good phone. That's fine. 10, 100. No, let's make it 200. Samsung is usually more expensive. Then let's do this one to be 100 or 150, just $50 discount. Yeah, so let's create that, send. Voila, so you see we have 2 products. Good. So in the next video we're now going to create a function to get all of the products from the database. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's work on the second thing, which is to get all the products from the database. We're going to start subsequently from the route, and okay, well, maybe we'll start from the controller so that we'll just create the product first, sorry, the function first. So here I'll just have a comment that says get products. Then let's create an async handler that will say get products plural. Then also I gotta export it, so let's add it to our exports. Yeah, okay, so go ahead and save, and then we can now create the route. So I'll just duplicate this route, and it's going to be router.get, so it's a get request, / we're not protecting anything, we're not having any middleware, because you want not logged out users to be able to access the product. Okay, so then we're going to change this to get products plural. Then let's import it. So you see, import it from the controller. Just to make sure that we created it correctly, I'm going to come here and duplicate this route. Then I'll change this to get products plural. Create. Aha, so now let's change this to get. It's a get request, by the way, and then fire, send. And of course we did it correctly. Good. So now how do we actually get the product from the database? Well, this is going to be the shortest controller function we have. So let's come here and get rid of this guy. Then I would say const products plural. That's going to be equal to, we're going to await now product model, so it's starting with a capital letter. So this is product.find, and basically we just want to find all. But one thing we want to do is we want to sort it. So we want the latest product to be displayed first. So we are sorting it based on the date it was created. So here I would say minus created at. So that's what we are sorting it with. All right, now basically we just want to return the product. So I'm just going to come here, grab this guy and slot it in here like so. Now this is going to be 200, which is like a successful response or an okay response, and we are sending back the products plural. That's it basically. So go ahead and send and save rather, and then let's come and try it out. Okay, so I'll come here, I'll fire. Voila, so you see we get the products we created, the Samsung, which we created last, as well as the Techno. So that's about it for how you get products from the database. Now in the next one, we're going to see how we can get a single product, because now we're getting all the products. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's work on the functionality to get a single product. So I'll just come here and create the, you know what, let me just duplicate this one since it's very similar to what I want to do. So here I'll change this one, I'll say get single product. Then here I'll say get product. All right, let me get rid of everything we have here so that we start from a fresh slate, and I'll just duplicate this one and say get product. Good, save, and and come here and I'll duplicate this one as well. Now this time we're going to have the params of ID, because we usually want to get a product by its ID. So that's what we are doing. Now let's import the get product function, and that's it. So go ahead and save as well. Now we can come here and straightforward just create the function to get the product. So I'll come here, open this up, and let's do a const product, and that's going to be equal to, we're going to await product model, and we want to find a product by its ID. So find by ID. Okay, that's strange. It's supposed to autocomplete for me, but no problem. and what the ID is now going to come from the request.params. Okay, so I'll say request.params.id. All right, so that's it. Now when we look into the database to find that product by its ID, there are two things that can happen. Number one, you may not find that product. The product may not exist. So we need to have a condition for that. So I'll say if there is no product, like so, then I just want to throw an error that will say product not found. Because I've thrown an error before, I don't think it's necessary to type it out anymore. So I'll just copy this error and then just modify it, and yeah, paste that in and change this to a 404, which is not found, and I'll just say product not found. Product not found. Simple. Good. So what if the product is actually exists in the database? Well, you just want to send it back to the user or back to the person making the request. So I'll just come here and say request.status.json, and I'm sending back the product. So that's it to get the products. Now let's have the HTTP request to test this out. I'm going to come here and I'll duplicate this get product. I'll change it to get product singular create, and this also going to need to have the ID of the specific product. So I'm just going to get the ID of one of the products, so this one. So I'll copy that and I'll add it here. Okay, so I'll paste that in. Good. So now this is going to serve as the request params.id. So now let's go ahead and send and see. You know what, to clean this up, I can actually just delete all of these guys here so that you don't think we are creating a new product every time. So just clean that up. Okay, then send. Voila. So you see, we're able to get that individual product, which is the Samsung products. If you take the ID of the other one, the Techno, it's also going to get the Techno. So that's about it for how we can get a single product from our database. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's work on the functionality to delete a product. And like we always do, we start from the route, or basically let's first create at least the function, the bare bone function. So here I'll say delete product, and I'll just do my AH, and then I'll say delete product. Okay, make sure you export it so at least you have it. Paste that in. All right, now we've created that. We can now come here and create the route. Now for the route, I'm just going to duplicate the first one and bring it down. This is going to change to router.delete, and we are going to delete the product by the ID. So we're going to have that params there. We are protecting this route such that only a logged in user can delete a product. We're also adding this admin only route such that only an admin can delete a product. Lastly, let's change this to delete product and import it. So import it, and it's here. Good. Now go ahead and save. Well, I think we should just create the controller, then we'll test at the end, because it's pretty straightforward. So let me just remove this guy. So when you want to delete a product, what are the things you expect? The first is you need to make sure that that product exists in your database, and if the product does not exist, you want to throw an error, which is very similar to what we did here, these first two lines. So basically I'm going to get this guy, and then I'm just going to come here and slot that in like so. So this is product awaits product defined by ID, and I'm looking for the params.id. If I don't find the product, I simply want to say, look, I didn't find that product not found. What if I find the product? Then I want to delete the product. Yeah. So next, I'm just going to come down here and I'll say await, which should be in small letter. So await, and then I'll just say product. Okay, so product model, that's what I'm targeting. And then I want to find by ID and delete. Okay, I don't think I spelled that correctly. Okay, so that's correctly spelled, find by ID and delete. So I'll just open my parentheses here and reference the ID that the product ID that I want to delete. So basically I just want to delete this guy. So copy that and then just slot that in. So that's, oh sorry, Control Z, and then just slot that in. So that's the ID I want to delete. Now after I have deleted that product, well, I just want to send a message that okay, the product was actually deleted. So I'll say response.status. Now if you've watched maybe some of my older projects, you'll see that I use products.remove. Product.remove has been deprecated. So either you use product.find by ID and delete, or product.delete1. It will just still, the two will work. So I'm just going to say the status, and that's going to be 200 response, and then .json. Here we just want to send a message. So message property, and I'll just say that the product was deleted. Okay, now let's go ahead and save and let's test it out. So remember, we need to delete it by the ID. I'm going to come, okay great, so I'm going to come here and duplicate this guy, and then I'm just going to change this to delete product. Okay, good. Now let's change the request to delete request, and we just want to delete this very first product, which is the Samsung. Fingers crossed. I'm going to send, and let's see. So you see, we get a message that the product was deleted. But to actually confirm, let's go to our get products, plural. And you see here that we have two products, the Samsung included. I'm going to send this and let's see what we get. Voila. So you see now we just have the Techno product, or just one product. So that's one way you can delete it. Well, let me just show you another way you can delete it. It's actually just, you can just come here and say products.delete1. Since the product.find by ID and delete is working, well, let's just leave it. But you can say product.delete1, and then you specify the property of the product, and it will still work. All right, so that's about it for deleting the products. In the last one, we're going to see how we can update the product. I'll see you there. All right, so now let's work on the functionality to update the product. And I'm just going to come down here and I'll say update product. And then let's have a asynchronous function that will also say update product. Yeah, don't forget to export it. So update product, and now I gotta come to my product route and create. So let me just make this route, let me just make it, okay, I think I can just put it here below. So this will be router dot, let's just use patch, and then we're updating it by the ID, the params ID, and then I'm going to change this one here to update products. Let's import it. Okay, good. Now save. All right, now let's come and finish up the function. Now to update the product, the same what's it called, data we use when we wanted to create the products will be made available to us from the front end. So all these blah 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 names, SKU, except SKU anyway, but everything but SKU. The reason why we're not updating the SKU is that we don't want the SKU to change. So let me just have this first. Let's start there. Then I'm going to come down and paste that in. Good. So like I said, we don't want the SKU to change for the product. So I'm going to remove the SKU. But every other thing, name, category, brand, everything can be updated. So that's the first. The next is we need to find the product. And the way we find the product is by the ID, because we're having this ID params. So I'm going to come to my product controller, and I think we've done something about finding a product by ID, you know. Okay, look at this. So we can just grab this. So we'll find the product. And of course, if there is no product, we throw an error, product not found. So I can even take these two lines here and just slot that in there. So I try to find the product, await product.find by ID. And if I don't find that product, I'll throw an error that look, the product was not found. But what if I find the product? Well, I want to update the product. So let me have a comment here and say now update product. All right, so to update the product, I'm going to say const, and I'll call that product updated product. That variable name, updated product. Now it's going to be equal to, we're going to await, this will be product, and it's the model dot find by ID and update. Yeah, so that's it. So product dot find by ID and update. Oh, sorry, there needs to be an equals here. Okay, great. So now this function here is going to have some arguments. The first is, what product do you want to update? So we need to specify the ID, right? And that ID is this request.params.id. Now if you like, you can destructure this ID property out, but well, I don't think it's necessary. So we want to find this particular ID. Oh, and because we are inside, we've opened an object like this, you first need to specify the underscore ID property. So underscore ID, and then request.params.id. The second argument is the data you want to update the product with. So you open this guy up like this, and then you specify. Now it's basically just going to be this same set of data we get from the front end. So I can just grab these guys and just slot it in there that, look, I want to update with this same set of data. Then lastly, you want to have something that will make sure that the product models, the things you said are required, these validators here, you want to have a statement that will make sure that these validators run, so that you don't send blank variables when you are empty variables when you are trying to update the product. So you need to come down here, and then you add a comma, and then you just gonna come here, open another bracket, and say new true, have a comma, and then you will now say run validators, and that's also going to be true. So that's what you need to do to make sure that all of those required guys here will be checked before the product is saved. So look at it again. Updated product awaits product find by ID dot and update. You specify the ID, which is request params ID. Then you specify the data with which you want to update that product, which is these guys. Then you make sure you run the validators. That's it. Next, I'm going to send this to the front end. I want to type this thing again. So let me just look for something I sent to the front end, which I apparently cannot find. Okay, I sent this one to the front end. So I'll just copy this guy and send it to the front end after the last part here, which is here. Okay, good. So I'll come down, paste that in. So request or status, but what I want to send is the updated product. Good. All right. So fingers crossed, let's save and let us come and test. So I'll come here. I'll come here and I will duplicate this create product because it already has all of those things. I'll change it to update product, products, create, and let's make sure we change it to a patch request. I think I should bring it down. Let it be the last one because, so I'll change this to what? A patch request. And we're going to have the product ID that we want to update. So product / let me come here to get product. And this ID is what I'm going to take because that's the only product we have left anyway. So I'll copy that. I'll come here and slot it in. Oh, I think I just did something wrong. I need to be here, update product. Aha, so I'll come here, slot it in. And what am I going to change in this product? Wait, oh, I deleted the Samsung product too. Can you imagine? I deleted the Samsung product. Okay, so I'm just going to try and update this product. The only thing is I'm not going to send, I don't need this SKU, so I can just delete it. Okay, so I'm just going to just add updated here, updated Samsung, so that we can actually just see that it's updated. Then I'll send Voila. So you see, we've completely changed the other techno products to this guy here, updated Samsung. So basically you can just go ahead and change everything, anything you want to change, and it will take effect. So you see, it will take effect. Now you can now come to this get product and send. Let's just confirm. So you see this Techno 7 now will change to updated Samsung. So you see, so that's the functionality to update your product. That's about it for this one. In the next one, we are going to work on, I think, the review. I think. All right, see you in the next one then. All right, so now so far we've done the CRUD operation with the product. So we can create a product, we can get a product, we can update a product, and we can delete a product. But there is one set of routes that we need to create, and that concerns the review. So if you come to our product model, you notice that we also have these ratings. So ratings, review, they both represent the same thing. So because if you come to the application, you see here that we have this star rating along with the review. So users ought to be able to create that, to delete that, or to update that as well. So let me just come here and let's do something for that. So the first thing I want to do is I want to give users the ability to review a product. So I'm going to come to my controller here, okay, and here I'll just have a comment. I'll say review product, like so, and let's have our async handler function that we're going to call the same name. So review product, and don't forget to export that. Okay, so we can be fast because we've done this thing a number of times. So I'm going to come to the product route, and now I'm just going to come down 2 steps so that we can separate things just a little bit. By the way, I think I should just replicate this, duplicate this down, and then okay, so this is going to be router.patch, and then I'll say /review and then /ID. So you want to review a product by its ID. You want to identify that product by its ID and then review it. And that is not something that should be done by the admin. Anybody that is logged in and that has purchased the product should be able to review that product. Also, we need to change this here to review product. Let's try and import that. So it's imported. Great. So this is the route for this guy, review /ID. Great. So now I'm going to save this guy so that we can now add the function here. We can write out the function. Okay, so I'll delete this guy. Now what do we want to do? Well, we want to review a product. Yeah, the first thing is to be able to get the review items or the data about the review. So there are 3 things we need for every review. Come here and see. We need the star, number of stars, or the star rating, the description of that review, then we need the review date. So those are the 3 things that we need to have. Of course, we're also going to have the user that left the review. Okay, so now let me just come here and let's destructure that. So I'm going to need the star, the review itself, which represent the text. So this should be star, and then lastly we're going to have the review date, and that's going to come from the request body. Okay, so those are the first bit of information we need. Then okay, this time since we've been saying request.params.id, let me show you another way. So you can actually destructure that ID from the request.params. So that's going to be equal to request.params. All right, so now I can use this ID wherever I want. Instead of saying request.params.id, I can simply just point to the ID. Now let's do some validation. Yeah, so let me just say validation, and I'm just going to I have a shortcut I created. It's called throw an error. So here I'll say that if there is no star, if the star is less than 1, the star is supposed to be 1 to 5. So if it's less than 1, in other words, there's no star there, or there is no review, then I want to throw an error, and that error is simply going to be please add a star and review. Okay, so that's it. Now, so what if there is these two parameters are there, there's a star and there's a text review? Then we want to find that product and add that review. So to find the product, I'm just going to say const product, and I think I've done all of this before, but product, and that's going to be equal to await product, that's the P with a capital letter which represents the product model, dot find by ID. And now I can just point to this ID we created here. So here I'll just say ID. Great. All right, so what if the product does not exist? Well, we're just going to throw an error, and let me just say throw error, and I'll say if there is no product, then throw an error that says product not found. It's not likely that there will not be a product when you make this kind of request, but anyway, it's good to just have that there. So what if there is a product? Then you want to go ahead and update the product. So here I'm just going to come down here and let me just add a comment and say update rating. So how do we update the rating? Well, I'm going to say product dot rating. So let's look at it to be sure. Go back to your model. So it's actually ratings plural. So we're going to say product.ratings, and then I'll say dot push. Remember, it's an array. Now the push, I will now push an object. So let me just come here and show you. So this is the object I want to push, and that object will contain some properties. It will contain a star, it will contain the review, it will contain the review date, then we also have the data about the user. So here I'll say name, and this time we're going to assign it a value. So it's going to be request.user.name. okay, so ideally this can be on separate lines, so it doesn't have to be side by side. So let me just separate it so that it's clear. So name is request req.user.name, and last but not the least is the user ID. So let me just come here and say user ID, and that's just going to be request.user._id. Voila. So after you've pushed this object inside the product ratings, you then need to save the product. So I can just come down here and say product.save and call that. After I've saved the product, what next do I need to do? Well, I just need to send a message to the front end that look, the product review has been added. So we can say response.status, okay, and that's just going to be 200 response, and then I'll just say .json, which will contain the message, and that message is going to say that the product review was added. So let's put it in a string and say product review added. Good. So that's about it for how to add a review to your product. Now it's time for us to test. Remember, we need 3 pieces of information. The first is, we actually need the review date. Wow. Am I going to be able to add a review date? Okay, we're just going to add something, no problem. So I'll save this file rather, and then I'll come to my Insomnia, and let's create a new guy here. So duplicate this guy and say review product. Okay, this is a patch request, and it's product/review and then / the ID of the product. You see? So, but we don't need all of this information like this. What we need is just 3 pieces of information. So let me just change this one. So we need the star, which is supposed to be like 1 to 5. So let's give this guy a 5 star. Then we need the review itself. I'll say nice product. Let me just delete this guy. Then lastly, we need the date. So let me come add another one, and this one is going to be date. Sorry, review date, sorry. Review date. And here, I'm just going to add a date from the front end. I think we had a date somewhere. So where does that? Okay, good. So I'll just copy this guy here, Control C, and then I'm just going to paste it in. So let's just have like that. I think it's actually a date object I saved from the front end, not this stuff you see here, but it's fine. Let's just this for testing purpose. So now we have the 3 pieces of information we need. Let's fingers crossed, let's test. I'll send. Voila. So it says product review added. There's only one way we can make sure that the product review was actually added. Let's go to get products and see. So I'm going to fire this. Aha. So let's scroll down here to see if we have some reviews. So you see now we have these ratings, and then there's one object inside. Once 5-star, nice products, the date, the admin user, and the user ID, which is fine. So that's about it for adding a review. So in the next one, we're going to see how to delete the review. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so now we've been able to create a review. Let's delete the review. And you'll notice that I usually build out the update operation last. That's because it's usually the most complex, so I'd like to do it last. So now let's write the function to actually delete the review, and I'm just going to come down here and okay, let me add a comment first and say delete review, and let's do our AH rather, that will say delete review, and make sure you export it, paste that in. Great. Now I need to also create the route. So I'll do like this, and then instead of just saying review, I'll say delete review, and it's also going to point to delete review. So let's import the delete review. Aha, so everything is in order. So let's save this guy and build out the function. So when we want to delete the review, first off, let's get the user ID, because we want to make sure that the user that is deleting the review is the one that created that review. So for example, I cannot delete another user's review. So for that, I will need to have access to the user ID. So that's going to come from the front end, the request body. So user ID, and that's going to be equal to request dot body. Okay, so that's the first step. Now the second step is to get the product. You know, the review is attached to a product, so let's first get that product, and we've already gotten a product here, so I think we can just, you know, grab it. So we're finding the product by the ID. I'll copy this guy here and slot that in here. Of course, I would need to change this to request.params.id because I'm not destructuring it here. So do I need the ID any other? If I don't need the ID, then I can actually just use it once. Okay, I don't need the ID, so I'll say request.params.id, and that will be fine. So I have the products that I want to delete a review from. So, but remember our check. What if this product does not exist? Well, we need to throw an error, and I'll just say if there is no product, then just throw an error that says product not found. Product not found. Okay, we've done this before, yeah? So now what if the product exists in the database? After this is when you will now update the review or delete that particular review from the product. So what I'm going to do is I'll create a new variable. I'll call it new ratings. Okay, and that's going to be equal to product.ratings. So before I do what I want to do here, let me just explain what I want to do. So I'm going to filter through the product ratings and remove the one that we say we want to delete, okay, which is the ratings by that specific user. Okay, so I'm going to say product.ratings.filter, and let's do it like this. I'm going to represent each object, each rating as rating. Okay, so that's one. Then let's open this up with an arrow function, and we're going to return. So now what do we want to return? We want to return the ratings dot user ID, and let's make sure we convert it to string like so. So ratings dot user ID, that is not equal to the user ID that made this request. So this user ID here. So here I'll just say user ID, and then I'm also going to convert it to string. Okay, so let me just pause a little bit and explain what's going on here. So we want to delete a specific rating by a user. Remember, a user can only leave one rating anyway on a product. So when we are making that request, we send the user ID with the request. Okay, fine. Next we check the product, and we found that okay, the product exists. Now if the product exists, then definitely we can filter through the ratings. So we say product ratings or filter. We filter through the ratings here, and we say that we want to return all the ratings that does not match this user ID, the rating by this user ID. Okay, so that's what we just did here. Now we are now going to come down here and say product ratings, product.ratings, and that's going to be equal to this new ratings that doesn't contain the ratings by this user that requested to delete their rating. Okay, so new ratings. So that's it. Then what do? We save the product. So I'll say product dot save. So now that you've saved the product, oh sorry, Control Z. So now that you've saved the product, you just want to send a message to the front end that the rating has been deleted. And since it's just a message, we can just use this same thing we did here. I'll copy this guy, and then I'll just slot that message down. But we want to change the message to product rating deleted. So product rate, it's actually product review deleted. Anyone is fine. So product review deleted. Okay, good. Now let's go ahead and save, and let's try it out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to this guy and duplicate this review product to delete review. So let's say delete review, and what do we want to do? It's a patch request. It's supposed to delete this particular review. No, it's supposed to delete a review in this particular product, but we need to now add the user ID. So let me delete this guy so that we don't have this thing. So I'll say user ID, and then what is the ID of that user? To get the ID of this user, I'll need to go back to my auth. Okay, so go back to the auth. I think I logged the user in. So this is the ID of the user, which is the admin user. So I'm going to copy this guy like so, and I'm going to come to the delete review and then slot it in. So you see what we've been trying to explain. I want to delete the review that is by this user, or this user with this ID, and that review is existing in this product. So that's basically what I want to do. Now let's go ahead and fire. So first off, remember that we have the, let me come here. So remember that we have the review. It's a 5-star, nice product. So I'm just going to come here and delete that review. Then let's see what happens. Oh, okay. What's going on here? Oh, I didn't change I didn't change the URL. So I needed to change this to say delete review, capital letter. Yeah. So I needed to say delete review. Okay, let's try it again. Send. Voila. So you see product review deleted. Now to confirm that that review was actually deleted, let's come back to this get product and fire. So I'll fire it, and let's see if we're still going to get the review there. So I'm going to go down and check. And as you can see, our ratings is now an empty array because we had just one review before. So now that review has been removed and we don't have anything. So our function to delete review actually works. So that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one where we update the review. Okay, now my friends, I want you to pay close attention to this section where I'll show you how to update the review, because it's a technique that I've not used throughout the course. So now I'm going to start here in my controller by saying I want to update review. Okay, so I didn't do that well. Okay, good. Now let's create our async handler function that will also say update review. Good. And now let's not forget to export it. And I think I'll be a little bit slower in this one because it's a technique that I've not used before, so I'll just take it slow for the beginners. So now let's create a route. I'll head over to my product route, and then I'll just duplicate this one, and I'll change this delete review to update review. And I'll also change this guy to update review, and then I'll import it. Oh, sorry. Import. Good. So that's set. Now let's head over to the product controller and let's write out the function. So when we want to create the review, we needed certain parameters. So let me see if I can just go there. So this is delete review. Good. Now when we wanted to create the review, we needed the star, the review, and the review date. So we are going to also need that for updating the review, because the user might decide to change all of that. So we need the star, the review, and the review date. But also we need the user ID. So I'm going to send the user ID as well from the front end. Good. Remember, when we're creating the review, this user ID, we just fetched it out of the request.user. But this time I'm sending it from the front end. I'm receiving it from the front end. Now let's do some validation. I think we did some validation before. You know what? Let me collapse this one. Okay, good, so that it's easy for me. So we did some validation. Good. I'm also going to need this validation up till this point. So let me just copy that, and yeah, and come here. Okay, good. I'll paste that in. So what do we have here? So we got this guy from the request body. We destructured the ID from the request params, and then we did some validation that if there's no star rating, there's no review, send an error to the front end. However, if everything is in place, then proceed to find the product that you want to update the review. If that product is not found, please throw an error to the front end that, look, we didn't find that product. So now the question is, what if the product was found? Well, this is something I did not do before, but I think I should have done it. I'm going to match the user to the review. So make sure that the user that is trying to update this review is actually the person that added the review in the first place. Now, this is something I could have done in the function to delete the review, but I'm doing it now anyway, so it's still okay. So I'm going to add an if statement here. Let me open that up. And here I'm going to say that if the request.user._ID, so I'm checking for the ID of the user that is making this request. Now don't forget, I need to convert it to string so that I can compare it well. So I'll say that if that is not equal to, the user ID, which is this one that came with the request body. So let's match it. If it's not equal to the user ID, then obviously something is wrong. The request, the ID of the user doesn't match. So what I want to do now is I am going to throw an error. So let's do response.status, and let's just do 401, which means the user is not authorized. And then I'm going to throw a new error that will say user not authorized. Good. Now, what else do we want to do? Well, let's see. So now we want to update the review itself. I'm looking at this thing. It doesn't look like it's exactly needed here, and it doesn't look correct, but it's okay. Let's just proceed. So next, I'm going to update the product review. Now this is where I want you to pay attention very closely. When we want to update this product review, there are two things we need: the product ID, and we also need the user ID. So if you come here to this product here, oh okay, I need to first create a review. Sorry, let me just create a review quickly. Where is that? Review product. Okay, good. So I'll create the same review, send. Okay, product review created, and I'll come here to get it. Good. So now let me just scroll down to show you what I'm trying to say. So when I want to update this review, there are two pieces of information I need to check this product for. The first is the product ID. So I need to look for the product by its ID. Then I also need to check the user ID in the review. So those are two parameters that I need to check before I can now say, okay, I want to update this particular object inside of this rating. So that's what makes it a little bit different than the previous updates we've been making. Before, we've just been updating by the ID. Okay, so now I'll say const, and I'll say updated review. That's going to be equal to await product. So product, which is the model, and I'll say dot find one and update. So you see, it's different. It's not find by ID and update, it's find one and update. So now inside of this guy, let me just open it up. In this first curly braces, I'm going to specify the properties of the products I want to find, which is the ID. So I'll say underscore ID. That's the product I want to find. And then I want to look for this. Where is it? Product. I want to look for this product.id. Okay. So I'll come down here and say product dot underscore ID. So that's the first parameter of what we want to find. The second parameter is the user ID inside of the rating. So if you come inside this rating, you will see that we have this user ID property. So the way you specify that you want to check for this is you come to the next line here and you put it inside a string or inside quotes. You will now say ratings. So watch closely. This is the first time I'm doing this in this course. Dot user ID. What am I pointing to here? I am pointing to this guy, ratings, and then the user ID. So watch very closely. Now when you do that, you're going to add your colon, and then you will now specify the property. Meanwhile, the property is coming from the front end, which is this user ID. But the format in which this property is coming, in the way it is now, it's coming as a string. But that is not how you want to check it. You want to check it as what is known as a mongoose type object. So I'll come here. I will not just say user, I will not just say user ID and then walk away that everything is fine. No, it's not going to work. What I'm going to do is I'll say mongoose, which should be small letter. So mongoose, then dot types. Come on, what am I typing? Types, and then dot object ID. So that's object is capital letter and the I is capital letter. So that's camel casing. No, it's not camel casing. Camel casing starts with a small letter. I can't remember the casing. Is it kebabs? Okay, but you know the important thing. Then I will now reference the user ID inside of this. So you see, mongoose. Yeah. So this is how you reference the ID. You say mongoose.types.object ID, and then you now put in the user ID inside. If you just say user ID, you're going to get an error because it won't find anything. Now, this is how you identify what you want to update when you have two parameters you want to check inside of, the item you want to update. Now, the next set of curly braces will now specify how we want to update that object. So here, to do that, I'm going to say $ and set. So we're using the set method, like so. Now, what do we want to update? We want to update the star, the review, and the review date. So here I'll say ratings dot, and then I'll put a $. I don't know why my dot is not pressing well. Then dot star. So you see, then you now specify the value. So the value is going to be this star that we get from the request body, this one here. So I'm going to come down, and here I'll say star, I'll add a comma, and then I'll now specify the other two. So let me just duplicate this, and this is going to be ratings dot review, and then of course this is going to be review, and the last one is going to be ratings dot review date, and then this is also going to say review date. So you see, remember this star, review, and review date, they are coming from the request body, and these properties are just the properties that we have here. So you see ratings.star, ratings.review, and then ratings.review date. We're not changing the name and the ID, it's just these three we are changing. I hope you are following me. So just take a minute to look at it and let it sink in, right, before we proceed. After you've done this, now you can now go ahead and send a response to the front end. Okay, so I'm just going to say response.status dot let's see, okay, status 200, assuming that everything works fine. Then I'll say .json, and here I'll just specify a message. So you know what, since I've sent this kind of response before, let me just grab this guy, save myself some time. Instead of typing it out again, I'll just come here and replace it, and then I'll now say product review updated. Okay, good. Now let me explain something to you, but to be safe, right, because this is a complex operation, and if everything is not in place, the operation may fail. Like for example, if the user ID is faulty or the product ID, there are so many parameters that are in play here. So to be safe, what I will do is I will say that, look, if, let me have an if statement and open it up. So I'll say that if this updated review, sorry, was successful, then I want to now send this successful response. Are you seeing what I'm doing here? So I'm saying that if the updated review was successful, send this response. Else, I'm just going to send maybe an error or something, or send something, a different kind of response. So I can just send a 400 response and say product review not updated or something like that. Do you see? So I'll go ahead and save. All things being equal, you should be able to easily update your product, but just to be on the safe side, I like to do this. Now, moment of truth, let's test this thing out. So I'm going to come here and let's create another guy here, and I'll duplicate this guy and call it update review, create. And of course, don't forget that we need to change it from delete to update. So update review, and this is the review we want to update. Now basically we need three things. We need the star, which I'm going to reduce to 1 just so that it's dramatically different, because it's 5 we added before. Then we need the review itself, which I'm going to say bad products. You know, before we said nice products. Then lastly we need the, let me just delete this guy. Then lastly we need the, oh, I shouldn't have deleted it, that's the user ID. Okay, no problem. We need the, what's it called, the review date. And what did I use before? I'll just use something different. So let me just copy this guy and then I'll just change it. So review date here, and I'll just say maybe 5th, just to make it different. Then lastly, we need the user ID. The user ID, which I'm going to need to go get from, I think it's here, yeah? Okay, good. So I can just get it here and then slot it in here. So those are the 4 pieces of information we need. So 1 star, bad product, and like that. So I'll send, and let's see, fingers crossed. Voila, product review updated. So to confirm that it was actually updated, I need to come to get products and send. Good. So I've sent it. Now let's scroll down to see if it was indeed updated. So you see now we have 1 star, it says bad products, and then the date also changed. Okay, so that means we've been able to review update the product review. So that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one then. So my friends, I trust you enjoyed the excerpt so far on the channel. If you're not subscribed to the channel or you're new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button. And also, to get the full complete course, you can check out my website, zenotrustacademy.com/Shopito. And you're going to get access to the full course, and I'll also leave a coupon code in the description so that you can get a discount on, if you want to get the full course, which is more than 27 hours of content. All right, thank you so much, and I will see you in another one.